I don't think it's really a drafting issue, although to be fair, like the Slark and the Ember did just run away. Watson and Stormer just really took over, but maybe get a little bit more team fight out. I think it was really a matter of playing around when they were strong and shutting down Watson because they just didn't hunt Watson down. We've seen this before with Watson as well. When he does manage to build up, he builds up super damn quick and he just takes over the game so fast. So you've got to keep an eye on Watson. Forrest, he was just farming this BKB up for such a long time. He's playing tag with Watson up top, basically farming the same place where the Slark was farming and just not doing enough to stop that. So I want to see some adjustments come out from Geek Slate in terms of playstyle. And we'll see if they are allowed to do that. Draft-wise, I think they had a really good idea. They just failed to execute on it. We'll see what the call-out is, though. Again, there are a couple of key heroes to ban there. I think the support contestation rate is pretty damn high between these two teams. We saw Norman pull out his Earth Spirit. Not the biggest success, unfortunately, but it is something he specializes on. And let's just see stuff like Nature's Prophet banned out up against Geek Slate. You don't really want to give Skim that hero. For the side of Entity, might be time to respect ban the Ember. Maybe just take that out or just remove Toby's Enigma from the game because it forced him to play Silencer and just have no impact with the Silencer because he just kept holding Global Silence to use on the Black Hole, which means you basically have a hero that does nothing as Geek Slate or we have a pause, I think, because the timer has. Yeah, we're reforming right now.
We're doing what? Sorry. Oh, we are. We're remaking lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. So we'll have to remake the lobby. We'll get that on the way very, very soon, I'm sure. Unless they're going to reconnect, Jonathan. I really want to confirm that they are remaking the lobby.
It's a remake.
Okay.
I'm in a new lobby now. We're in a remake.
Okay. All right, I'm coming. Hold on, everyone.
Yeah. Yep. We're here. So we'll just have to wait for that draft. A few issues there, no problem. But
no problem at all.
Well, let's see how they adjust. Yeah, I completely forgot now, Mike. It's 3:30 a.m. I don't know what I was saying.
Only 6:30 for me, Jonathan. Get over it.
Yeah,
get over it.
You're supposed to be awake at this time, Mikey. You're supposed.
No,
to
I'm
awake.
not.
Yeah.
I'm a terrible. I'm not a morning person. Let me tell you, I am not.
Oh, I know.
Person.
I know you're not, Mikey. I know. I've seen this so many times. Oh, Johnny's always like, "Oh, let's go breakfast." We're like, "Ah, no breakfast." Stockholm was particularly rough because I was waking up for breakfast all the time, and I know I'd wake you up. I was like, "You just wake up for me waking up, and I need that brekkie, Mikey. I need that brekkie."
Yeah, you do. It's sickening. Absolutely sickening. So going back to the draft, I mean, not the drafts, but just the gameplay in general. Like game one, I'm still kind of shocked at the way they played out this Primal Beast. Like I just don't. The hero's so potent. And to just spend your whole time farming BKB, like the first 20 minutes is just all about just farming BKB and avoiding all these team fights. Like, I just don't think that's the way you beat a team like Entity. Like,
yeah,
maybe they switch it up a little bit, but you know, you appreciate key item timings, and obviously BKB is massive when it comes to Primal Beast because it just enables him to basically do whatever the hell he wants in the middle of a team fight. But you can't spend 20 minutes of not fighting as an off lane to get a BKB.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I don't think you can win a game against a team like Entity like that.
Yeah, I mean, even Skem was joining in these fights while Force was farming. So I want to see Force in something more activity coming out from Force. Like heck, even something like his Viper wouldn't be too bad. Honestly, it's something he really loves to play in the off lane. But we'll see if they adjust that way. It's certainly a bit of more of a playstyle thing, I think, than draft. Although again, the draft didn't do them that many favors, but the playstyle was a bit off kilter. I mean, just readjusting to, you know, just traveling pretty damn far for these teams. So it's their turn to kind of dip very, very far away across. In comparison to South America, who always have to travel far as well, they get to relax a bit. And yeah, we'll see. For Geek Slate, for a couple of them, it's been a while since they've been to a LAN. For a player like Cox, it's his first time on LAN, I believe, right? As he joined in on Neon as a fresh player, and they didn't really get to go to LAN. So this is a proving ground for a couple of them, and we'll see. We'll see if they carry through. I think the one thing about Geek Slate that maybe makes it a little bit harder to adjust is I'm trying to remember who the coach is. Their coach is Sheep, but I'm not sure how much influence he has over the team. He's also the team owner. So he's the coach and owner. So I'm wondering how well he can get his boys reset, right? Like, he's got to get them to a good mental state. As we saw, Execration bounce back really well. But again, that was mainly with the use of a very special aid in this. So I'm wondering if we get this out from Sheep, just whip them into shape, strike the fear of their boss with a slipper at them, and rally them towards game.
We shall see. We shall see. By the way, for anyone wondering, Game 2 draft will be underway rather soon. We did have it underway. It did disappear, of course, because I believe there was a lobby issue that happened, so should be underway again rather soon, hopefully. Once these teams say they're ready, which, that's the thing with these teams, right? They're always very slow to say, yeah, we're ready to go. Like, you were just in a draft. What is it, John?
I don't know what the issue was, because everyone just disconnected and said remake, but I know they were ready really fast. At least Geek Slate were ready really fast. I was getting pinged by Tino in the last series saying they were ready already, very early on. So the teams are eager to go, and they're pinging me about it like I can do something.
Why are they pinging you?
I don't know. I just seem like the guy who gets things done. I don't know.
Everyone just thinks the cast will start the game. Like, the viewers like idiot cast to start the game. The players are messaging you, telling you to start the game. Like, we have no control over when the game starts, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you're aware, we're just as much hostages as you are right now. Let me tell you, as we are still waiting for this draft to begin. Looks like we are going to need a minute anyway. What's that, Jonathan?
Would be funny if we did have control. Imagine if I could just pause the game for any.
I wish we had control. Because I'll tell you what, I think admins these days are too kind to pro players. Like, they're too nice about it. Like, pro players that you have a game, the schedule, but suddenly after you join the lobby, you've got to go to the bathroom. Like, you didn't have the whole day to do that. I wouldn't wait for that, John. I'm starting the game straight away. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, mentioning bathrooms, to be fair, last tour wasn't very lenient in that, Mikey. I don't think we've had a bathroom pause. We did have a bottle incident, so yeah.
Yes.
I don't think the admins have been going easy. I think it's just, it's the first day. It's the first day. It's hype. It's busy. A lot of stuff is happening. It is what it is. It leaves more time for us to talk.
Like those.
No one's going easy.
No, I'm not saying they're going easy, John.
You were just saying they were going easy. You can't take it back. You can't take it back, Mike.
Think about these other sports, right? Like, what about those NBA refs? They'll just tech you for nothing. Like, they'll just send you out for nothing. Just for looking at them wrong. That's what I'm thinking. Like, let's turn these admins into real monsters. Just penalties for anything. Talking in lobby, penalty. Pause the game for longer than 2 minutes, penalty. Miss a CS, penalty. Why not? Why not, Jonathan?
So you're on the camp that doesn't want all chat in Dota 2?
No, I do want it. I just want penalties.
Then why do you keep saying this stuff? If they get penalized, they're not going to all chat. What's wrong with you? Where's your logic? I guess it's 6 a.m. I guess you just can't think. It's fair. It's fair. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
I mean, it was your fault anyway. I was memeing at first about the admins, and then you took it seriously. So now I have to keep going just to get on your nerves.
It's not my fault. Your meme's lame. Get with the times, Mike. Follow Sigma Vale memes or something. I don't know.
This is the guy that's been going on about Morbius memes for the last year and a half, and I'm the lame guy.
Still doesn't miss. That dancing GIF still gets me every time, Mikey. That GIF, right, I will spam it out in every opportunity. Even if I could spam it, if I could put it here in the draft, I would, but unfortunately I can't, as we do have the draft. Again, respect ban on the NP. Wondering if Marcy's going to be first phase, Broodmother, Enigma, Lina. Could be something that does get banned this time around as well. So we'll see. Let's see exactly what the call out is. They go for the Ricky ban instead. Will Entity allow something like the Marcy? I think they banned out NP Marcy last game, first phase. So show some respect there for Skem, who can play that hero. And I believe Narman plays it as well. So some flexibility there. What'll it be?
More bans to come out naturally. They do get rid of the profit scam, like you mentioned. Naga Siren also being removed. Interesting hero like this Naga Siren. It's become very popular in this current meta, hasn't it, Jonathan? We haven't seen it yet today. I believe, especially in China, I think we got to see Naga Siren support a little bit. Didn't look very good. Carry Naga Siren didn't look very good either, to be fair. It seems like these teams really do not want to play against this hero, though, which, let's be honest, nobody wants to play against Naga Siren. It's just one of those heroes that you just hate playing against. If you can avoid it, you just avoid it. There's your Lina, though, which is another hero that you tend to hate playing against. And Entity pick it up for themselves now.
Yeah, I mean, they beat it last time. So I'm pretty sure Geek Slate also knows how to beat it. Again, in Southeast Asia, you tend to see that Lina slide through more often than not. So I'm wondering what the response is here. They've got room for something like the Scam Marcy if they want to pick it up early. They've got room for Drow, TA, Bloodseeker, I think is some of the heroes in Southeast Asia that we've seen tied in together to deal with the Lina. Instead, let's start off with Rubik. So either Raji or Narman in that hero. Both of them very prolific Rubik players. And to get the Batrider for Cox again, that is a hero that gets on top of Lina. That is a hero that doesn't care for the Lina BKB. So if you do enable the Batrider to just lasso her away, you can have a pretty decent time. That should be the Cox hero mid, though. Like, it is early on for a mid pick, but thinking about a Lina Batrider lane, it's not the best. She outranges you by a good margin. You can't just come up, apply the napalm, get some right clicks off. You will cop a lot of hits to get that done. You have the threat of maybe a pullback if you were playing Rubik and Batrider on the off lane, but it still doesn't sound like the best answer for Lina. So just going all in early for Cox. To be fair, he had a really good lane up against Stormer, right? Like, he did manage to win out. That was the Ember matchup, which again tends to favor the Batrider more often than not, but it is down to skill build, and Stormer still went for the Flame Guard. So just not the ideal against a Batrider there, but we'll see. We'll see what Entity does think. I'm pretty certain they'll think it's the Cox hero because, well, you're pretty stable with Lina, and I like the tiny pickup here. We saw Kataomi be really effective with it last time, did a lot of work on it. Why not again? Like, you just need to hit that blink timing, you're kind of set to go and help and control this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Kataomi had a really fantastic game number one on that tiny. Just so much setup being made by this hero, and so the Avalanche tossback, always a huge threat. No matter what patch we're in, this tossback is just huge. More bans to come out. The Drow Ranger being removed by Entity, which makes enough sense because that seems to be the one carry that everyone goes back to against the Lina. I wonder if Entity decide they want to ban the Slark as well, considering Watson so confidently taking on the Lina with his own Slark. Maybe he would want to get rid of it. For now, it seems like they're going to ignore it, but well, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Skem would play mean Slark. Like, he's a pretty versatile kind of pro player, so I don't think he doesn't know how to play Slark. Then again, you know, it's not like it's a direct counter towards Lina.
I think in a lot of ways it is a good foil. Like, I'd say it's a lot better than an Ursa counter to Lina because you're less susceptible to kiting. So it is a major threat. I'm trying to think of what circumstances you'd let that Slark through. Maybe you're more confident in stopping it in lane. Like, we saw Geeks like they didn't really manage to shut it down. Perhaps Entity knows its laning weakness a lot more and are kind of geared up for it. And they're already not going all in on single target control. Anyway, they've got pretty good AoE hold with just LSA and Avalanche coming through here in their opening picks. So you have some decent ways of holding it down in wider AoE. What else is left for Geek Slate, though? Like, with Drow and Ursa banned, again, the one match I remember seeing Alina lose out big time was, like, safe lane Bloodseeker and mid TA. I think that was Talon playing it, so like a Mikato TA. And a 23 Savage Bloodseeker. And it does form a pretty good counterpoint. You can threaten Lina, you force her to stand her ground instead of running around, and the TA gets on top of you. With her talents, even with all the attack speed in the world, it does give you windows for the TA to just melt you. She still has really good physical burst, and Lina is not the most high armor scaling hero until she gets a plate mail up. So a TA can be a good solution to that. Interesting that they do ban the Clockwork, so they are allowing the Slark through, and they are allowing maybe a couple more Lina answers through here on Entity's end. The question now is really just what Geek Slate does. Like, do they really hammer in the Cox mid Batrider this early on? It just feels a bit strange. And they go with the Sven. Raji has played at, I do believe. Raji has played out in the 5. We have seen that 5 Sven in China quite a fair bit. I wonder if, would you really want to run that in Schem? Like, core-to-core matchup of Lina versus Sven. In some ways,
sounds
it
like
works.
it's how so?
In some ways, it works. Armor, because again, I go back to this point where Lina hits 1,000,000 times, but her base damage isn't the highest until she gets some steroid items, like say a Silver Edge. So Warcry is a pretty good foil to that. At the same time, you can't really chase the Lina as a Sven, especially once the BKB's up. So going on top of her with your God's Strand up and running, it's a bit of a pipe dream. He's very kiteable with the heroes you have on hand from Entity. So I'm guessing this is just going to be the sport for Raji. We're going to have the Norman Rubik. You're just going to go all in and trying to be extra durable against the Lina. Maybe get a safe lane here that can go for something like AC. And it's kind of like the Faceless Void where you don't have the output. Right? Like Void up against these high armor heroes doesn't do much in Chrono. Lina can still play with Magical Burst, which is why the Sven as a counterpoint isn't the best, but in some circumstances, it can work. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not completely sold on it, but I can see the logic of it.
Well, I do hope it's not going to be a pos 1 Sven, at least for Geek Slate's chances here in this best of 2, because I don't think it does the job at all. Like, I like the armor points you've made here, but I think as a pos 5 Sven, it would do the exact same thing, right? And you wouldn't have a carry that's struggling to catch a Lina, so it'd be even harder now anyway, because there's a disruptor in the game, which you can just glimpse you back every time that BKB isn't available. So definitely not the greatest idea for Geek Slate if they did go down that route, and they won't. They'll go down the TB route. But even then, I still have my doubts. Like, does Terrorblade do the job against a hero like Lina? I don't know. Like, it does well against, say, DP, but against Lina?
I'd say yes. First 15 minutes are absolutely bad for the Terrorblade, 15 to 20. But past 20 with a couple of stat items, you feel a lot better. Your issue on the TB is your EHP scales really badly because your strength isn't there. You have really good base armor, so every point of strength actually is so effective on the Terrorblade. But the issue is you don't have much of that early game. So you're very susceptible to the burst plays here on Entity. I think the DP is actually a really tough lane for the Terrorblade. You can just get run down to the magical damage. You're very dependent on just having your Metamorphosis up to play that lane on the off lane. So I think you already have a pretty decent matchup here for Entity. That like DP tiny lane up against Terrorblade. Once Metamorphosis is down, like you get run down with the magical burst. Schem has to watch his spacing there. But you hit this timing with, say, Dragonlance Scotty, BKB, and suddenly that Terrorblade has a lot of EHP. A hell lot of armor from his natural base armor, along with his Sven Warcry. That if Lina doesn't burst you down with her spells in Laguna, you're going to survive. You're going to be able to hit back, and you will be able to get kills.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. Final bans to come. I see these final pickups very, very soon. Of course, offlane is once again being banned. This time, Force. Not going to have the Primal Beast. Not going to have the Beastmaster either. Seems like they are focusing on the mid lane right now of the side of Entity. So Geek Slate, they'll get rid of that Zeus. If there's any kind of magic dealer right now that does well against Batrider, should just be removed from the pool if they can. Kind of hard though, because you are still playing against Batrider, but they actually get rid of Slark. So I guess thinking maybe they could opt for the mid laner. Instead, they actually go for an Enigma. So it seems like it's going to be a mid DP coming out from Entity. They'll throw the offlane Enigma out here again for the second game in a row, but it makes enough sense against Terrorblade. And now Geek Slate, they need an offlaner. They need a Force hero, preferably one that's going to get active early, because God knows Schem can't get early on a TB. Like, there's no way you get active early on a Terrorblade compared to, say, last game where he got active on a Lina early on.
Yeah.
So what do you do here? Like, what does Force want?
I don't think it's a great Viper game. I'm not seeing that many heroes left for him. Like, there's some odd stuff, like, say, a Mars that can come out for him. He's played stuff like Magnus. Doom perhaps could actually be alright, but the lane matchup's also not the best. It's a bit difficult. I think you kind of backed yourself into corner with your Batrider now, because Batrider versus DP lane is really good for DP unless you extremely misplay and you get like several napalm stacks on top of you while being run down by Firefly. But for the DP, you can stand a bit further back, play with Crypt Swarm. You're probably not going to get too much value out of your Spirit Siphon in that mid lane matchup, but you can make it work. They will go with a Cop. They are running the off lane Batrider here, avoiding the DP matchup. And that's fair, because Cox would not have a game up against Stormer there. But now Force up against Watson on Lina. Batrider versus Lina's not the easiest time, especially with Fishman around to protect. Like, he's got the wall to cut you off. He's got the glimpse back. You can try for the lift and just running down, but Alina's Alina. She's got decent move speed. Fiery Soul hits level 2. Chasing her down is a lot harder. I don't know if you have enough pressure on Force to really set up for the team. Mind you, Cox should take a much more active position here. He was active in the last game. I think the Kotl timings are a lot sharper. He's going to be online a lot quicker. Travels or in Spirit Vessel, you're going to be ready to go. And just give your team that space it needs. I'm just wondering how long it will take for Force to commit to these fights.
We shall find out very soon, John. We're going to head into game number 2 very soon between these two teams, and it should be an interesting one. Geek Slate, can they draw this series out? Can they have a bit of a closer game than, say, game 1, which was a bit more of a one-sided affair the way of Entity? I'm looking forward to seeing it. Of course, this time around, Entity have got the broken hero of this current patch, which is the Lina. Against Skems TB, I personally still feel that the Lina is just a much more favorable matchup, but it is going to be based on gameplay, of course. I have to wait and see. Game 2 starting very, very soon.
Yep. I think the condition for Geek Slate's just to win out their lanes a lot harder. Like, they just need to get this overwhelming start. They have to find a way to slow down Watson, prevent that Lina from farming up, because if it does, your answer in the TB will take time. Like, the answer is there, but it will take time to build into that point. And now you don't really have the clear way of stopping the Enigma outside of stealing Black Hole yourself, which is fair. Like, they pick Enigma into Rubik. So it's still not the easiest game for Toby either. So you've got some answers back and forth here for both sides. I would say, when it comes to execution, it's honestly hard to say. I think both drafts are actually really even in terms of difficulty to execute, in terms of the times they might want to hit. Maybe a little bit easier for Geek Slate, just because I see the Keeper of Light going off to this overwhelming start. It's so hard to see a Kotl get thrown off from Travels and Earn timing, that once that's up, Cox should be able to just run around and play with his 2 supports, get aggressive early on. The one thing as Kotl here as well is, with a Sven support, you kind of cover one of its weaknesses in terms of no armor. Like, Warcry actually covers your Kotl really well in these engagements.
That's fair. I think the Warcry is going to have heaps of value here, don't get me wrong. Like, it's a lot of armor. Just whether it does enough is my question. We don't really have to answer that question because we're going to see it very, very soon. They might run into each other here for this level 1 timing. Seems like Geek Slate are the ones that really want to try and force a fight right now, and Kotl is one of those heroes that can dish out a hell of a lot of damage at level 1, just with the Illuminate alone. Never really wanted to fight into it if you can. Seems like they'll just split up for now, though. Geek Slate try to split up and try to secure more boundary runes for themselves. Watson, meanwhile, will show up topside onto Force. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. Just a bit of harassment being traded each way now, though Watson may get caught out in a bit of an awkward position because a lot of sticky napalm can come out now onto Watson. Chase is on from Force. There will be a light strike array being landed, and meanwhile Narman getting glimpsed back to make sure that Force has no help incoming. Force still chasing down Watson for another right click. Is going to connect, but won't be able to keep going for a kill attempt. There's a lot of damage being dealt the way of that Pos 1 Lina.
She already has the full magic wand up, though. So she has a lot of stats with 3 Iron Branches on top of that. The amount of charges to play with. They are constantly glimpsing Narman away. So that is cutting that lane off. We are taking a look at bot lane, though. Naomi, Toby up against Raji and Scam. This should be a pretty balanced lane. There is a kill threat on the Skem once he hits a level 2 in Katomi. And Toby can fall to the Malthus. That is a good amount of early magic damage to the Skem. But Raj can always cut off. He'll put his body forward, he'll cop the ganks, he'll cop the hits. And as long as he does his job in that sense, doesn't leave that lane, you can get what you want there.
First kill will already go the way of Entity as Narman does end up going down. Seems like he was trying to go for a big pull to help force out, but is now going to lose half the creep wave. I mean, you can still set a little bit of creep equilibrium their way, but ultimately not too much. Geek Slate already off to a bit of a rough start here in the off lane. How's the other lanes going though? Like mid lane, Cox versus Stormstormer. You kind of pointed out that Cox should have a decent enough time on this mid coddle, and well, for now he is 8-1. Stormstormer though not having a bad time either. 9-3, top of the CS board at the moment of the Death Prophet. And it seems like he should be, unless he gets caught by a rogue Illuminate, he should be just fine to continue his own farm up. Of course, for Cox, we've seen the mid coddle many times. You rush bit to travel, you go into the urn in Spirit Vessel, and then you just start roaming them out.
Yeah, just get active early. I don't see Stormstormer really stopping that timing out from Cox. They could try with a really aggressive support rotation, like Disruptor plus Tiny can actually set up really nicely for that. Keep the Coddle in one spot, get the full use of Spirit Siphon, get the Crypt Swarm spam on top of that as well. And that is one way for you to kind of get going there. But it shouldn't be a priority. It doesn't feel like you need to care too much about the mid. You just need to enable your side lanes. You need to shut down Skem and enable Watson more than anything else. They're already establishing that in a really good way. Watson just having a pretty good lane. Batrider again just doesn't do anything here. And I like that Fishman just went for Kinetic Field along with Glimpse. Like, you just can't run in. You can't commit on the side of Geek Slate. Even onto Fishman. Like, you can't go for the Disruptor and look for that kill attempt because he's always got to save. And there's just no way to gap close onto Watson. So you just give the freest lane possible to that lane.
It's a very unique skill build, but I do agree with you, John. It's very clever by Fishman. Sure, like the static, or rather the Thunderstrike with the right clicks is usually very effective in terms of harass, but if your only objective is to keep Watson alive, this is the way to do it. Hell, Thunderstrike kind of feels useless after a little bit. Just want it for the vision. Kataomi, he'll go for a bit of a chase into Rogi. Not going to amount to much, though, just fighting over the 3-minute power, rather bounty rune timing. At least Kataomi does get himself a nice D ward, though. That'll be nice. And even blocks the medium camp there for Cox. There's one thing that Coddles love doing is just farming the jungle after they've pushed out the mid creep wave. But now he'll be lacking one of the stacks. In fact, he's lacking 2 of them. 2 camps blocked right now for Cox.
Counterplay. That's how you stop that Coddle with the overwhelming farm. They need to get some D-wards out. Raji needs to be able to get control back in that jungle because this will starve out Cox from that timing. The travels is going to be a bit slower. The Urn, the Spirit Vessel timings are going to be thrown off by a minute or two. And that minute or two is enough for Entity to find an opening. It's enough for them to run down with the Exorcism and Stormer, commit an objective with the Eidolon spam from Toby. And once you lose a little bit of control on that map, suddenly you're going to feel a bit starved out on the TB and the Coddle. They're going to have to share farms somewhere.
Bottom lane. I thought maybe a bit of action was breaking up, but not quite. Both sides standing very close to each other. 0-1 so far, almost 5 minutes into the game. Very quiet thus far in this game, number 2. Because both drafts are kind of those mid-game snowbally kind of drafts, though, to be fair. I really appreciate how much emphasis is being put on making sure Cox does not have a good game, I must say. But Cox has had to buy 2 sentry wards already. It's a bit annoying for the mid-coddle because you just slow down those timings a little bit as Narman, top lane, does get caught out and will go down to the Rubik. He is giving space to Force to get that farm on the Batrider, but now a glimpse back, Watson might be able to land a stun here, though Force still running. Watson never gets that stun off.
It's not a great time up top. Like, Force is keeping up decently enough in comparison to Watson, but you do feel like the lane's getting so much more from that lane. And going back to your point with Cox, like, this is not a good feeling if you are Cox. Like, his lane, he's getting out-farmed by the DP now just from that little movement out. They try to line up for the 6-minute power rune here as well, but you've also got the numbers coming in from Entity. Raji's actually just going to be TPing out to help top here.
They need something. I mean, Fishman is going to get caught. Should go down. Oh no, stick charges! Oh boy, it won't matter. As the flame break, he's going to be alright to secure the kill. But it does show you how desperate they are. Like, that's only a pos 5 disruptor going down. And it's like, you've got to just get these rotations going to find something. Salvage the top lane in some fashion. And in the meantime, Storm has been pushing the mid lane with the Exorcism. Pretty much by himself. Cox is being chased down right now by Kataomi. In fact, Fishman, he's going to show up as well. They would really love the coddle, though. Stormer, he's dropping too low. Uh-oh. He could not get in range for a Siphon. And so, all these rotations, all these gank attempts from Entity, ends up giving the DP's life away.
Really now?
That kind of helps Cox to bounce back in. Does need again a little bit more to start into the travels, but he's inching towards it. The Urn's going to be a little bit late, a minute or two, but does feel like, despite that, and the impact is negligible. As long as it's sub 10 minutes, should still be lined up. The one big thing right now for the side of Geek Slate is Scan's lane is going fantastic. Like, he is doing really well in his solo lane. He's building up. The Terrorblade is enabled. The Lina is also enabled, but your window to be effective against the Terrorblade again is a little bit sharper. You want to be in control 20 minutes in to shut down the Terrorblade. If he manages to farm stats items, like 2 stats items ups, it gets a little bit tricky for the Lina to melt you. Your armor is just piled on. Cox will be looking to try to suppress that Lina as this game goes on here as well. But for Entity, the slower game, it's a little bit painful for them to deal with. Like, the first exit from Stormer as well only does a little bit of chip damage on the mid. Still relatively healthy here for the side of Geek Slate. And for Geek Slate, they're starting to clump up top. They want to make a move onto Watson. They want to be more aggressive onto that safe lane that caused them so many issues in game 1.
See what they can get done. I mean, Watson does back off at the right moment because they've got plenty of vision in that top lane to scout out this happening. Skem will just go right after the T1 top tower and should have it pretty easily with the meta. Force, Narman, they'll rotate into the Dire jungle to try and interrupt Watson's farm, and they're doing a decent job of it. Sending a few creeps away with the Fade Bolt, but Fishman's going to join in as well, make sure they can't just take these creeps for free. In the end, it seems like Watson will be just fine to take them himself. So they know where the Lina is. It's just a matter of, can you infiltrate the Dire jungle right now to take down this Lina? And the answer seems to be kind of no. Like, without Cox ready to go, you're not going to be able to really infiltrate that Dire jungle. And speaking of Cox, he's getting caught out right now. Kataomi in with the Avalanche Toss. Cox is going to just try and outrun them with the Spirit Siphon. And he is going to be fine to do so. Problem is, they have lost that mid tier 1 tower.
They get the objective they need on Entity anyway. They pull back the Stormer. They get a little bit more controlled airway to inch onto that bot jungle. Oh, of course.
Lasso is there, but it's only on Fishman, and he's going to try for a deny and gets it. Oh, that's rough. That's tough.
That's not a good feeling for Force. He's had a bit of a back and forth lane, but hasn't been able to get that first lasso off successfully. The numbers come in for Entity, so they can back up Watson, and they just back off. Unfortunate for Force, but really dicey position to be forced into lassoing right next to the stacked up creep wave for the creep camps. And you are starting to get to that point where Cox is ready to go. His urn is almost farmed up. Should be flying out now. He'll just need a charge and he'll be online. Just need to find that angle. Like, as long as Watson's farming up top, for the most part, I don't think Entity cares too much. You're still getting progression on Toby to go into the Guardian Greaves. It's still an enigma. He's still ahead of Force. Force is still bottom network core. He's got some room in the triangle to clear out these Ancients at the least. But there's going to be some good flash farm for Force here, stacking up the napalms, but he's got to make use of it. He is going for the drums, so he wants some early presence here in these fights. Should be joining in a lot more in this game in comparison to game 1.
Hope so. 2-2. 2k advantage to Entity. Net worth is skyrocketing right now for Watson and Stormer, so both their cores doing just fine. Skem falling a little bit behind in terms of that TB farm, and he's sacrificing his own farm to allow Force to get that initial farm up on the Bat Rider, but this is where things kind of went wrong last game. Mind you, it's not like the TB would really be able to stack those, would rather take those ancient stacks anyway, but, you know. Nevertheless. Feels like the entity side just getting way too much farm at the moment. Like, 5.8k net worth on the DP, 4.9 on the leader. You know, Maelstrom also almost up on Watson. Just allows him to get involved in fights once he has the Maelstrom up as well. Again, going to show up top lane. He's Kataomi. Can't really do much about him. Naaman is there if they wanted to try and make a play, but even then I don't think they really have enough for the Tiny. And don't forget, John, you are playing against an Enigma, right? Like, so if we're talking late game, Enigma is one of the kings.
And the one thing is that you do have that foil. They're making a move on Cox here.
They are. Static Storm is going to land. Cox has nowhere to go, and that's another big kill. Cox is about 400 gold off having that Spirit Vessel available. It is very delayed now, and it's just going to be even more delayed at this point. He just can't catch the farm.
It's difficult. Like, he's had the Urn for a while. They haven't been able to get a kill off the back of it. Their jump is just limited. They might be able to jump Watson, you know.
Oh, that's a big one. They've got the lasso. Watson eventually should just fall and will. Force will pick up the kill. And that's more of what you want to see here from Geek Slate, as they do even push in the mid-tier 1 tower. Skem popping the Metamorphosis to make sure this can happen. And it will. Tier 1 tower to go down. Watson to go down. Happy days for Geek Slate.
They managed to equalize map control, so they can invade a lot better on the top jungle. They can try to make some aggressive moves forward. They have a good ward watching Ancients being stacked up here as well. So at some point they can attempt that invasion there. And a rather even game, a rather medium-paced game. Right now, 3-3, 2k lead up. Force just getting poked a little bit, but not going to really be committed. No follow-through for Kataomi. For Geek Slate now, it's at the point where you really hunker down on Skem. Right? You just allow this Terrorblade to get his stat items up, get that Dragonlance, and allow him to get some EHP up, so when he shows in, he can handle that Lina for you. Smoke out now from Geek Slate. Full Spirit Vessel up.
Watson again, going to be targeted. He's a massive, massive one, though. It's going to be a smoke on smoke. They run right into each other. Roger's the only one to get caught out right now. It's a bit of a mess in the dire triangle, but Geek Slate, they are backing off. They don't like it. This isn't the fight for them, apparently. They lose Roger, and they'll leave it at that. Though Naaman is still being chased down here by Stormstormer. Able to keep up with the Disruptor.
I feel like you had an opportunity for Geek Slate to be much more aggressive there. Once that Static Storm faded, you had an angle in. You might be able to find some punishment here, but it's just a little bit too far to try to really fully chase. You still don't have any charges on Cox, which is really just the main awkward thing right now for Geek Slate. Like, he's had the Urn, he's had the Spirit Vessel now. To be fair, the Spirit Vessel's still relatively fresh, but you want to get the charges up. You want to get that momentum going for this hero. Start to force a threat out, especially while the BKBs aren't anywhere near close to being done yet. But as that time gets pushed back, the BKBs start to become a reality that you'd have to face at some point, and that's when the Kotl starts to feel less impactful. With Spell Immunity up, he literally doesn't do damage. Just gonna be a walking creep on those long duration BKBs in the mid game.
Going back to your point as well, John, like you kind of mentioned the fact that you thought they could kind of capitalize off that last engagement. I agree with you. Like, especially because with Cox, like, he's got this vessel up with 0 charges. Like, it felt kind of important for them to keep that fight going, but they didn't. And well, now without the charges up, this Coral doesn't do anything. Here we go. Another smoke out from Entity. Fishman wards down, looking for a glimpse back onto Cox. Won't be able to find it. Still a big wraparound through the mid-river. They'll head up towards the top lane, where they might run right into Rogi. Rogi, with great positioning to break the smoke, will do so, allowing Skemp to try and run his way out on the Terrorblade. But Stormstormer kind of avoiding him for a moment. Meanwhile, Kataomi, he actually ends up fighting Naaman. It's a 2-for-1 special. They both get trapped in the Static Storm. Skem's still trying to go for the meta play, but can't really fight through this. Meanwhile, Kataomi barely survives. The Illuminate damage proving to not be enough. And John, I'd hate to say it, but there's still 0 Spirit Vessel charges on Cox.
Just haven't found a kill since picking up the urn. They've not been able to play around that. This is where the support duo coming out from Geek Slate really causes issues. Yes, you can counterplay well. There is a reasoning behind that Sven pick, but it's just not a lineup that gets aggressive. They will try and Storm Stormer while he's alone.
They do. Stormer. He will go down. That's a big pick off here for Skem. It is the highest net worth on the board, so it's probably the biggest they could have gotten, but it's just hard to say that's enough for Geek Slate at the moment, because it's just, with the way this game's gone, like, you look at the way that Entity are moving right now, they just seem so much more confident.
You have to remember, right? Like, with the Terrorblade, it does take time to kick in, and we are still waiting for those stat items to be up. So, you do want to play a little bit more passive, but only on Skem. Like, Force and Cox have to make this move, and to be fair, Cox has been showing up. So has Force, but it's not been connecting. It's just so hard when you've got a Rubik and Sven as a support duo. They just don't get that instant jump in for the team. You will need to blink up on Force to really get control on these ganks. Once you have the Blink Lasso, which they do have now, you can easily scout out for those targets and commit a lot faster onto these heroes.
See if they can get it going now. I mean, they are grouped up here. Force, Roger, and Naaman. In fact, Cox is going to join. He'd love a charge on that Spirit Vessel. Problem is, BKB is now up on Watson, so this could be very, very bad timing for them. Naaman holding a smoke. Won't pop it yet. They aren't really moving. In the meantime, Roger's been caught. It's kind of one of those things, like you're either hunting or you're being hunted. And sadly for Geek Slate, they are being hunted.
You're just playing really passive. We talked about that timing with BKBs. With Watson having his up, Cox is just not going to be doing damage on that one hero. That's a big hero you really want to try to burst down in these fights. Roshan just being given away from a Geek Slate as well. We have to see if this Gambit installing out for Skem and Force and Cox will pay off. Speaking of Skem, he's not in the safest spot here.
He will back off at the right moment. Still, Aegis will go the way of Entity. Watson holds the Aegis once again. Working on towards his boots of travel now, so he's just going to be even more of a menace. We are yet to see a black hole this game, I believe, from Toby. He just hasn't needed to throw it out at all. Yeah. How long do you think till we have a Spirit Vessel charge, by the way, John? Maybe now?
Hopefully you'd find one in the next 2 minutes. You'd want it within the next 2 minutes. Again, they've got this blink up in Force. They just need to drag someone back. Find a target. Any target. Even a Disruptor. Just have Cox around for it. And then you can start running them more. They get a good scan, but dancing around, it's...
Yeah, that they scan, but then they're not moving in. Okay, the Watson's right there. Like, they can't see it. Watson's running into them now. This is perfect. There's an Obs Ward watching him right now. They'll make the jump in. Lasso's there. Problem is, he does have the Aegis, but they get the kill. Sadly, that doesn't count for the Spirit Vessel, by the way, John. Because it is just the Aegis.
A little bit too far anyway.
Was he too far? Was that it?
I think so, but I'm not sure if it also counts for a charge, to be fair. Like, I've never... You know, it's one of those interactions that's in the heat of the moment, so you don't tend to really see. I don't think it does. I think you're right, but I just haven't ever noticed it so tense when you take care of an Aegis. The one good news right now for the side of Geek Slate is your farm on Skem is escalating. He's keeping up with Lina. He's got his stat item in the Manta and the Dragon Lance as well. So 1.9k HP, 33 armor. That's without the Warcry being around. So he just needs more HP. If you can survive the initial burst with Lina, chances are you're going to survive through that entire fight. You've always got the Sunder to play with. You're going for a little bit of a shove in top here as well. but fight is there to stall, and they're also looking to shove down bot here with a DD on Watson, which is going to go a lot quicker. Should be able to find it evenly.
Rotations top lane. Skem's been caught out. He will run. He'll be okay. He's a tanky boy with all that armor. Even with the double damage on Watson, he couldn't quite burst him down as much as he wanted to. He did get a lot of damage off. That's for sure. And well, for Geek Slate again, they just, it's like, what are they actually doing in this game? Like, it's a 2k advantage for Entity. It's not that big of a deal, but it just doesn't seem like Geek Slate, they haven't found any openings or they haven't got a game plan. I'm not really sure here, John, but they haven't made any plays happen.
I think it's more of openings. I think there is a game plan. I think they're playing around, just building up for this Terrorblade really well. But you haven't done enough to suppress Lina, so she's at parity. And Lina at parity is not the worst thing in the world against a Terrorblade. She doesn't have the EHP to really stand up to the TB. Unless she just focuses in, like, literally Laguna, Dragon Slave, and LSA all onto the Terrorblade in very quick succession. And maybe you just have more magic damage around you as well. But in a vacuum, your Terrorblade will feel pretty darn good in that matchup. You're even forcing Watson right now to just go for the Lincoln, so he's not going to be a Sunder target, which is big in terms of cutting off what Scam would like to do in the middle of these fights. That's going to cause some issues for Scam if he is caught out now. You're invading the top jungle quite nicely here in Geek Slate, but they're surrendering your bot jungle anyway to Entity. So their farm game is still building up. Stormer has the full Kai Assange, had it for a while, and they'll go in a smoke on smoke here.
Lane with the action may break out. They completely avoid each other. They'll take the outpost back for now. Geek Slate, they'll do the exact same thing. Just completely avoiding each other for now. Roshan's still ages away from respawning, so you don't have that objective to play for. Just 4 to 7, 23.5 minutes in now. Skem the highest net worth on the board, which he was last game as well, to be fair. Skem's still doing his job as a POS 1. Farming very, very effectively. Meanwhile, 23.5 minutes in, still no Spirit Vessel charge.
Yeah.
But we might break a record at some point, John, with how long this is going to be.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it would at some point. You could just have basically maybe full Octarine and Aeon Disc on Cox buy it before he even finds the charge. I'd be surprised by that at this rate. I get why both sides are playing defensive as well. Like, again, you want to build up on both ends. You're confident in your Lina, you're confident in your Terrorblade. Just going to be down to execution. And right now, it just feels like Entity can execute a lot better, just because Geek Slate are just avoiding way too much. Like, they're just dodging out and stalling when they haven't been able to force any BKB, so it's still a 9-second duration on Watson. Coxon will do nothing for 9 seconds up against Alina. You've got a 9-second BKB on Stormer as well. Like, you're at the point where the Coddle, because no fights are breaking out, doesn't even have this got him with, say, lower duration BKBs here.
Ignore the Coddle. Yeah, Cox. Well, they do toss him out of the Static Storm, but it doesn't really matter. He still just gets destroyed. Really, in the meantime, Scotty has been picked up by Skem. So this is the big timing of the Terrorblade. Massive power spike in terms of itemization, but well, the game's basically on his back at this point. Like, it's Skem versus the world.
Yeah, and if there's any hero that can, like, 1v5, Terrorblade is up there. And being able to do that for your team. So, he can be pretty much the entire output of his team right now. He has gone for, like, attributes now as well, just skipping Reflection, which is fair. I do feel like there is value in just having this slow on hand, but with a BKB up and running, you're probably not going to get the best use of Reflection here anyway. So you don't mind that too much. PK lead standing for Entity. Oh, Lincoln's for Watson. So again, something to block off the Sunder.
Bottom. What they got,
Oh.
it's going to be forced on the Batrider. There's your black hole. Like, it's like, if we're never going to commit black hole, I may as well just use it for these solo pickoffs. It's like, what's the point of holding onto it at this point for Toby?
Yep. Just get the kill, back off. You know you're probably not going to need it in the next team fight anyway. Roshan, half a minute away until we see that timer. Geek Slate are lucky they could find a nice timing for Roche. They're ready with the Metamorphosis on Scam here as well. They know Black Hole would be down in that window. They could take a pretty nice fight in the pit. See if they're lucky. A few seconds here. Entity. I mean, it's a 4K lead. It's held steady for a while. Roshan respawn is a little bit longer. Geek Slate. It's mildly frustrating that they just aren't aggressive with a Coddle. At the same time, and he can re-shove waves anyway. If you lose these objectives, you still have some semblance of map control almost. They will smoke up now, though.
They will. Run through the Radiant jungle they go. Lines being drawn out towards a diad triangle. Watson is around. He's the primary target, and they've spotted him underneath some visions. They pop the drums, they are rushing behind. Warcry and all, Watson still farming that triangle, not realizing they're right behind him, though he had the Lincolns up, so he's fine. Force, no, he'll get the lasso. They saved it for this moment. Watson, can he fight back? He's going for the TP out, and he's gonna make it out. They can't stop him. Meanwhile, Narman's the one to go down to Stormstormer. And that's demoralizing.
It is. It's not the happiest time. I mean, at the least, still got the lasso through BKB, but that Static Storm just messed him up. Scam just couldn't really do as much, although he did already pop meta, but there was no follow-through control. And at the least, you forced that 9-second BKB out, so you are getting some resources expended here from Entity, but you're just not winning yet on the side of Geek Slate. Once you have this X up on Cox, it gets a little bit better though. But Roshan's already been taken again by Entity. Doesn't take too long with the outfit they have. Rosh number 2 going their way. And Geek Slate just don't have control in the area. They surrender that control. Gonna have to face off with 2 lives on Watson. And that's easier said than done. I don't really know if you have the follow-through control once Lasso is expended to really kite that lean and keep her in one spot there.
Top tier 1 tower is going to be targeted now by Entity. Aegis up, so a lot more confidence on their side of things, as they can just go for the top tier 2 if they really want as well. Nothing really hold them back. I mean, Geek Slate, they're going to try and push down the bottom tier 2 tower. Like, it's all they can really do because they don't want the team fight at the moment. So many spells down as well for themselves. The T2s to drop. The net worth advantage going up to roughly 6k for Entity now. 5, 6k, just bouncing around between those 2 numbers. That'll be pretty much it. They don't get the T2 bottom tower on the side of Geek Slate. Just kind of backed off before the defense came in. Scam is still top of the net worth board in the TB, but you know, that's about all that's going right now. Yeah.
It's not wide enough to have like one major item on top of the Lina. You can still play around, and you have your own fresh BKB now, so Scam should be a lot more confident in these team fights. And maybe at some point this Ultra Farm pays off for Geek Slate. You've got Octarine and Cox. He's going for a Hex. He'll probably have Hex before he has a Spirit Vessel charge as well. I think we have probably broken a record for the longest time with no charges for Cox.
No,
like, this has to be. This has to be the most passive Coddle game I've seen yet. Oh, that we've seen actually here, Mikey. And for Entity, you're happy about that. You really are just pleased about this game. Like, you don't need to take risks. You're farming. You're in your lane. You're on cruise control. The side of Geek Slate are just hoping they're like a ticking time bomb. Got the BKB up in Toby, so the only thing to cancel now is like a stolen black hole from Narman, if he can get that off. Right position, easier said than done. BKB up for Force as well. They've got some answers for the Bat Rider to get in there. But, yeah, I mean, you've got the Shard up on Raji. It's a +6 armor on top with a Warcry active armor as well. And that nearly adds half the armor back to Terrorblade. So he really shouldn't melt in the middle of these fights outside of the magic damage coming through here. But they're gonna put this armor. I mean, you do want to dodge Lina while Aegis is also hold up there.
I mean, just mid. What is it, John?
It takes me back. Entity RNG.
Ah, yes, that was a game.
I don't think we'll beat that here, but
No, I
feel like
hope not, John. Katsuomi, he's gonna get caught out.
Charge!
Oh, he's got a spirit vessel charge. He's got two of them. Here we go. Look how started they got.
30 seconds.
Geek Slate, they just started rushing like we've got the vessel charges, boys. Let's go.
Oh.
Go drop the static storm just to try and get away. Applause out from force. This is where the game changes for everyone, John. Cox has got 2 spirit vessel charges.
It's the beginning of something new, Mike. Exactly that. Taking us all the way back to High School Musical, I think.
What are you
it's not
even
gonna
saying?
be much, to be fair. It's the beginning of something new. Isn't that a High School Musical song? Did you
I
not watch
never
High School
watched
Musical,
that.
Mike?
Why did you watch it?
It was literally everyone watched in my high school, to be fair. I don't know why. And again, maybe it was just because of my class. We had this disproportionate amount of girls in our class, so it was.
I'm sure.
It's an interesting place. So it's fun. It's fun, to be fair. I enjoyed it. It's nice.
I bet it was.
Radiant's middle tower is under
It's easy.
That's the honors class.
Oh, the honors
Radiant's
class.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah. Yeah. Look
You're
how
so
that
smart.
worked out for me, Mikey.
Yeah.
I'm stuck here with you. 4 a.m.
You're welcome.
Blessing, Mike.
5 to 10, 7k advantage now for Entity. Back to farming it is for both these two teams, as neither one really wants to engage in a huge team fight unless it's on their terms. I mean, Aegis is expiring in 10 seconds, so that's a bit of a loss here for Entities. They don't really find any value out of it. Meanwhile, Geek Slate should know this. So they group up. There goes the Aegis. Maybe a smoke to come out from Geek Slate. Though it doesn't seem like they're holding one right now, to be fair, so no smoke to come out. They could just literally... What is it, John?
They bought the smoke and Armin. They heard you. They heard you demand for it.
I mean, they could just rush into the dyed triangle if they really wanted to.
Really, Mike? Do you think they do that after all this time? I don't think they'd want to. No. We have to accept. We are at 5 to 10, 34 minutes in. They do not want to fight me. Let's accept this reality.
Yeah.
Right? The first step to moving on, Mike, is acceptance. Accept. We accept. We go through the denial phase, which is when we were hyping this up. Now we're at acceptance. We're here. We're gonna hit 60 minutes. We're gonna hit 90 minutes. We're gonna hit 120 minutes. And we're not gonna be sure about what's gonna happen then. But we'll be glad it happened, Mike.
That's not very reassuring, John.
You know it could happen too. You know this lineup could stall.
Yeah, it certainly can. Mid lane, they are looking at Stormstormer right now. It is kind of hard to force to jump in, considering how many Lincolns there are available on Entity, but Stormstormer does not have one. They'll just occupy the Dire Triangle. Same thing will happen on the side of Entity. They'll just occupy the other side of the Dire Jungle, and they're just waiting for Roshan again. There is a bit of a push happening down at the bottom tier 3 tower, though. The TB Illusion is getting rid of all the creep waves.
Dire's middle tower
That could force rotations, but Geek Slate immediately move all their heroes back to the base. All of them TP back to base.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under
I'm just a
attack.
little
Very
bit worried that we'll go for a smoke plate on the Salvage here.
Radiant are
On the high ground.
It seems like they were thinking there was a push coming from Entity, but there was nothing.
Alright. they've gotten into their heads a little bit. Like we talked about what happened in game one. Now they're just ultra defensive in their line of thought. I thought they'd switch to a more aggressive game. They just double down on defense. They're like, well, guys, we just didn't read their movement out. You know, we didn't see them jumping us. Now we'll see them everywhere. They're in the trees. They're in the shadows. They're in the river. They're everywhere. Let's just play it safe. Like they got some sort of PTSD from that last game. It's a bit rough.
Perhaps. Double damage rune. Watson. Oh, Skem's got it. Skem has got it.
Cool.
Yeah. Doesn't do much.
I mean, if they had a smoke, you know, instead of smoking high ground there, this is where it could go in.
I mean, Roshan could spawn in like 5 seconds. It could be an instant respawn.
True.
Money to
That
burn.
would be spicy. No.
It's not.
No. Hey, good the hell, Mike. You hyped me up for a fraction of a second there. You ever wonder? You know, I feel like you love to talk about secondary objectives in Dota. I feel like at some point, these ancients are supposed to be ultra powerful beings, right? That we're defending.
Right.
Why can't they do something? Why don't they do something? Like, let them do something, please. Like a new glyph that acts as an offense thing. Yeah, you know, that sounds good lore-wise. I'm okay with that.
That's a good idea.
Great idea, John. Yeah. Like that idea, John. You're going places, John. Oh, I know. Thank you.
Don't stop it. You're losing
See,
your
it's
mind.
been long enough that the medication's wearing off, Mikey. Yeah, the medication's wearing off. I'm starting to twitch really badly here, Mike.
Oh, I can feel it, John. Oh, Anthony. Almost at the stage now where Watson has a Satanic coming out. Just gonna buy it outright by the looks of it. Skem trying to save for buyback gold at the moment. Doesn't really have it.
Dire are
Definitely wants it for the next fight, but he's a 5-man smoke. Could be, because there's no buyback on Skem. So if he dies right now, and they start pushing high ground, it's going to be a lot lost, but it's a long wraparound. They're going right through the back.
No.
Uh-oh. Wrong way. They'll see Cox's courier. They're waiting for Cox to buy something on his courier, it seems.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Cox is
No.
not buying out.
No.
I mean, he's...
They've just break things.
Dire's middle tower is
That was
under
exciting for a good
Yeah.
10 seconds. Oh, you gotta appreciate these moments when they come out, Mike. You don't know when it'll happen again. Oh, I'm glad.
Roshan's up. Roshan's up. This is when it happens, John.
Sure. Maybe. Maybe not.
Well, they've
Happy
got to
little
fight. I mean,
accidents
Geek Slate
happen.
has to fight. They can't let Roshan go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
they
they
shouldn't
do.
let it go. But they're gonna have to fight into Toby with BKB, so positioning for Armin has to be on point here. If that black hole goes off, all the EHP in the world won't save Skem from that damage. A lot of pings. A lot of furious pings.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So Anthony know Roshan's up because the Eidolon scattered it out, and Geek Slate should know Roshan's probably up because of the timing. Sight Device now available on Cox, but he does not have buyback gold available, so he's all in. Yeah, this Roshan going to be extremely important. Aghanim set the blessing available on it as well. Geek Slate, without a smoke, they're just trying to do the old-fashioned way and just sneak around, hoping there's no vision around for the side of Entity. Making their way over to that dire jungle, or rather dire triangle. Meanwhile, Entity are setting up wards for the Roshan attempt. Geek Slate back off once again from that dire triangle. Back towards the mid lane they go.
Yeah. So, oh.
Just an illusion coming through. Roshan's gonna get stunned. Daybreak is gonna reveal Watson in the Roshan pit. He'll just go back for the Roshan for a moment, but these TB illusions need to be cleared up before they can keep going. It's a very fast Roshan. Problem is they aren't just allowed to sit there and attack it. Watson will move back in now. He will just commit all the way. Light Strike Array is there. They're trying to make it as hard as possible, but Aegis is going to go the way of Watson. He just picks everything up. I don't believe Force got anything. They do get a disruptor for their trouble, but that's it. That is literally it. Watson, yeah, he took everything. He got the Aegis Shards and the Ag's Blessing on the Lina.
Yeah, it's gonna be really happy with that one. Wonder who they pass the Ags through. Probably just give it to the Disruptor. Right? Like, surely that's your big play. I don't mind it too much on the Enigma either, because of the pull. I think it actually makes it really hard for the Rubik to find his counterplay there. So either option is good for Watson to pass it on to. Out of Geek Slate, you gotta push out of that though. Like, they commit the Metamorphosis, they go in, they take a 2-2, so they're evening out map control a bit. It's actually pretty big to maintain that equilibrium in this game. And somehow Entity loses 2k worth of gold. No, they suddenly gain 6. Oh, that's off just eating the Ags here.
Yeah.
Eat it, actually. Yeah, they go with Kobe. So you have the pull back now in the black hole. Even more damage, HP scaling damage. That's one really good solution towards Scam as well. If they even need to use the black hole, because we've seen it like once or twice. In the series, mind you. I think we've seen it 3 times in the series.
Quite literally, we've never, like, we hardly get to see it. There was the last time we got to see Black Hole was a solo Black Hole down a bot lane literally about 25-30 minutes ago. That's how long it's been.
We should be glad it happened, Mike. Be happy with these happy little actions. You know what? I saw something in chat. I have to raise this up. I know why Geek Slate are playing this way. They're making it so the C fans, they can relax a bit. It's late.
Yeah.
They feel a bit drowsy, just get them tuckered in. Relax, guys. It's a game of Dota.
Here we go. They're onto the high ground. They're onto the high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Your 3 tower almost down, but you kind of pointed this out earlier. Like, you're against the Coddle. Coddle Rubik, it's going to make it impossible to go high ground. They've had enough. Bye-bye. We're out of here. It was too hard. They glyphed. There was Illuminates flying through. Our creep wave couldn't survive. We're out of here.
Just back off.
Kataomi, he hasn't backed off though. Force. Oh, nice Lotus Orb. Gonna waste the lasso here of Force. Still, they are gonna try and chase down Kataomi. They've got the Hex out. Problem is, Force is melting to the damage of Watson. So it's a decent trade to go the way of Entity. Kataomi has buyback anyway, where Force does not. Can they capitalize? Can they go high ground off this? Maybe finish off the tier 3 tower.
I've seen the BKB and Metamorphosis commitment out from Scam. They know they've got a window here. Shouldn't be too much to be scared of, but the creep wave will just be constantly blasted away. Although you've got the output on Watson now.
What, Watson? Watson literally just walked in, but Toby's in. He's got the black hole. Narman tried to steal it, but it is not going to be enough. He had the link. It's going, though. Scam somehow survives. But the Aegis expires, or rather Watson loses it. So Watson, he'll stick around anyway with the BKB to finish off that tier 3 tower. Scam gets glimpsed back. Yeah, complete chaos. Black Hole has been stolen. How long did Toby wait to use another spell?
What's happening?
He stole Black Hole. But Toby just never used another spell.
They take the racks, but now you have to be scared of his threat of Black Hole.
He literally didn't use another spell for however long the Lincoln's duration, or rather the spell still was. So for 12 seconds, he didn't use anything after Black Hole.
Let's be fair here, Mike. We've had 19 kills. Sometimes you forget what exactly is happening in the game when you're stalled out that much. So, I don't completely blame Toby for that.
Okay.
It's still not the best thing in the world, but it happens.
I mean, it might cost him now,
This is risky. This is risky from Skemdo. If he dies here, and he has to die back. He does have BKB Metamorphosis ready, though, but they need an angle. Looks like after 45 minutes, they still can't find one. Maybe you need to get a protractor out. Look for those angles where you can. Geometry.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Butterfly now up on Scam. He's just completely buying out here on the Terrorblade. No messing about.
We are seeing the answers, right? Like, in the court matchup, the TB does melt Alina. Yes, Mikey.
I was going to say to you, John, with the way this game's gone, it's not like they have to really fear Black Hole of Narman, because it's going to expire anyway. Like, that was the first team fight in like 25-30 minutes, John. Like, this Black Hole's not going to last anyway.
No. absolutely isn't. Like, you are perfectly right.
Narman should literally
Not
just
gonna
go
pan
black
out
hole the
again.
creep wave.
Are scanning.
Just go black hole that creep wave right now.
Yeah,
Narman.
just do something with it. We know it's not going to be there. Narman, you know that this is just not going to happen. I mean, it could. He is going for Ags. You know what? Let's go. Narman, Ags, this is where it gets spicy. Maybe. You said that about a lot of items, Mike. It has not gotten spicy. But it could. And
MKB now.
could get spicy.
Yeah. Immediate
Good.
counter towards the butterfly skin. Just
Yeah. It's a good way of just kind of getting some additional damage that doesn't care for all the armor and EHP of Scam. Like, the magic damage is still really effective here. So that's actually a pretty big part in boosting his DPS for the Court Core matchup. Side of Geek Slate. I'm just wondering about Raji and Narman and the torture they subject themselves to, especially Narman. Just going into a 3 Filipino team from a 4 Indo team, and this is what happens on his land. This is what happens when he goes to the land. Like, what? He's got Ags. So yeah, steal some spells, Narman. Get some joy. There's the smoke. Did they find anything? Maybe.
mid lane entity trying to use Stormstormer as bait.
Is under attack.
Roshan's still a while away from respawning. Entity might just wait for it, honestly. If they're in the Roshan pit, but they know it's not going to spawn anytime soon.
I like what Watson's queued up. He's just going for clarity. This is the play. At this point in the game, mentally, you're gonna need some clarity in your life.
Yeah.
It's where the questions come out, Mike. Clear up your mind. Stay in a Zen state. Zen state. This is peak Dota.
Wind
Smart.
Waker is now up
Push.
on Cox. I do love the fact that Cox still like, I know he had the vessel charges earlier, but there is no vessel charges right now. I feel like at this point you've just got to get rid of that damn thing. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, just sell.
Just sell it.
It's literally useless now. Like, the DPDs are there, the spells are in hand. Lotus Orb, Virgin Greaves. Like, yeah, you're not gonna get value. He will sell it for the end disc, I'm sure. They are actually shoving in tier 3 bot. Like, the damage these illusions do is pretty incredible for just having illusion
Dire's
spam out.
bottom tower is under
But you know what? They could even out the game. They could actually even out the game. Just with the illusions. They are actually evening out the game.
attack.
Yeah, they are.
I-
Entity are hanging around.
Dire's bottom
They're waiting
tower
for an early Roshan timer, John. They're hoping for early Roshan. It's in 28 seconds.
is bottom left.
So there's that. They also got a
What
double
about the
damage, by the
refresh?
way, on Watson.
Refresh up on Toby, so he can throw at least one black hole out.
But they actually gave Arax away. I can't believe that.
Yeah, these illusions hit so hard. It's
Yeah,
so
I know,
damn
but
hard.
I'm saying they let the illusions just hit the
Dire's
racks for
bottom
free.
barracks are under attack.
Nobody
Because
was
they have
there.
to watch Roche. Have to watch out of Roche, like you said, Mike. You were right. And then they back off from Roche, but they have the Eidolon in anyway. They could have
I'm-
just had the Eidolon in though.
I'm not saying they had to watch Roche, John. I said they were watching Roche. Now Roche is up. Now they can literally watch Roche. Because it's there. Watson will show himself. With a double damage rune, they'll get stunned. Geek Slate know this is happening. They want to fight this one. There's 4 items on Roshan. Watson cannot carry all of them. He's only got 2 slots in the backpack right now. Jump is there. Who have they got? It's going to be Kataomi, but they're backing off again. Geek Slate, do they want to fight? Force, trying to rush forward. There's an Axe. There's a Refresher chart. He's got a couple of them. The Aegis will go the way of Entity, but Force, he gets away with 3 items. He's got Refresher Shard, Ags, and Cheese on the Bat Rider.
Ooh, that's pretty big. Who is he gonna give Ags to? It looks like they drop it in the base. Force does actually make that worthwhile. Maybe just hand the Ags over to Skem at this point? Yeah, pretty much just have that second Metamorphosis up, have the Terror Wave, have some Fear on hand. I would have actually said that Bat Rider Ags would have been better, and he does eat. He eats it in the end, gets approval from the team, double lasso ready. They've just got to land it. Remember, with double lasso, the secondary lasso target, I don't believe Lincoln's blocks that. But now you have the Ags and Fishman as well. Got ways of just taking control of these fights on Entity. Their team fight's just a lot stronger. They're going to be able to commit with this Aegis here.
Force, missing out on the initial lasso. Just want to pop it onto the Lotus Orb of Watson.
He didn't expect the Lincolns to be in the backpack. He actually didn't expect the Lincolns in the backpack. Oh my god.
No.
Watson swapped out the Lincolns in the back. And he didn't expect it. He could have lassoed. But no, he didn't. Who does that? What the hell, Watson?
Smoker. Five-man Smoker from Geek Slate. They're going to wrap around through that Radiant jungle. Also pop the drums immediately. Fishman has been spotted on the Disruptor. That's where our lasso's going. Fishman, he'll still drop the Static Storm. Try for the TP out, but will not make it. He will go down. Static Storm was taken by Narman, by the way. He's got Klim's Static Storm, so right now he's Disruptor. Narman is the Disruptor.
Yeah, and he has the Ags, so he's got the Ag Static Storm muting as well. That's pretty major. Although, when I mouse over it, it says no Aghanim upgrade found. I'm pretty sure that's just a textual bug. But this is actually huge. Geek Slate, if they get a good use of the Static Storm, that is their ticket into the high ground. That's their ticket to cleaning up this bot set of racks and taking more. 11k behind, and the game is still kind of in a deadlock here. Look at Raji, Mike. We never mentioned this. He skipped God's Strength because he's a support. Went in on the stats.
Yeah.
He has
Makes
level
sense.
2 Great Cleave. Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay,
always interesting to see.
The Great Cleave is where it confuses me. Like, why did you go Great Cleave? Like,
He's maxed out on stats. It's like, what does God's Strength gonna do for me? You know what? I'll just farm with a Cleave. It has 100% uptime compared to God's Strength. I will
very
farm.
true.
At some point. Maybe.
Highly unlikely at this point, John.
You ever wonder if the ancients have like a narrative in their head, or like they see what happens in the game, they're just wondering why? Why are you guys doing this?
Oh, hold on.
Nice.
There's a 4-man smoke up. Jonathan. Entity's trying to move forward. Oh, they see Scam. Scam. He sees them. Watson. Not going to be able to catch him yet. Scam on the run. Should be okay. Kataomi, do you have detection? No, they do see him. They've got Scam on the Terrorblade with the Static Storm. Stolen by Narman. Will be dropped down. Scam is still trying to fight with the Laguna. It's a lot of damage being dealt away at the TB, but he's still running away. In fact, now the Sunder. Stormstormer. He's the one in danger. Trying to heal up. He's going to be alright for now. The Black Hole. It does come out, but what a completely chaotic team fight. Watson now might be the one in trouble. Needing to back. No. He goes for the man fight Scam. He does eventually drop, but he has buyback. What the hell is that? What a mess.
So close to finding at least one life up, but don't manage to do anything.
Naomi,
no?
that's a nice avalanche. He's found at least one, and that's going to be Rogi. Rogi will die back. They can go for more now. Problem is they might lose Kataomi, but he's still trying to run himself. Meanwhile, Scam, he does take down Toby, but now he's in danger. Watson going for the kill, but no detection. Sunder, it comes out. They'll hex him up. They've got the Lina this time around, but Watson, he'll keep fighting because he has a secondary life with the Aegis. Still chasing down Scam. He doesn't seem to care. Now he's underneath the T4 towers. He's going to be a little bit careful. Oh, that was the flicker. Bit of an unlucky flicker there from Watson. It won't matter though. He'll go back after the tier 3 tower. He may need to be careful. He's very low on HP at the moment.
They find some punishment in Geek Slate in that defense, but they aren't able to clean up the Lina. The court-to-core matchup now is just super dicey. Like, yes, you can still handle it as Scam, but it's not a vacuum. There's a lot of spells playing out. The teamfight control is there. The Black Hole. If you don't steal that with Narman, then you just don't have an answer. The Wind Waker can stall for some time, but not enough with Apollo Crew being there as well. Just go back in. No creep wave yet, though.
And mid-rack's under siege now. Very, very quick here from Watson. Geek Slate. The ones that need to find a way to fight back here. So break the Lincolns, but the immediate Lotus Orb comes out on Watson. An Entity, it doesn't seem like they want to stick around too much longer. Already on their way out. Watson just casually holding on to 10k gold right now on the Lina. 8k gold on Stormstormer. I mean, how many games do Entity have like this? Like, I swear, every time we cast Entity, they have these kind of games where everyone's just holding 10k gold.
Yeah, Yeah. Again, I go back to TI.
Yeah.
Where we had that amazing game.
Record
At least we had some moments there. I mean, we had some moments. You know, we had the portal into the ancient. You know, that was twice, which was a bit desperate for Margie, but you know, they had to do what they had to do. We don't have that option, unfortunately.
Mana!
What I want to see from Geek Slate now is really just the Ags for Schem. That Terror Wave is massive. I mean, they gave the Ags to Force, but he's not really able to get the double lasso off onto anyone. He will go for the refresh next. Well, it's not too far off, it looks like, at the least. So, if that's up and running, you should be able to provide more for the team. 25k net worth lead for Entity, 56 minutes in. Neutrals will be coming out. Will we have a Giant Cox? Who knows? Answering anyway, but Giant Cox sounds good.
It does. Yeah, we are getting to that. I mean, we are just going to wait for tier 5 items, surely, at this point.
No. We're waiting for next Roche, to be specific here, Mikey.
Yeah, obviously,
That's
Jonathan. You get my point.
Of life.
I mean, to be fair, though, Roshan may respawn before the tier 5 item timer.
Yeah. Oh? Smoke. See it?
Possibly. Wrap around through the top lane. Naomi's around the corner. Might just break the smoke, but not quite. Geek Slate still hanging around. Afraid to go to that high ground though, as Entity are just waiting in the wake. Oh, Watson, he's TP'd in the top lane. Lincoln's broken by the lasso. Force, in fact, it wasn't even the lasso. It was the Force staff. But they can't get in range for the lasso any longer. Force needs to run. He'll refresh just so he can BKB and get away. Another mess of an engagement. Watson buys a refresher orb himself now. He has the recipe on the courier. Here we go. I told you, Don. They want to finish this game before 60 minutes. It's always the case with these pro players.
No.
Never mind.
Yeah. Oh. You told me what, Mikey? What did you tell me? I didn't hear you properly over the sound of silence here.
Don't worry about it, John. Don't worry about it.
Roshan about a minute away. Refresh out now as well for Stormer. Geek Slate. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, Mike. I'm actually at a complete loss. You ever wonder if Ancients ever yell up there? Like, what are you guys doing?
No.
Why are you doing this? Why aren't you killing the other Ancient? Why aren't you killing each other? Why are you killing these creeps? I am the Ancient. I wage this perpetual war. You must wage this war. Not
1 minute away. 1 minute from those tier 5 items, 10 seconds from Roshan, Jonathan. And once again, Entity going to have first dibs on Roshan.
I mean, they are the aggressors. They're the ones in control of the game, so they've got control of the map. So they've got control of Roche. So they will take Roche. The Ags this time, who would you hand it over to? Honestly, just give it to Kataomi at this point. Free volley is pretty legit. If not, Stormer for a much faster push. No concession coming out from Geek Slate. They did have vision, but they understand they just can't fight. Kataomi will take the Ags, so we've got the tree volley on. 32k deficit for the side of Geek Slate. They've got to do something on the high ground. If Schem just dies randomly, that's it.
I just looked at the kill score. It's 10 to 16. 60 minutes.
You know the
in.
saddest thing, Mike? This isn't the slowest
What's
game
that?
we've seen. We had F10K at 40 minutes, so this isn't.
Yeah,
as
that
bad
was
as it
that was
gets.
your boys.
Yeah, that's Talon
was
versus
your-
Polaris as well. Good old
Yeah.
boys.
Here we go. Rogi, he's going to get spotted here by Stormer. Kataomi's there as well. Schem going to try for the TP out with the BKB play. The damage not going to be enough, but they've got Rogi. Here we go. Tier 5 items on the way. Book of Shadows is going to be the first one. That's a pretty garbage one if you ask me. But I guess it can be good.
They left it. That was.
Where is it? But it's unknown. Where is it?
Wow, black hole. Okay. Where is that
What?
damn thing? Where's this damn?
It literally disappeared. Giant ring. Oh, look at that, John. There's a giant ring.
Baby.
And Cox found it, but he sent it back to the base.
Where's the damn book?
Stormstormer. I don't know. Don't worry about it, John. It's lost. The book just disappeared into the ether.
Radiant's middle barracks has
Who
fallen.
cares anyway? It's one of the worst ones. Nobody wants it.
Actually useful here to stall you out. Like basically just wait out. Say BKB saves someone from black hole. It's actually pretty decent in this case. Not gonna lie.
Katomi, he found force on the Bat Rider, toss back, Hex is there, he can't BKB in time, though he does get the Yules off with the Wind Waker, but the
Scam.
Black Hole's gonna hold them down. Scam also getting caught out, Scam is gonna melt, he'll buy back though. Plenty of buybacks available in this game. So the top racks is under siege here, Entity not backing off yet, a Stormstormer once again gonna jump in onto Narman this time around, but the Sunder is gonna save the Rubik, but it forces Scam back. Meanwhile, the lasso is out on Stormstormer, but they couldn't drag him back all the way. The Fountain is attacking, but he's taking literally no damage. Meanwhile, another lasso. It's on the Disruptor though. It's just Fishman.
Oh no,
Watson.
Scam.
He's going after Scam. He just bought back. Watson, he will get hexed up for a moment, but he's right back to work now. Problem is that kinetic build is holding him back, but he's onto the tier 4 towers. He's had enough. Can Geek Slate keep the defense up? That's one tier 4 tower gone. Age is still up for Watson. Jump in again. Force being caught out. Stormstormer moving in. Force trying to survive draw, but he just cannot. He is down. Stickers being placed. It's Kataomi now trying to get his way out. Cox trying to get the damage, but they call GG. They have had enough. Almost 63 minutes into this game.
Radiant's
They
middle
call it.
has fallen.
Entity do
That's
find a 2-0 victory.
And they do get the sweep. The first sweep that we've seen, at least on this stream here, Mikey. And it was, again, another matter of Geek Slate probably not playing the strengths of their lineup too well. Like, they hit this earn time in Cox. He has a little bit of a slower mid game, to be fair, or slower early game, so he doesn't get that timing quite right. The blocks were perfect coming out from Entity, but they didn't play around that timing from the Kotl. And this time, Force was much more willing to run around the map trying to set up, but they didn't have the follow tree without the Keep It Flight there. And Entity just played this really patient, really disciplined game of just farming up, not forcing any issue too far, knowing that Geek Slate's lineup, while it does scale into the late game, it does take a very specific execution to it, and they just play really passively throughout this entire time, so they get punished for it quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to our production team, John, for actually finding highlights from that game in the 2, because I'll tell you, we didn't find too many of them. It was a very, very slow game. I don't even know, how many kills was there at the end of the game? Let me have a look.
There were 33 kills.
That doesn't sound too bad, but when you realize that half of those kills literally happened in the last couple minutes of a 62-minute game, like, it was a slow game. Real slow.
It was slow, and I think one thing is that it was slow mainly because Geek Slate couldn't find any angles, and when they would find angles, like in that rotation onto the triangle earlier on, they'd back off. Like, they played super cautious. It felt like they were compensating for game 1, where they were just kind of run down by the aggression of Entity, and they just doubled down on that defense instead. And you can see it, like, here, the damage output is there on Scam if he does manage to find that angle to just get the hits off. Like, the core matchup wasn't the issue this time around. Scam could play it. It's just they went with 2 heroes that needed tempo and just didn't find it.
Yeah. Bit of a rough. You know, props to Entity. I mean, they are a team that tends to play, like, take their sweet time with these games. But you know, as long as you get the win, that's all that matters. Doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as you secure the win, exactly what they do. 2-0 victory for the side of Entity. But Geek Slate, I mean, that is the first series that they've played. It's the first series they've lost so far. So
Radiant's top
not
tower
the biggest
is
deal.
under
Plenty of
attack.
time to try and catch up and make their way through the groups. But that's the first 2 series of of this stream, Jonathan, going down.
Yeah, I think the one thing for Geek Slate is we talked about Execration in the last series, right? Having March as their backup, having March to whip them into shape, reset them, kind of be a guiding voice for the team. I don't think Geek Slate has that same thing, right? Like, their coach is their team owner, which is fair. You don't have this guiding voice that helps you recover from the game. You don't have a guiding voice that has experience from all these years of professional play. And it feels so important for this lineup. Because again, I know these players. We've seen them before. We've seen them personally. We've met them. We've talked to them. This lack of backup is something that they desperately need. They need that backup. They need that reset. They need a mental reset really well. And I think if they don't find it, if they don't manage to do that themselves here and work together as a team, work through these issues as a team right now, then with this kind of showing in this first series, it looks pretty rough. They've got some time to kind of set up, to kind of recover, but there needs to be a lot of improvements and a good reset for the team, because this was a game with opportunities, Frank. Not just game one, not just game 2, but game 1 as well had opportunities for Geeks. They just almost felt like they shut down just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it did feel that way. I do kind of agree with you on that, because there's just plenty of times where they could have been the ones to be the aggressors, but they chose to just kind of sit back and wait. And against a team like Entity that really enjoys sitting back and waiting for you to make a mistake, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's like a game of just waiting. And it's like, well, Entity like to wait more than you do. That's just how it works sometimes, you know? It's... What can you do? It happens. Still, that is it for you and I for this stream today. Of course, don't go anywhere, because I believe there's 2 more series coming up.
Yep.
Jonathan, remind me, it's DK Truman and who taking over?
No, we've got OD Pixel and Fog. Good old Ionis.
Oh, my apologies.
They're going to be taking his job here, and we do have the series here of PSG LGD versus TSM up next, followed by Team Aster and Shopify Rebellion. So the NA, our region, the best region, Mikey, showing up, cleaning up against the 2 Chinese teams. Let's see how that goes. Leave China to me, said good old PPD. We'll see if that still holds true somehow. I'm hoping it does. But who knows, Mikey? Who knows?
Well, with that, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with OD Pixel and Fogged. See you then.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Lima Major Group Stages. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fogs, and we're just about ready to get into our next series, which is PSG LGD versus TSM. In fact, the draft is underway, so we should be able to get it on your screens right away. The picks are coming in, Fogs, and Fogs, this is going to be a pretty exciting matchup, right? As far as I'm aware, well, this is the top team from NA and the top team from China, at least in regards to the recent DPC Division 1.
Yeah, of course, LGD does have a stand-in, so it does cause some little change-ups and stuff here and there. But yeah, really interested to see this one. I got to mostly cover China and Europe, of course, when we were doing DPC Div 1. I got to do, I think, only one series of TSM when I jumped over to NA. TSM looked really good, though. I think Ari, he looks like a great addition. Kasani as well seems to be meshing in. And then, of course, Whitemon jumping over from another region as well. This team looks really good. It's not just, Bryle and Tomato, these young kind of guns popping off and everything. The whole team looks good, so should be a fun matchup, and we have already a pretty cool, I guess you could say, draft. I didn't expect Io Marcy, so.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's coming through as the first two. And, interesting, for PSG LGD, of course, you say, with the stand-in, with Old 11, a big name in the scene. Everybody's known him. He's been around for a long time. But how do you think he's going to sort of be slotting back in here with this current PSG LGD? Is it going to be easy for them, or are they going to sort of feel the stand-in effect of not having the full roster?
They're very different type of players. That's the one thing I definitely noticed from Zhang Yan, their old offlaner. He likes to play the Marcys and the Brewmasters and stuff like that. So I think that's probably why TSM decides to take the Marcy early. But PSG LGD, even though it's like a newer kind of roster, they're still the same, I would say, oiled machine where they have Zhao 8, who is, calling the kind of shots at least outside of the game. And then they have YU Smile, who's very, very, shot call heavy inside of the game. So I think they should be able to direct Old 11 around pretty good.
Okay, well, so far with the picks, we've got this Brood Hoodwink opening for PSG LGD. There's a TSM with the Marcy IO. In terms of the bans, no sort of huge surprises here. I guess some of them are more tailored for precisely who they're going against. So the puck ban coming out a bit earlier than, or coming out at all compared to some other teams. Wouldn't be banning this, but against TSM, very much prioritized here in the banning phase by PSG LGD.
Yeah, Bryle has a pretty massive hero pool, to be fair. But yeah, definitely want to just try to get rid of some of the ones that he's more obnoxious on, which puck can sometimes, especially for me, I don't know, if you didn't get to see a lot of these China games too, some of these games, some of these pucks would carry the game because they're not playing into a lot of disables. So maybe something PSG LGD is looking to just cover themselves just in case they don't want to deal with this. So cool bans though. I think TSM is really targeting. They're targeting more of what a lot of these heroes are quite standard, I guess you could say, but they're targeting more of what LGD likes to play. They steal the Marcy, they take away the Pango ban as well too, to take it away from Nothing to Say, and then looking at their bans of heroes, what this kind of says to me, it's probably that off-lane Marcy, but not 100% decided. They're banning out the illusion heroes that can sometimes just get so much space in the world from a Broodmother that then Marcy doesn't really pressure them at all because they have such high armor and stuff like that. So cool.
Sure. Because I was going to say, kind of looking at the stats here from Shiro on PSG LGD, he hasn't played Terrorblade in the last few months. So as you say, these very much bans protecting what TSM want to do rather than necessarily things that PSG LGD were maybe likely to pick. But again, every carry player under the sun plays Terrorblade. Yeah. So if they feel that the way they're going to draft is going to set things up for what could be a nice illusion carry game, as you say, then the bans are understandable in that sense.
I think the more I see a team with Broodmother that excels at playing with the Brood, which most do, I think it becomes too overwhelming when you're playing versus the illusions, the spiders, all this overwhelming pressure that comes on the map. So I can really understand these bans. And looking at the next ban, I think this is, for me, YU Smile has a pretty big healer pool, but his Enchantress is an absolute specialty, so I'd like to see them banning, and LGD very quick with their pickups.
All right, yeah, so we've got the support duo revealed now with the Bane and the Hoodwink.
So definitely some kind of lacks of disables that you can see coming out here. It's just really the Rubik. Marcy has kind of a disable, but not versus Ember. So Ember right now can thrive super hard versus both the supports. And Bane, this is another one of YU Smile's hero that he loves to play, even though it's into a Rubik, you can see the benefit from this hero, of course. Enfeeble looks amazing versus Io and Marcy in particular.
There we go. So I imagine that this Marcy as well, right? This will be an off-lane Marcy from Kasani?
Usually that's what we've seen. At least from LGD always runs in the off lane. I think we've seen some 4s and 5s of it, but I still heavily it's so much better as an off laner.
I mean, because the thing is, we know that Ari, right? He used to, he used to bang out the Marcy support, right? He used to play the Marcy 4. Having a look at it, he hadn't done that for a couple of months. Kasani's only played one game of Marcy in pro play about a month ago. They did lose that game. So interested to see them bring it back in and give it another shot here, TSM. Because it's looking most likely it's going to be the off lane for Kasani.
Yeah, let's see how he ends up doing. I feel like Bane kind of secures a lot of these lanes nowadays. Sure, it's like Rubik's can kind of contest you a little bit if that is going to be the lane matchup. But, I mean, yeah, I think that's why they went for this. They're just like, okay, we know what matchup we're playing versus. It's very likely that off-lane Marcy and Bane can do a lot up there. He can be very obnoxious with the way that he can trade and stuff like that to secure lane for whatever carry that PSG LGD goes for at the moment.
Let's see what they want to get their hands on here. The final bands coming through.
Look at those bands,
actually, I mean, we're seeing a type band, so they think TSM's going to be running the Marcy as the carry Marcy.
Yeah.
Which we haven't seen, as far as I'm aware, looking at the numbers, Tomado do in any pro games, at least recently, within the recent division. So obviously, again, a role that Marcy could be played in, and absolutely, this is a major. Teams likely to be bringing out stuff that they haven't revealed within the past few months of games. So maybe it will be the Tomado playing it this time round, but we'll be interested to see. Void, it's going to be the carry getting through here for Shiro. So
that's a nice Void pick. Now they have two. Actually, all three of their cores are pretty elusive, you could say, right? Brood inside the trees and stuff like that. Ember sliding and jumping around. Void jumping in and out of fights too. Definitely some lack of lockdown the TSM is going to have to try to figure out in order to somehow control all three of them. Looks like a nice setup right now for PSG. Maybe it could be a little bit slow just because of that Void pick, but Ember and Broodmother, these two heroes are going to thrive on playing fast to make space for this Void. So, I mean, looks good. They've looked good on it. They'll definitely win late game if they get to that point with this Void insurance, unless TSM has some crazy thing up their sleeve.
Let's see what Tomato wants. I feel like I would rather see this be Tomato's hero and the Marcy be 3.
Yeah, I think I'd agree.
You know what I mean? Now you've seen,
like
you've got this final pick.
Maybe they're thinking that matchup, the SF versus Ember, maybe they're like, Bryle, you have to just dump on this Ember super hard, and then we run away with that. Because that is a really hard matchup, if not impossible one for the Ember. I mean, they could just still put the offlane Marcy and then SF mid +1, so definitely still a possibility. All right, let's see. What's Tomato going to go for here? Versus the Void.
I mean, sort of heroes that come to mind. Tomato's Sven, Tomato's Spectre, so a CK, something that's going to be able to survive being chronoed.
My worry is what's going to happen to the Broodmother lane, though, if they do have... who's going to go and occupy this lane if they pick something that just can't deal with it at all? Like, these heroes, nobody really deals with Broodmother right now, which is...
I mean, is Sven still not pretty chill against Brood in the lane, or... Because Tomato likes to play Sven.
It's better. It's okay. It's not... I mean, it's not... The thing is, the problem is, you need BKB or you're just getting boloed all game. Which is one thing that I'm concerned for. And okay,
so the Lycan comes out, and with that, it will indeed be Tomato carry Marcy. So fun to see. Absolutely, very happy to see Tomato get to play some carry Marcy here on LAN. And yeah, Kasani getting the Lycan through as that last pick, adding to the pressure that TSM is going to be able to put on. I mean, overall, what do you sort of make of this? It certainly feels like TSM they're going to want to play this pretty fast, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to have to play pretty damn aggressive. I've only really seen these Marcys where they build the Battle Fury still if they're played from carry, so we'll see if he's going to offer that. He probably has an IO with him, so this lane, it's very sustain heavy. You've got Sidekick on IO, he's extra healing the Marcy early on. Could be interesting, but I'm still having some concerns of who's going to occupy and how are they going to deal with this Broodmother. Maybe their thought process is just Bryle's going to win mid super hard, and then he's just going to be able to out-rotate and make a lot of things happen off that and get these constant kills. But I think LGD is not unhappy by any means with what they got, but I don't think TSM is too fussed either. I'm just, worried about that Brood lane.
No, for sure. Yeah, old 11 on the Brood. It's that was always one of the ones that would instill fear into the enemies when he would get his hands on it back in the day. And here we have it now coming through as that first pick. Let's see if he's still got the magic with that hero.
So I guess on the flip side, LGD also does have a bit of concerns when it comes to dealing with Lycan. Their supports, in particular, Bane hates playing versus these summons kind of heroes.
That's
which
true.
Could be problematic. Yeah. So I guess that on the flip side, then that's where TSM's going to look to play around. This is an interesting one. It's a lot of damage that's going to be coming out from TSM early once they start getting some levels, especially, like in how they have Bryle's SF aura as well. It's a ton of physical damage. Not a lot of magical damage, though. It's really just going to come from Requiem. Besides that, their team fight is a bit lackluster. So I think lanes are very important and coming out ahead so that PSG LGD doesn't just go into some type of scaling thing. And PSG LGD, they do tick all the boxes. Their only real thing they lack a little bit, I guess you could say, is tower pressure, but that comes from the Brood. And yeah, they have tons of team fight, tons of catch. So for me, I'm liking LGDs a little bit more, but I think the big thing I'm looking at is how well Bryle's going to do in the mid lane versus an Ember Spirit.
Absolutely. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a bit of a pause. Apologies for that one. Looks like we're just sorting out TeamSpeak issue here for TSM. And then we'll be able to get this one underway. Just as a bit of a recap, let's in terms of what both teams have been coming out of, there's results so far. TSM, they did lose both of their opening games in the series that they played earlier against Team Spirit. And PSG LGD, they managed to go 1-1 against Evil Geniuses. So TSM definitely off to the rougher start today. And those two games they lost, Fogged. One of them they had a Ricky. One of them they had a Ricky and a Lina. And they lost those two. They it's got to feel kind of bad, right, when you get those heroes and you're not winning.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna not going to be a good morale boost to the start of their adventure here on LAN.
Well, hopefully we get to see Lina lose a lot while we're at this. Yeah. Let's be real here. And let's also hope that we don't get, no offense to the teams that were playing last game, but let's get a more exciting game than 4-7 at 30 minutes or whatever.
That was a rather slow game. That's right. Everybody better wake up in the chat. This one's going to be exciting. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee. We're going to have 30 kills by 30 minutes.
Oh my! They said I'm quiet.
This is to be fair as well. This is quite a brawling game. I'm looking at these heroes, and I feel like we're going to get action. We're going to get action from this.
We definitely. Oh, people are saying I'm very quiet compared to you. I'm scared to turn myself up, though. What if they turn me up?
Just start yelling, Fog. Come on.
All right. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I should be more brawl heavy, but I could see situations where everyone's just kind of avoiding each other. I feel like Nothing to Say is not going to be the hero. Like, he's not going to let this game get slow. He's going to look to play fast. Because this mid matchup, in case you haven't seen it, I mean, a lot of times, right, the SF just pushes Ember out of lane, and Ember is struggling to find places to go. So maybe he just looks to get very aggressive early, moving around. But yeah, we'll see. That's the big lane for me to see.
Yeah, I want to see this from Ember, from Nothing to Say. As I say, once he gets like the stick out, early on the outplay potential is there. Coming in with some slight dodges at the raises and such, and popping those fairy fires and sticks. But against Bryle, I mean, it's going to be a great matchup because both players, fantastic on their respective heroes. Nothing to Say on his Ember, one of his best. Bryle on his SF, one of his best. So without doubt, it's going to be very interesting to see how this mid matchup does end up playing out between these two very high skilled players.
This match is pretty impossible though. Like, even if you slight dodge everything, even if you I think there was a matchup where I saw White Album playing during the DPC versus SF. He outplayed this SF so hard, literally. Well,
there you go.
But let me finish the sentence. He killed him and stuff like that, and he still got completely destroyed. I think he had 4 kills on the SF, and he still was behind him, and he got help. So I think that's the next thing I'm going to go to is they're probably going to look to help this Ember. They're probably going to look to make some type of rotation depending on how the lanes are going to go. One of these two supports are probably going to look to move around depending on how it all goes, but yeah, we'll see. I
mean, that's the thing, PSG, they've got pretty good supports to help out, right?
Yes.
Both Bane, Hoodwink, they can come over to the mid. They're going to be able to do something that will mess with Bryle or potentially provide setup or protection if Nothing to Say needs to be bailed out of any situation that Bryle's starting to proceed on him with the raises.
Yeah, and looking at mid, they did not find that D ward. You see that while you're smiling, he put the sentry down. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. Any unorthodox starting items? I guess you could say Tomatoes is a little unorthodox, but it's because he's got an IO behind him. He's got the headdress plus tangos, but Tomatoes actually sitting on a Blightstone. So a bit different.
All right.
sometimes can mess you up with last hitting, especially like under towers and stuff like that. That's why you don't see it picked up right away. But that does mean their damage potential top is a lot higher.
We'll see if they get to make much happen about that.
Yep.
See. Yeah, bottom lane. Ari on the Rubik, backing up Kasani's Lycan against Shiro's Void and Why You Smile's Bane.
Ari does not have the most amazing spells to steal this game. When you're looking at the Rubik, you know, you can get some of these little brood spawn spiderlings is one of your best, but I guess Fiend's Grip and Bushwhack are two of the ones you're more looking for. But he is going to be able to provide some type of saves and stuff like that at some point in the Shard. Let's see how these lanes end up going down. Let's see how Bryle. I mean, mid I'm going to be staring at mostly. Bottom I feel like.
I mean, I tell you, I think pretty sure. I think he already dodged the first raise there. You know, got hit by one of these.
Looks like it.
So we'll get hit with all of these ones. I mean, Bryle could go for another one. He wants to mango for this, but he won't. Yeah, this could get pretty spicy, this mid lane.
They're just going to be, I mean, I'm not looking at other lanes, so apologies if we miss a kill on the side lanes. At least I will be staring at mid.
I mean, let's looking at the side lanes.
They're boring.
Who's going to die at level 1? I don't think anyone's going to die level 1 in these lanes.
I mean, if they do, that's a pretty big concern.
Yeah.
I mean, even Innocence, even Why You Smile, he has a bring a protection bar. So I mean, the physical damage won't get him. Void should do just fine. I guess top is the one where kills can happen. Either IO dies or either of the two on the side of LGD.
Yeah, that's super nice actually. We're picking that up against the Lycan, so putting the walls on this Bane is a little less appealing because he's going to have extra protection.
I mean, it's definitely pretty interesting because it's like, what's he going to turn that into? I mean, Why You Smile is one of the more interesting players to see how he plays the early game. He's absolutely amazing. So I guess his thought process is, I trade with Wolves. Wolves will give me extra gold if I get any type of kill on them, and they can't trade effectively. So, cool.
So now's the point when the mid lane will get a little bit more difficult for nothing to say. You've got the level 2 raises on Bryle, bottles out. So now you can really stop playing aggressive, push this lane in, especially with the water rune spawning.
Does eat 2 tower hits. It's a bit painful. And nothing to say, should be able to get that opposing. He's doing pretty well. I mean, like you said,
having a good start.
It gets worse, of course, but this is definitely important to have this type of start as top. The trade's continuing here between these two. This lane gets really strong at level 3 on the side of... Honestly, mostly on the side of PSG LGD. I think TSMs should be able to trade decently, but you have to be careful that insatiable hunger sometimes. I feel like just not really respected as much damage as it does this Priest here.
Regen situation looking at mid. Bryle completely out of bottle charges. He's going to land that raise.
The chains misses.
He's not got quite enough mana for another raise though. So nothing to say, will be fine. I mean, for now he's got mangoes out.
He's got mangoes.
Oh. Careful, nothing to say. But it's actually going to be up on the top line where the first blood will happen. As I mean, you said it yourself there. The potential of PSG LGD's duo lane when the levels are hit. They can get in and they'll get the first blood.
It's a big deal. Like, Tomato doesn't really have any regen up here either. He's going to get healed up, of course, from the IO, but this is definitely a big deal because this is the lane that's going to create the most space in the game. Since your Ember is going to struggle a little bit, you need this lane up top for PSG LGD to go well, so you can just create all that space and havoc with the Broodmother levels. I mean, look at Tomato. He's trying to trade, but this is what I'm talking about. You know, Silken Bola plus Insatiable Hunger. You really have to respect it.
Trade. He's just straight up losing the trade.
He's
just straight up dead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he did not do the maths on that one. I mean, that was straight up an attempt to stand his ground, and it did not work for him.
No.
That's going to feel pretty bad there. That's just a kind of a missed call there from TSM to try and fight that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he thinks with the double sidekick they have the damage, but the thing is you're missing like half the hits. You have Silken Bola on you for 6 seconds, 40% miss rate, while Brood's just wailing into you with lifesteal the whole time. And they have disables. Definitely. Especially because he's gone for laning items too, right? It's Orb of Corrosion, first item on Tomato. 11, he's also counteracted this with double Wraithband, so he can fight back.
Oh, very nicely played from PSG LGD's duo up here. Shaking up the safe lane of TSM already in the first 4 minutes.
We are seeing, though, mid lane doing incredible, and bottom, we are seeing Kasane get a good chunk of denies and everything too versus Void, so slowing down Shiro a little bit. Only very little, though.
On top lane.
Go.
This time, they'll get old 11. A bit of a missed bushwhack attempt there from Planet. Won't be able to keep him safe, so a good strike back from TSM and a well-needed one as well. A couple of deaths that they had between the two of them earlier did set them back a bit, but taking 11 out of the lane, that'll put them in back in a decent spot.
Mid lane, just constantly looking at the back and forth trades. But alright, not too. I mean, not too bad. All things considered, he's only 300 behind the Shadow Fiend, and now SF is 5. Sometimes I've seen this lane matchup just go completely SF's favorite. So, look, I'm gonna say, pretty happy. Shiro, trying to pressure the void, but he's just fine.
He's very much doing well, dealing well with the matchup here. Nothing to say. See here the +1 coming in now. Planet. And instead of a bushwhack, might be able to do something, but with that move towards the mid, it leaves old 11 on his own up top, and Tomato and Whitemon will be quick to take that opportunity to take him down a second time. So Tomato and Whitemon very much winning back that top lane now with the 2 kills they managed to get on old 11. See Whitemon tether up with Bryle, trying to set up for some damage onto Nothing to Say, but Nothing to Say still got Planet by his side. Power Rune's going to spawn, and a third member's been brought in from TSM to make sure that they can pick up the rune. There's the lift, dragging him back into the river. Nothing to Say. He's got the salve. Bryle's got the movement speed to close in and land that final raise to take down Nothing to Say. The support's coming big time there for TSM to enable Bryle to finally get that kill against the Ember in the mid matchup.
Huge move, really. I love that Whitemon TPs before anything even happens. Right? They get the kill on top on old 11, and they're like, okay, where's the hoodwink? He's not showing top, so immediately TPs mid before anything happens, ensure that they can get this rune and everything. Really good move from the supports.
Dire's courier has
See, PSG LGD, they'll have Why You Smile head across with the Nightmare, but Bryle laying down the raises. Why You Smile's got to back right up. Might be able to get some good damage onto Nothing to Say. In fact, with the telekinesis and a few right clicks, he's forced pretty low. Both supports of PSG LGD, so those continue to hang around to make sure that TSM can't play deeper under the tower into Nothing to Say. He'll be fine. Top lane. Try for the catch onto old 11. Won't be able to quite click him with the rebounds connection. And he has got the backup of Planet returning to his top lane. So old 11 should feel safe again and may even be able to make an aggressive play towards Whitemon. They get the bushwhack onto the 2 of them. Old 11 focusing the IO, trying to take down Whitemon. He's now going to turn his attention towards Tomato, realizing that he cannot get close enough to get those final hits onto Whitemon. So Whitemon will be kept alive. Back in the mid lane, Ari gets caught out. Nothing to Say. Able to take the kill. He's got his 6 online now.
Little trade back there coming in. Lycan still free farming. They've left Shiro now on his own versus that Lycan, and they're looking to make moves more with the supports. Seeing Ari still just go right back to the mid lane, keep securing Bryle's farm. Right now, I mean, a little bit of a lead, you could say, for TSM, but I think all things considered, I don't think PSG LGD too fussed because they did have this horrendous matchup, you know, that Ember versus SF, and all things considered, it's not bad.
No, absolutely not. No, Nothing to Say. There were good potential coming out of the laning stage. 8-minute power, and it will be the regen. To Say to grab that top. On the top lane, another bit of a battle kicking in here between Tomato and old 11. Looks like TSM are winning this one, but the backup comes in. Nothing to Say. He'll jump in with the remnants, but won't manage to save old 11. Tomato's got the ults online. He has run out of sidekick. Sidekick on cooldown, sleight of fist damage, as well as the right clicks of Planet, enough to take down Tomato. Bushwhack latches onto Whitemon. The extra power of the Ember Spirit turning up to the top lane. So they may lose old 11 again. The cleanup's there for PSG LGD.
Very good Quelling Blades coming in over and over again from Tomato. Saving them for a second there, but then, yeah, Nothing to Say. Makes the rotation. And now he's pretty much tied in net with Shadow Fiend. I think this is pretty huge for them. Bottom, though, we will see that tower get taken out. They left the Lycan alone for a minute, so he's able to just full pressure. And top tower has yet to be touched. And now we're starting to see the itemization come out. So Tomato, he is going for early fighting. He is not going to be going the Battle Fury build. He's going this, what I call the off-lane build. You know, the armlet Marcy. That actually
it's perfectly scaled.
Yeah.
Especially because you've seen that, you know, the Void's going to be going this Mighty build. You want to play it fast. You don't want to be hitting creeps. Top lane, TSM. They'll bring Bryle in, and he'll turn towards Planet. Jump forward for Shiro. It's going to be the 2-man Chrono. Do they have the damage? They'll deal with Ari outside of the Chronosphere for now. Now they turn back towards Whitemon, but Whitemon's out of there. Bryle is going to be left on his own, but he's got the Rec Room ready to push back PSG LGD momentarily. PSG LGD is looking to see if they can collapse back in onto the SF. They certainly can. They get him with a bushwhack. They'll take down Bryle. Nothing to Say on a killing spree now.
In the meanwhile, Kasane is just trying to envelop and take down the mid tower. He's the one who's having that really good start for the team, but these deaths really hurt for a Shadow Fiend. When you're having this type of game, you show up the first time and they just kind of dance on you. Even though the Chrono doesn't initially do its damage, they don't actually
Nice
bring
play
the
from
SF
Kasane here. I mean, he's forcing nothing to say to jump back out. We'll manage to get back over towards the power in 10 minutes. One's going to be an illusion for him. But still getting to do so much this tier 1 tower.
Yep.
Almost being able to take it down. You know, just moments after forcing the tier 1 on the bottom lane out of the game.
I like that he just immediately makes the move over to mid rather than like playing jungle or anything like that. He sees that the Emperor is moving around, so he makes the move toward mid. Why you smile? Soaking bottom. He's going to have his level 6 for the next move, but mid tower, it is going to drop. Whitemon.
See him try and go for it. Tomato trying to do his best to hold back the two of them and keep his IO safe. Jump forward.
jumped in.
Time walk. He's going to take a heavy beating here from Tomato with the ultimate. He's doing a fantastic job of just trying to keep his IO safe. Some beautiful stuff here from the carry, making sure that his support won't go down today. Body blocking the sharp shot as well. That's the kind of carry that Whitemon wants to be tethered towards.
Whew. I was a little scared there for Shiro for a second, jumping in. It does have the max time walk, though. We'll be okay. And TSM accelerating the pace of the game a little bit here. Good reactions, and now looking to pressure bottom as well. What's the steal? Just a brain sap, okay.
See around the mid, Bryle. Walking for nothing to say. Couple of raises off the mark though, nothing to say. Okay. See if they're able to hold control of the river for the 12-minute power in. Tomato. Closing in on the armlet. It's about ready to pick up the helm. Overall about 800 gold away from having that done, but you can certainly expect once that's finished, TSM are really going to speed things up.
They really are. Look at this bottom tower even. Lycan is doing so much work. They will get RE.
Been throwing out the tips here. I like it. Getting some spicy tips there from nothing to say.
I look at bottom. This tower is almost completely dead. Like, Why You Smile is just sleeping. And he's using Nightmare on Catapult to try to hold it, but the tower is at 1/5 HP, just from a Dark Soul summoner being sent.
I gotta say, Kasane getting this Lycan as the last pick, you can certainly see why they felt that it would fit into the draft. He's doing so much with this hero already in this first 12 minutes. Got caught by the chains. Managed to get the ult off. They got the bushwhacker. They got further locked down. They do have a chrono, but Shiro doesn't opt to drop it. They'll let Kasane walk away from this one. In fact, Kasane's got backup. Bryle, he's heading in from the top. See him get some raises landed down onto planet. Nothing to say at the moment. Hiding under the cliff, but he's going to be clear under the observer ward. Jump forward from Shiro.
Shiro?
Too aggressive. Ari, he's able to use the stolen time walk to jump forward and lift him up. Shiro, he's going to end up going down there, Fog.
A very over-aggressive jump forward gets punished. That was a bit of a weird one there. I think they kind of knew that ward was there too, right? The way that Nothing to Say was playing, and then the
he knew. No, absolutely.
He had to
the way that Nothing to Say was attacked under that ward, they knew that they have full vision on the cliff, but he still goes in. So definitely a bit of a miscall there, misplay from Shiro. Hurts him bad.
That slows him down so much. Not only did he not get a successful chrono kill up top, his farm has been slowed down bottom. His gloves at ace were killed. I mean, this Midas is coming out super late. He only has 50 last hits.
Oh, and there we go. Another one. Ari making some nice moves. You said it's not necessarily the most appealing game for steals, but already with the stolen time walk, just that little extra gap close, it's catching PSG LGD's heroes off by surprise.
Definitely. This is really good play from Ari. Even though he did die 0-3, right now putting a decent amount of pressure. Bottom tower's dead. They're going to get a tier 2 at the 13-minute mark.
Kasane really putting in the work. And that's picking up the farm for it. It's done.
It's done. Hey, the helm is done. So now that Midas for the Void, that he was probably like, hey, I'm going to Midas this helm of Dominator creep and stuff like that. It's a helm of Overlord. It's going to be an Ancient. And looking at the damage on PSG LGD, they will not be killing this Ancient anytime soon.
No,
this Void needs way more items to even have a chance to be able to kill it. This is going to be... I mean, they might just be able to walk into Roche with this. TSM,
let's have a look.
They're having
their approach to this game so far, it's absolutely working. Shiro's hitting the Ancients. He's going to jump out in time. Tomato will just be able to take these Ancients from him instead. Not even getting the space to farm as the Void.
LGD needs so much more time, and I think TSM right now, they can really capitalize on the fact of that. Yeah, I think they just walk into Roche. I'm pretty sure it's just free. I do not see how PSG LGD can test this unless they go for some type of crazy steal.
They have the chrono, but it's at this point where Shiro, especially with that death that he's just had, he doesn't really want to take the risk. He's a few hundred gold away from the Midas. It's going to take a lot to try and convince him to try and go for some chrono steal around the Roshan. He doesn't want to be anywhere near TSM right now.
this is concerning. Old 11, he's not even able to pressure the top tower during this. He's looking for Ari, but Ari just leaped away. Big moves from TSM. 8-6, but they're making the more impactful ones with their kills and their grabs. Ari, the stolen time walk.
The wages of fear.
Can't quite close the gap.
See how much they're able to force it with the Aegis in the hands of Bryle.
They're just going to walk into this tower. It's dead to the helm.
Yeah, the amount of tower damage Kasani's done in his first 15 minutes, it's got to be up there. It's one of the higher ones you'll see as a Lycan. As on the top lane, Planet gets caught out by Tomato. More kills here for the Marcy.
Oh, and I'm feeling like LGD might not be able to make it to this later stage if they want to. Like this Helm of Dominator, or this Helm of Overlord creep now can actually occupy the top lane versus the Broodmother and just kill all the spiders. SF has an Aegis to be able to play really pressure-wise, and Void's farm is just non-existent.
Look at this from Ari.
Relocate.
Full setup. They want to try and get the kill, though, indeed, with Tomato. Tomato's actually got his sight set on heading for the mid lane. He wants to try and catch the Ember.
Okay.
Got eyes on him. He's already off to the side with the Remnant.
Radiant's middle tower.
Same time around the jungle, they've got the TP backup heading in. Let's see if Ari can set things up here with Bryle. They can. Telekinesis catches while you smile. TSM take down another. At the same time, Old Lem's going straight for Kasani, but Kasani, he doesn't care. He's got the ult, and he's going to just start chasing the spider straight back out of the jungle. He'll look over towards the mid as well. Nothing to say on Planet, having to keep the distance. Planet will turn with a sharp shot. And TSM, they'll be easily able to dodge it out and keep this pressure onto the tier 2 with the dinosaur pushing in.
It's literally another hero. They can't deal with it whatsoever. It just waltzes in. And they have this mech always behind them too, so they have the extra healing in comparison. There is a Greaves, of course, finished up on Old 11, but yeah, time is going to be a way needed for PSG LGD and TSM. If they're cautious with the way that they take these type of pushes, if they use these wolves to scout, they have a pretty good recipe for success right now. As 11,
Tomato's in with the catch. Jumps forward, looks for Old 11. Old 11 trying to get up to the high ground. The Nightmare holds back Bryle. Stops him from being able to set up the razors onto the spider. Why you smile attempts to hold his ground with a Fiend Script.
Big
the chrono is there. See if they've got enough damage to bring down Tomato. Tomato, he's going to be able to live a little longer. The bushwhack's there, but the sharp shot will not connect. Finally, he dies to the Slider Fist of Nothing to Say. See if they can get more from this. Old 11 has been found off to the side. They'll surround him with the summons of Kasane. As TSM, they may lose Tomato, but they'll still take the fight here, bringing 2 down.
they're just running at them. They're overwhelming the side of PSG LGD, even though what,
Ari?
4-man chrono?
I mean, look, Ari's just getting catch after catch. Fantastic play here on the Rubik. Sets up for another planet to fall.
And I like his itemization too. No funny business. He's not going for individual items on the Rubik. He's going drums. So he knows this game is going to be just about them grouping up and closing the game out. His bottom, relocate. Requiem.
Got the Requiem.
Oh, what a play.
I mean, Ari's doing it again. He's honestly, again, as you said, it's not on paper a game that you think, wow, Rubik, wow. But the time walks, the nightmares, he's making the magic happen.
Sometimes Bane is just enough if he's able to make these type of plays. This sleep has done him wonders. 7k lead and still just continue to pressure. There's no space. Broodmother isn't able to play Broodmother Dota. Look at old 11. He's sitting behind the tier 2. This is never a position you want to be in as Brood.
They're going to look towards him. The Nightmare will be able to take it off with the spiders, but he gets dragged back into the razors.
Tomato's deep.
He'll step back in time. He's very deep. Got the backup of White Montetas across with the mech. PSG, they'll still try their best to see if they can bring down this Marcy. Nightmare setup comes to an end, and Tomato will manage to walk away. They won't be able to get the catch here that they wanted, PSG LGD. TSM, they keep everybody alive.
Can't even punish the Marcy that jumps up into their tier 3s at the 19-minute mark. Very big concerns for PSG LGD is, yep, like we said, time is going to be needed, but TSM, if they continue playing like this, they're going to be able to control the map nicely. They get the God item on the Marcy, as I like to call it. The Brigand's Blade is online. Only level 10, not quite 12, but constricting the map perfectly. I'm even seeing, look, you see this Helm of Overlord creep top lane, the creeps get cut immediately, so there's really nowhere that PSG LGD can play on the map at the moment. They're trapped inside their base already. This is really good moves from TSM.
Again, Ari. Nightmare into the telekinesis. The setup's there. He's done it again. Just enabling so many kills here for the team whilst they're ahead.
These heroes are the Storm players, you know. For those who don't know, Ari was one of the #1, if not the #1, HOTS player on MMR for a while. He's looked very good since he's transitioned over to Dota for some time now, and looking to make it. I mean, looking to make his Rubik look really hot versus PSG LGD. Like, look, I love the way they're constricting map. I still look at the top lane, right? The Helm, it continues just destroying that whole top wave. Mid wave is pushed in, bottom wave is pushed in. Where do you go on PSG LGD? There's really no options. Right now it's just farm and sit inside your base. Then eventually maybe you'll be able to get some type of items to help you be able to deal some damage, but you are getting crazy out farmed. That's a Daedalus at 20 minutes on Bryle.
20 minutes in for Bryle.
Holy moly.
He's rather big here.
Wow. So very greedy kind of style items you see coming out from PSG LGD. They've got bots now, finished up on the Ember. The Maelstrom's finished for the Void. And then if you looked at what Why You Smile has been queuing up, he's going for Aghanims. He's got 2 components on the bait already, but will they even get to that point with the way that PSM's playing?
So top lane, Whitemon, he's going to be bringing in the backup. Tomato turns up, nothing to say. He has to Remnant out, nearly ends up dying. So the damage that TSM were able to kick out onto this Ember Spirit.
I mean,
11 also on the retreat.
That was Ari again, by the way. That was stolen Searing Chains that almost gets him killed. I mean, Ari is just bossing it up. 10k lead. Continue to just keep top lane shoved in with that Helm of Overlord. LGD. Little to no places to go. Look, I mean, look at them. The way they have to play. Like, nothing to say has to run top with no creeps. This is what he has to do. They're going to pop the glyph to make sure he can't even push this wave in. And now he could just get caught himself. Wolves the scout, but he jumps away. This is a terrifying map to play against versus the IO relocates, the constant waves being shoved in from the Lycan. Who, by the way, Kasani has an AC now done.
He's massive, yeah.
He
This
is
a terrifyingly farmed Lycan.
So we have max presence of the Dark Lord in a second, so -7 armor. Howl, -7, and then AC aura. Heroes are going to die probably in 2 attacks from Bryle.
I mean, yeah, we pretty much saw that when, you know, nothing to say gets caught by like one sort of disable. See in the mid? We'll get the pushback onto the 2 of them. It's enough to take down one. They'll turn towards Tomato. Tomato's going to attempt to stand his ground, but nothing to say will finish him off. Big kills here from PSG LGD. Maybe they can find something more. See if they can set up onto Bryle after the Nightmare comes to an end. Bushwhack's there. Shiro has the chrono if necessary. He's going to drop it. Plays it safe. Make sure that they have the chance to fully commit onto the Shadow Fiend and find a 3rd kill. PSG LGD striking back hard, and they're not done yet. They look over towards Kasani. Kasani pops the ult. Send the summons in onto old 11. He's been caught with the Bushwhack. Nightmare as well. But any further lockdown for this Lycan? Jump forward for nothing to say. He's trying to get him to change. He's able to do it. Closes the gap. PSG LGD, they find another. Planet. He's got the Bushwhack. Do they want to go for more? Changes up in a second. They've also got the Sharpshooter. There's the change to set up the hit. It's coming in big as Whitemon's getting burst down low. PSG LGD, it's just go, go, go from them.
Oh, wow. I mean, they punished the SF immediately, right? Bryle's gone all in on damage. They noticed that. They kite him around in circles. How the hell is LGD able to do this? They just played the fight perfectly. Nothing to say. 6-1 and 6 somehow after what was looking like the game might just be very close to being kind of over. They hit back and hard. They're completely back.
Absolutely. That was a hit back and a half. Sort of 4 kills. One after another on big targets as well. A big shake-up to the game plan here by PSG LGD, who are playing it slow. And, I mean, off the back of that, yeah, Why You Smile, he's pretty much going to have this Ags done. So, and this Ags Rush Bane, we're going to get to see it in action.
I mean, the way that they fought on PSM also, it's like, you have to give credits to PSG LGD, the way that they found the moment to find that, but TSM kind of trickled in one by one. The first mistake that it feels like they've made, and it's a pretty massive one. Feels like, yeah, PSG LGD completely back in the game. There's going to be a max. Like the thing is too is like besides just the items and everything in gold that switches, it's how much experience they get, the levels. Bane now has max Enfeeble, so besides just the damage reduction too that will prevent heroes from dying, there's heal reduction versus IO. Level 12 on Planet, and Nothing to Say now has a full Aghanims, and level 15. So, all right, quite a big explosion. The game has kind of shifted, maybe even into PSG LGD's favor now after that.
See what TSM's going to do after that shake-up. Roshan is going to be up in 20 seconds.
Man, it feels like they literally played everything so perfectly until that moment, too. Like, controlling map, pressuring lanes with Overlord and stuff like that. Now, Bryle is very fragile now at this point, because he probably felt like he was so damn strong with how much of a lead they have, but now he does just have Hurricane Pike Daedalus. He is just kind of a free kill if he doesn't have the IO behind him.
Smoke time from PSG LGD. They have Chronosphere. Same to be set for TSM. Both teams smoking up around the potential Roshan spawn. Rosh is back in the game.
This Ag's Bane could totally catch them off guard. I feel like they're not going to expect this. He's got it so early.
Yeah, I'd take some coordination to be able to take down all the illusions and try and put a stop to the grip. When it comes out, there's the jump forward. Nothing to say. Trying to start the fight. They'll go straight Ferrari. And take him out. Off the side, Brawl pops the Requiem. Will allow them to walk down and take out Planet. But here's the Chrono. Shiro is locked down Bryle. Bryle in a whole lot of trouble as he's falling low. He's trying to get up to the high ground, but nothing to say is here waiting for him. Burst for him with the remnants, but will still end up going down. As this time round, Tomato and Kasani, you see the physical coming out between the two of them. With the ACR and such, they're just punching through the heroes. They turn towards Shiro. He has got the time walk up. He's going to jump into the pit. Got anything to put a stop to his TP? They don't. So Shiro will get out. The TSM, they will manage to take the majority of that
Planet.
Planet. He's actually going to be able to poke in and get Whitemon. Very cheeky little kill that he gets there. He may pay the price for it as Tomato's looking for him. Jumps in with the rebound, will be able to find him. He's also got the Dispose to throw him over into the claws of Kasani, so they'll kill him off for that one.
Holy moly. So there is still a big answer, it seems like, for that Ag's Bane. It's a Requiem. Just immediately cancels it, actually.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
There's a pretty good solution coming up from TSM versus it. They catch him right away. Good fight. Actually, both sides having like some pretty good stuff coming on. I see nothing to say. He jumps the back line, so he's catching the IO and messing with them while they jump the Shadow Fiend. Sure, they kill the SF, but it's a little bit too much overwhelming damage. That's the one thing about TSM's draft is it's not just the SF who is very farmed. It is Kasane who's a total beast. So he actually still does enough damage for them to come out slightly ahead.
There we go. So TSM turn to sort of the position they're in before. They put the Aegis on Bryle. BKB is done for Shiro, so of course the Void's still very much a threat. We've seen, Shiro, if he can get these good Chronospheres, fights are still difficult. I mean, they'll actually smoke up despite the fact that TSM has the Aegis, so maybe seeing if they can catch TSM in a more relaxed state.
Probably looking for a similar opportunity as earlier, trying to find them when they're, one by one, like they kind of messed up before. Bryle, he's still not going to go for BKB. I guess the Aegis gives him a little more comfort. He's actually just
he changed it after he put the Aegis
He changed it, yeah.
I mean, do you think that's fine, or do you still kind of want to see the BKB come out for him?
We'll wait for a second.
Should be a grab against the Bane.
They see Shiro. They might
I
be
know
able
that
to
he's
also
up here in this triangle, yeah. Tomato. He's going to get the jump in. I mean, Shiro does have Chrono in 2 seconds. So he'll stand his ground with the BKB. He's going to be able to time walk just in time. He's going to go for the TP out, but the physical damage, it's enough. Tomato in with the flurry of punches, takes him out. Shiro out of the game for a full minute.
Oversteps his hand a little bit too hard there. I'll hold my reservation. I'm not sure. I'm all right with Satanic. The thing is, right, their game plan on the side of TSM is to close the game out pretty early. So that's where you could argue the BKB to just like get a Rax advantage and get that type of big lead so you can close game out has a big argument. But if he's feeling like they can actually try scale, then I can understand the idea. But, I mean, we'll see. I feel like it could be one of those things that bites you back.
I mean, I'll tell you what, it's going to be pretty terrifying. Obviously, when Kasani has this Aghanims, but if he bites this Marcy and then like Marcy's attacking with the attack speed of Unleashed, that's going to be insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, and they also heal within each other, right? So, you get the life steal.
So you're healing each other, you're side-kicking anyway. As long as somebody's hitting something, the other one's not dying. Neither of you are dying.
Yeah. So I mean, this is their Aegis to get... Pretty much for TSM right now, this is their Aegis to get a Rax advantage. They kind of have to.
So Shiro's back in the game. See if he can get the Chrono. He needs to get a big one.
Doesn't have BKB for 12, though. A little bit hard. And there really is just... It's still a lot of sustain. There's now that Holy Locket that was finished up on Whitemon in the last few moments, too, so besides just the Mac, it's a lot more increased healing. And this SF is tanky. Yeah, about to be Ags finished up to Sane. About to have it done. There we go. We got it.
Damage here, tearing through the buildings, Bryle. try and take him down the once. They bring him low. Not quite finish him off.
Old 11
But,
even. Okay, I didn't actually notice. One's for Halberd on the Brood, just to slow down the SF. Cool.
I like it. Yeah, they need to stop at least one of these heroes getting the punches in, because the right clicks are just too much with the build up of TSM's lineup.
Yeah,
You're
it's all
seeing
about
this
stall.
incredible amount of physical damage coming out from them.
Yeah. NTS. That's it. We'll be alright. We'll just keep poking this SF heavily here. What was this item? No. Was it the... I think it is the Aghanims? Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, for Kasane, yeah. Kasane's got it done. So look out for Marcy. Mardo's definitely going to get the bite.
Right.
Ready to go.
Satanic, back to full health. Continuing frenzy up on the SF too.
I mean, these buildings just go down so quickly. Already the range racks are gone. They've got to do something soon. They want to try and keep this melee racks alive. Bral just doing his best to stand the ground here with the backup of White Mom. And it's working. Back to business as he turns back towards the melee racks again. But the Heaven's Halberd trying to slow this push down a little bit, but they can't protect the racks. They cannot stop TSM getting away with this one. TSM, they'll take out the full set of melee racks and range racks in the mid lane at no cost to themselves.
I like how they do it too. Just very safe. No type of ways. Not being like, hey, we need to jump a hero. There's no purpose at the moment. It's not up to you to kill heroes. It's up to you to just kill buildings. So safely siege with Bryle. Back to the side lanes. Nothing to say. Is trying to push up bottom, but looks like they are smoking. Let's see what they can find here. Level 18 on Ember. Not quite 20 on the Void for that big Chrono talent. But Aegis recovery in 10 seconds or so. 14 seconds.
Oh, this would be the time to Chrono him. Got to be prepared for the sort of backup that will get the bushwhack. Putting us off the Requiem. They're in with the jump. Shiro's ready to commit in with the BKB. Chrono's there.
4, 3,
He's caught the SF.
2.
He's waiting. Oh, but he does it a little too quickly. The Aegis was still there for that literal final second, I think. And it gives Bral the stolen Chrono. We'll get thrown out there from Ari to lock down Why You Smile. See if Kasane's able to finish off this Bane. Should be able to. Indeed, will continue to chase him down. And indeed, back over in the mid. Shiro gets caught. It's 2 dead on PSG LGD. They tried to time it. Shiro tried to hold back. But you know what I want to say? I want to say it was a bash as well. He didn't account for a bash, an extra bash propped, and he ended up killing Bryle just a second too quickly, Fog.
Oh, I mean, a bash. I mean, either way, right? It's still about a second left. It's now TSM. They probably have the game just in their hands. No Chrono available. They can probably finish off that last Rax as Tomato gets the bash to finish off the Void there. And yeah, back to business. What a game. You know, TSM, they did have that little bit of a flop up, of course, here when they ran 1 by 1, but a very clean game as they played around Bryle perfectly. And yeah, GG. Alrighty.
Oh yeah, very much. Coming in with a good solid strat. I like the approach from Tomato. You know, not this Battle Fury carry Marcy with this armlet blink. Battle Marcy, it worked out perfectly. And yeah, a few hiccups along the way. PSG LGD able to show some sort of turnaround potential, but just not enough. Well played here by TSM, running it fast with a strat that PSG LGD, they just could not hold this off. You know, it was too much. You know, a couple of bad fights, and you saw how quickly PSG LGD lost the base.
Yeah, I really think Kasane, for me, the total MVP, even though Bryle 8, 3, and 7. Kasane did amazing bottom, took the bottom tower, shifted mid, took mid tower, took tier 2 bottom, opened up outpost, was cutting waves constantly. Besides that one little flub that we saw in the mid lane, of course, of them like dying 1 by 1, this was a pretty damn clean game from TSM. Just a couple of these deaths sure hurt them a little bit, but overall the game plan was well executed. And for PSG LGD, the greed did not pay off. Nothing to say, recovered nicely, 7, 2, and 7, but this bottom lane was way too one-sided. Shiro getting caught a couple too many times. That just leads TSM to having this game.
No, for sure, yeah. Shiro did have a decent amount of farm, but yeah, not quite able to get those Chrono opportunities. And TSM, you know, playing Wymings and the Aegis. We've got some highlights here as well, ready to come up from this last game. Just to go for a quick recap, but yeah, a fiery start from TSM and an important one for them as well. Of course, losing both of their early games against Spirit. This is their first win here on this land, so it's going to be good for them to get that under their belt. And we'll see pretty much from the earliest stage of the game. There's a very early bit of an action with PSG already brought in up towards the tier 1 tower top. There was moments where it felt like PSG was going to be able to sort of sort of meet the pace that TSM was able to play. But then suddenly there was.
Yeah, and I think the PSG the way that they wanted to play the game is not having the crew join into all the fights constantly, right? Like Old 11 literally had to join his team in 5-man super early to get the advantage to himself. He wasn't able to do group things towards the round. Give pressure at top tower. That never happened because TSM didn't handle the answer. Forced the 5-man to force the pressure. So.
I mean, the question is, TSM, running this sort of strat once, do you think, will they try for a similar sort of fast-paced style against PSG? Is that the way to play against some of these Chinese teams?
I definitely would say so. I mean, we've had a lot of fast teams. We actually did this. Yeah, that was terrible. I think it might be a good strategy. I've seen a lot of these Chinese they slowed down a lot. A lot of them did go I mean, we can see this type of game when you slow down the game. Minus normal damage. I like it. Especially when you have to deal with these supports.
It's more for fun than sport.
I mean, do you think there would have been any other way to prefer to play it out any sort of difference in some of the itemization they went for?
I don't really think so much for itemization. I think this is they were kind of set on their ways. I think they thought they could probably do better when things just quickly accelerated themselves, and they realized they're like, oh, we have the Brood that's I think is going to be reaction, but now we don't have Lightning. So maybe the main pick, even though Why You Smile really likes to play it a lot, this game maybe is you do nothing really. Maybe that would be a slight adjustment there. I think TSM just played it.
So that unfortunate moment where Shiro couldn't quite get away with the TP, and then this point as well.
It was 1 second, right?
You saw Shiro holding off, but it really was. I think it was literally down to the last second of that Aegis, and they weren't quite able to wait it off. I mean, it was tough. A tough call to make. The chrono was about to come to an end anyway, so it was as close as it gets there in that moment. And maybe if they're able to kill Bryle before whilst the Aegis had gone, they might have had a chance to keep this game going. But as it was, you lose one fight against that lineup in that sort of state, and yeah, you lose your entire base. That was just gone in an instant. I mean, definitely the potential from Kasani on the Lycan, as you said, very much impressed you. That certainly feels like something that if teams are looking at looking back at the games that TSM will have played, the future teams that they'll play against, and of course PSG LGD in Game 2, they've got to have this Lycan in the back of their mind now.
Definitely. I mean, he literally dominated the whole game. They got to have a better answer if they're gonna look to be picking up something like a Bane that doesn't deal with those summons. I believe they banned they banned Beastmaster and Tide. Maybe they just didn't expect this Lycan at all. I mean, if they were worried about the Beastmaster, that says that something's already ticking in their head about the group up and the push that they're worried about.
That's true.
Maybe they just let that Lycan kind of slip their mind. So maybe some small adaptations coming forward.
Yeah, Lycan. If you kind of look back at Kasani's games over the last 3 months, it is the hero he's played the most. He's had four games on it in the last few months, 75% win rate. So, yeah, I think. I mean, Beastmaster he's only played once. Tide he hasn't played at all. So I got to be honest, those last few bans, it feels like PSG LGD might not have done their research fogged on TSM in particular.
I mean, maybe not really.
Yeah.
When you do look at it like that, now I'm actually looking at all of it as well too, and I'm like, yeah, I think
they might. I think they might have. Maybe they didn't not disrespected them, but maybe this wasn't the team that was at the top of their research. They weren't like, right, we got to really plan for the draft against TSM because those bans don't necessarily align with what Kasani's been doing. He was happy to get the Lycan, and I'm sure other teams will be banning that Lycan against Kasani. Maybe they would have done it anyway because they would have looked, as I say, and seen what he has been playing as of recently. Right, well, that was Game 1, ladies and gentlemen. PSG LGD versus TSM. TSM able to take it. We'll have a Game 2 coming up very shortly. I don't know, do we have a break or do we hang around? What's the plan?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're all beautiful. You're all fantastic. We love you all. And we can't wait to bring you Game 2 of PSG LGD versus TSM right after the short break. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Lima Major Group stages. We're currently in the middle of the series between TSM and PSG LGD. TSM, of course, able to take that first game and get themselves their first win of the day here in the group stages. We're about to go into game 2. We're just waiting for the game to kick off. Both teams have got all players in the lobby, so we should be starting very, very shortly. Yeah, I mean, this game 2... I think we're definitely going to see some big changes in the bans, at least from PSG LGD, right? I think they're going to get to step away from that game 1 and go, all right, that's how you want to play against us. We're going to start to take away some of those components that just really made TSM's draft work as well as it did.
Yeah, I think like Zhao 8 is a person who learns a lot from a little, and I feel like this game gave him tons of information to go off of, how the style is they want to play. Maybe realizing that Tomato maybe can take a step back at times where he's not playing the actual carry, right? Because even though he was the carry Marcy, it felt like the offlaner in the mid ended up doing a bit more of that carry role than he did. So, yeah, maybe a bit of a learning experience. I've seen a couple of these games from PSG, even during the DPC, that they're not the PSG LGD of old. They're very good, but they are definitely still working out some type of kinks and things here and there where they adjust from game to game. They learn what their opponents do, what their style is, and then they hit hard. Because that's what they did, especially versus Aster. That's why they ended up being number 1 seed, right? Like, they ended up playing like a lot of games versus Aster, and they learned a ton through it. So, let's see if that ends up changing this time around. As TSM, they get the Lina.
They get the Lina in the tree. Solid 2 here from TSM. PSG LGD's opening this time, Rubik and the Centaur. So, change-ups from both teams. Seeing completely different openings from each side in this game 2.
Pretty appropriate response, I would say. You have the gap close. You have a strong lane with the Centaur plus the Rubik. You have constant kill threat. And then, of course, you have a gap close versus Lina. You have great spells to steal all game since you're playing versus Lina. And you probably anticipate the tree pick coming also. So, already for me, I would say, I actually didn't mind LGD's draft too much last time, but you could see the holes that were in it. This one, I feel like they already have better options, maybe wanting to stray away from the Broodmother.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we're seeing that here with the Centaur this time for Old 11.
I want to just see him. I want to see them just being able to like fight more. I don't know. I think Brood has a lot of these games where he just takes over the game completely. But I just want to see teams fighting. I feel like Brood sometimes promotes the lack of fighting. I want more team fighting. I want more battles, more kind of pickoffs rather than just map control. So I'm always happy to see this type of adjustment.
I see what TSM want to take away from PSG LGD. Some respect, of course, shown to Nothing to Say Zemba. As we saw, even in the losing game, he still had a solid performance with it. He didn't feed, had a tough matchup in terms of playing against the SF in lane, but still was able to come out and do quite a bit. Obviously not enough to get the win, but still had a lot of potential. Also see the bat taken out with regards to that. PSG LGD, they'll start targeting some similar offlaners to what they did last time. Beastmaster once again being the hero that they don't want to allow Kasani to get his hands on.
Interesting to see them ban the Death Prophet. Because I know it's one of Bryle's more played heroes, and he's really good at it, even when he does some type of, unorthodox builds. I think he's the one who did that Atos during the groups, or during Division, during the DPC. That was really cool, but they have Rubik. So a lot of times when you see, Death Prophet, it's like, you have amazing spells to steal. You have Spirit Siphon, which is godly. You have Exorcism, etc. They don't see taken too much, but might be something they're thinking about, and might be thinking them wanting to slow the pace of the game down, right? Banning DP, banning Beastmaster, not wanting to get pushed over.
No, let's have a look. I mean, nothing to say. I guess he's not really a puck player. I was wondering if maybe they were trying to protect a puck for themselves, because last time they banned out puck. This time they haven't banned it. There is a Phoenix picked up here, so that'll be the support duo for PSG LGD. Okay. Phoenix with the Rubik.
They love. I feel like Why You Smile plays whatever hero he wants to play in most games, but now this doesn't look so good of a Phoenix game. there's a Snapfire and a Lina.
Well, and this is the thing as well. Again, which may lean towards maybe PSG LGD didn't do all the research from TSM, but Ari, Snapfire's this is one of his favorite heroes, right? Ari, when he started to sort of first pop up on sort of the Div 2 Tier 2 scene, this was his hero. He would just play Snapfire every game.
Yeah, and as far as I know, they quite like the Primal Beast also. So, all right, TSM getting what feels like all the heroes that they really like to play with, and it's a strong draft right now. You have super beefy frontline with, mostly the Primal Beast just to protect this Lina. definitely be pretty cool. Pretty good spells to steal. I would say Rubik really likes to play versus Primal. If you get the Onslaught or if you get the ult, which can happen a lot of times.
I mean, for PSG, they're going to have to show one of the big cores now. So Shiro and Nothing to Say. And for Nothing to Say, still has the potential of his Pango. Oh no, Pango was back. So the Void Spirit would be the other one that he's played the most that's still in. He is still one of the players that will still bring out a Void Spirit.
Bit elusive.
Mm-hmm. It's nice, you know, you want to get to the back lines, you know, be able to put a stop to the Snapfire sometimes. They'll keep Nothing to Say's hero for last. They'll bring out Shiro's here with the Ursa.
Okay. Feels like interesting. Feels like for
Think
LGD, they're kind of drafting for themselves rather than drafting to counter the enemy, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't... They haven't turned up today or against TSM and go, right, this is our plan against TSM. They've just gone, right, this is our plan. And I feel that they would maybe have done these sort of picks and maybe even these sort of bans against a lot of the other teams, right? This doesn't seem very TSM targeted the way they're drafting.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like I've seen Shiro on Ursa, he's great. I've seen Innocence on Phoenix and Bane, they're great on these heroes, but you only saw Lina and Tree right now. Sure, Phoenix can be good versus Tree and Protector and lane and in game and stuff like that, but you left the Snapfire. So I mean, Egg is pretty much unusable in most situations. It's not the easiest way to protect it either when you only have like a Centaur as your stun to kind of cover. And you don't have your carry doesn't cover it either. It's not like some Medusa Stone Gaze versus with your Phoenix or anything like that. It's just an Ursa. So okay.
Now, what's Brow gonna fancy?
If he's not playing if he's not playing the Primal Beast, I think it's still flexible, right?
No, he hasn't played it. Oh no, he has. He's actually. Yeah, you're right. He's had 2 games on it in the last few months, and Kasani's only had 1 game. So you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I think this is still very flexible, even to the point where Snap could still be an offlaner. Primal could be a 4. They could still be completely flexing these last. Picks, in my opinion.
Could you still just go last pick Lycan, or is there a reason why Lycan wouldn't be as good this game?
You don't have someone to bite, but
okay.
They do have ways to kill your creep off. Also, like Ursa can eat the creep, but I guess I could see the argument with how well he played last time. You're playing versus Rubik Phoenix supports. These two supports don't really do anything versus summons.
Kasani does also play offlane Snap. Would you like to see the Snap as an offlane this game or not? Would you like it in the core role, like to have priority this game? Is it a good Snap game?
It's pretty nice. Yeah. It's definitely nice because then you can spam the Ursa down, and it's not like he has a super strong support hero to back him up. It's a Phoenix, which can sometimes suffer in lane.
Yeah, Kasani's offlane Snap's really good.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think like I said, I think this is very flexible because I've seen Ari play Primal, I've seen Bryle play Primal.
No, it is for sure. Yeah, it really is. Sort of the 3 of them, they can switch it around. So there's a lot up in the air with this final pick in terms of which way TSM want to go.
I'm thinking it's probably mid just because of the 2 bans. I see Invoker and Quap. These are 2 pretty difficult ones for the Primal Beast throughout the game.
Yeah.
But
let's have a look. Who's going to play what here on TSM? And the last pick might not even reveal that they could still have flexibility. One of the ones they do like that's still available is Mirana.
And that one's very open-ended.
It is.
Ooh.
A Veno. I mean, honest.
All right. Well, I will say one thing about this. Someone picked the Veno versus LGD earlier and got spanked. I think it was Beast Coast. Or EG, sorry.
No, it was EG. It was EG.
I still called him Beast My bad. My brain still does that.
Now
EG played the Veno versus him and lost.
They haven't played this Veno recently, TSM. So again, I don't think is it necessarily clear now who's playing what on TSM?
Well, it's offlane Veno, 100%.
Okay, 100% for Kasani.
And then so it's double range versus Ursa to shut him down. Veno can, on paper, I'm always gonna say that on paper, Veno can ruin Ursa's game, but sometimes Ursa can just eat you alive. Because it's changed a little bit. In the old days, when your Earth Shock was literally just a clap, that's when Veno was the hard counter. Now you have some gap close, and now there's definitely some lack of stuns coming out, at least for this Storm Spirit.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Nothing to say. Said he loves the spirits. Going for the Storm one this time round. All right. Let's see how it goes.
That's a pretty good mid matchup. Also, I've not seen the Primal versus Storm Spirit. But you have to imagine that Storm just drops remnants and pushes the wave in, but then Primal's just going to trample and push it back.
I mean,
okay.
Primal's got a lot of HP. It's got a lot of HP to go through. You get something like a stick, and suddenly this Storm's trying to overcommit pre-level 6, and then you just trample on him. I think
Yeah,
Primal
it might
can
be
play
okay.
alright in this matchup.
He
I think
might
it's
actually
alright
be
for
okay.
Primal.
Yeah, you might be right. I haven't seen this one. I literally have not seen
Yeah.
Storm versus Primal, so we'll see how Bryle's able to do. It looks like a pretty okay Storm game. Storm, of course, not the strongest hero in general, but okay. Looks like a better draft from PSG LGD, and it looks like a draft that can actually fight early compared to last time when they needed so much time.
Sure.
That being said, though, TSM
It's-
does have a really good pressuring lineup.
And it's still a carry that, you imagine Shiro's going to go like the Battle Fury route, right?
Yep.
So he is going to need a little bit of space and time to farm, whereas I'd say pretty much all the members of TSM, I think TSM be able to be a little faster than the LGD. Maybe not the extremes that they were able to against what PSG LGD was doing in game 1, but still overall TSM will be under a bit more pressure.
Yeah, honestly, I man, kind of like TSM what they got again. I think they've got everybody on super comfort here. Ari playing a snap, like you said, loves the hero. Bryle playing his primal. Whitemon playing his absolute most signature hero, his Treant Protector that we used to see him play all the time. And then Tomato, the Lina that he used to get #1 in the NA, right? I think it's the hero that he used to beat Shopify as well, too, to close out that series.
Okay.
So, looks strong. LGD definitely has more answers and more comfort for themselves, but all right, this should be an interesting one.
Got some scribbles on the map. Focus.
Maybe his team is messing around and he's trying
Tomato.
to tell him, chill out, guys. Focus on the
be.
game.
And Tomato, he's good at keeping it serious and focusing up when it matters, and he wants to make sure his teammates are on the same line. He's already had a game today, I believe, where he did lose with the Lina. Hey, I want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Also, for Tomato, right? This is his home turf.
That's true.
So he's got a lot to prove right here.
He wants to get out there, play in front of the crowd, absolutely.
That's an interesting. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's such a fun little storyline addition for him, of course, being the only Peruvian player that's not playing on a SA team, right? Yeah,
no.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So yeah, absolutely. You could, Tomato. There's no messing around here.
Yep.
You know, we saw last game, very well played. Let's see if they can get the win here again. PSG LGD definitely, as you say, I agree. They've got a better chance. They've dealt themselves a better hand to be able to match TSM this time round, but it could still be tough. TSM looked very clean in game 1.
Yeah. So let's look at. Okay, so lanes. I mean, bottom lane should be able to do pretty okay on both sides. There's a lot of kill threat from both, depending on positioning. Top lane, it's a volatile lane as well. The Veno and the Snapfire should, in theory, be able to apply a good amount of pressure to Ursa. So it looks pretty good for TSM. And then mid lane, I haven't seen the matchup, but you have to imagine Bryle, he's comfortable versus pretty much anything he plays against. So, yeah, TSM's lanes look strong. And they get the immediate D-ward right off the bat, too.
So what do you sort of think that TSM saw with the potential of the last pick Venom? I mean, last time around, their last pick for Kasane was very strong, the Lycan. What's the Venom going to do for them this game?
I mean, it's just about the Ursa matchup. You literally just Gale poke him constantly.
To destroy his lane.
You just ruin his life, yeah. You ruin the lane, and in-game also, you're just Plague Wards constantly slowing him. The Poison Sting as well, too. Eventually, maybe if you want to even go down the route of the ungettable item that I call, the Shard. It actually isn't that bad versus Ursa. Sure, there's an enrage and stuff like that, but it just it causes you to get stunned. It's annoying. But it's more just about galing him, keeping him slowed with Veno wards, and preventing blinks and stuff like that eventually. So.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's and as you say, it's going to be a strong lane duo here. Kasane, Veno with the Ari Snapfire. I mean, a duo that... How much is YE Smile going to be able to do to sort of keep pressure off the Ursa in this lane matchup?
It's not easy. It's really not. Like, Shiro is really going to struggle up here, it feels like, unless honestly TSM makes mistakes in the lane. It feels like this is going to be a hard lane for the Ursa. Bottom could potentially be hard too. That's what I was saying. I like TSM's lane setups. Is Planet.
Oh. And then again, the first one. In fact, they've got it. Look at that. Look at that attack range. I love it, Lina.
Don't you dare
fantastic.
say that.
Look at that.
Oh, look at it.
Sometimes just the swing back on those early slow attacks, it makes it look like that range is coming from a mile off. I mean, it kind of is. Tomato with the first blood there.
Nerf it. Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
I mean, Ari, he was nearly able to take away his smile down there. He's getting close to being in burstable range with the Scatter Blast.
Yeah, this top lane really. I feel like this is one of the sadder lanes for Ursa. I'm really going to be impressed.
Oh, for sure. This is a feels bad lane for the bear.
Like, how do you even go aggressive? Like, let's say you find an opportunity where one of them steps up too far. Boom, they get cookied away. You get scatter blasted and everything, too. There's just so much slow, so much pressure. Phoenix sometimes can't suffer in these type of lanes, especially a little bit of a weaker laner. Sure, it's gotten better over time, but still a very weak lane. I'm mostly looking at mid lane, then, how it's going to go. I think that's going to have to be the big lane for PSG LGD that comes out able to actually make moves on the map. And nothing to say, he is putting the pressure onto Bryle. So that is why they went for this pickup. Even though you're so tanky on Primal, Storm does do that much damage to these melee heroes.
Sure. I think it will be okay. So once he gets like the stick out and he's able to refuel with the bottle.
Okay.
I don't know. I think there's potential for the Primal in this matchup. At least pre-6.
Unless the Storm makes a big mistake, you can't ever go aggro though, right? So Storm should free farm.
True. Yeah. True. I mean,
he just vortexes you if you go on him.
But look at this nice bit of damage. That's true. I guess Vortex does indeed ruin quite a bit of the trample time.
Yeah.
That you want to be using aggressively.
And the thing is, too, is like, Bryle, as Primal Beast, you're reliant on trample to clear the wave, while Storm Spirit just drops remnants. So it's constantly shoved into Bryle's face. So, yeah, no, I like this. I personally did like the Storm. I just hadn't seen the matchup, so I was a little, I wasn't 100% sure.
So far on the side lanes, nobody getting sort of zoned out too much. Honestly, with the spells that they've been throwing at Shiro, he's still been able to farm up here. 12 CS so far on the Ursa.
It gets so much worse. Like,
okay.
Now it's,
you think we're going to see a CS really drop off?
Yeah, unless something crazy happens. I feel like this is like level 2, level 3. This is where the lane's just absolutely miserable. And even though his CS might be okay, you have to expect he's going to be funneling regen out, bringing boots, not going for your usual like ring of health, save items, or anything like that. You need to constantly ferry regen. Nice pull, though. Why You Smile does get the in-between the trees hard camp pull, but Shiro not able to walk up and last it. Three successful lanes. It's looking like it. Well, two and change. I'm still going to give the Storm a little bit of advantage. But, yeah, Lina having free farm, Ursa pressuring and the Ursa lane getting pressured, and it's a Veno free farming. Definitely a recipe for success. Ari. He's okay.
I'm still watching this mid.
He's free
I
farming.
feel level 5. One of these could get super aggro. There's kill potential.
There's definitely kill potential on both sides at all levels, right? If there's rotations, especially 2 at 6, but
I mean, you're absolutely right. Nothing to say. He holds onto the vortex to make sure he's got it.
He's got boots.
Still got the fairy fire. Nah, bro will be fine. Got the fire.
Ooh. Why You Smile actually takes away the bounty rune? I thought maybe he was going to leave that one for nothing to say to back up to. Very low Bryle. He doesn't have a bounty rune to go toward either. He has a raindrop, so can at least absorb 1 of the 2 of these hits from the Storm, but definitely under kill threat.
I mean, he's going to try and go.
He goes the way himself.
Vortex is available.
Oh!
I mean, that was a risky move here from Bryle. He's not going to be able to walk it off there. Makes the attempt to go back in, but Vortex had just come back off cooldown, so yeah, kind of overplaying his hand there.
Maybe thought the raindrop would save him, but
maybe.
Yeah, nothing to say. He plays it calm, cool, collected, has his treads finished up, and now he can make moves around the map. So could even look to hit this Lina. Lina, relatively fragile once you get on top of her, so could look tries to help by the side lane, which we're definitely struggling a little bit here. See Shiro, his last hit's 20, but he's had to spend quite a lot on regen. And it's actually Bryle making the first move.
All right, and it's a good move. That's a big kill against the Bear. Shiro taken out atop.
And now bottom, they're making the jump. They use the glyph.
See if they can indeed take down TSM's carry in turn. They can. Tomato will be found. So both mids make the move to take down the carries.
Nothing to say. Has no mana. He's stuck. No way.
He's going to be able to jump out to the side. See if they can get the 3 of them out of it. Ari's in with the scatter blast. He's still somehow alive and nothing to say.
The nature's grasp.
It's off the mark. Tries to find him in the tree line, but he goes for the straight down the lane walk away. I think, did someone hand him over some mangoes to save him there?
I think something happened. That was very
you know what
weird.
I mean? I think he got passed over a mango. So I don't know who made it from Planet. but because he was completely out of mana.
Under attack.
So, I mean, somebody saved him. Top lane. Brawl should have this one. He's got the pulverize. A couple of slams to the ground. Ooh, maybe with the fire spirit attack speed slow. Nah, Gale's there. Denied. It's there though as well. Shiro
Dire's top tower is
able to
under
deny
attack.
why you smile.
Bottom, I mean, it looks like Storm, nothing to say, might make a secondary rotation bottom. It was an expensive rotation for the Storm. He used his whole mana pool, didn't get much emphasis on the tower. He is going to return bottom again. Hopefully this Lina. No,
He needs to be able to see if Old 11 can close the gap. Trying his best to keep Tomato slowed down. Oh, he's played it nicely there, nothing to say. Very well done. Staggering the slows perfectly so Old 11 could still close that pretty long distance and get the hoof stomp.
but, I mean, it's a good kill, but at the same time
Dire's
also,
top
it's like,
tower
it feels
is
like these
under
forced
attack.
rotations for nothing to say. That he's like, I need to actually move bottom. Our side lanes are going miserable. So Bryle, even though he had that like bit of an exchange in the mid lane where he died, he's actually ahead of his rotation top is cleaner. He has full mana, full health to keep pressuring as well too. Well, nothing to say. He's expended
Dire's
everything
top tower
when he goes
has
to these
fallen.
kills. So now top tower gets taken from Kasane, and everything is still just fine. I think TSM is perfectly fine with everything that's going on here.
I mean, that's, yeah, Kasane, you saw how fast he put the pressure on as a Lycan. He's doing it faster this game as a Venom. Like, this guy knows how to put the pressure on.
Look at it, he's even galing creep waves and stuff like that. So I actually wanted to talk about his build a little bit. I think it's really cool how it's nothing too crazy, but having just 2-2 and then he backs up and now he's going to
Mid.
mid.
Zero. He's in at the back of nothing to say. We'll be able to get him with the vortex to stop Brawl from being able to finish off Shiro with the pulverize. They'll dive forward. They'll catch Ari on top of that one as well. So PSG LGD turn up with the numbers to make sure that Shiro stays safe.
Nicely done. And they will be able to get themselves that power move too, for nothing to say, to keep himself on the map. Still though, I mean, Lina free farming, Veno pressuring and free farming, Bryle dies, but I think TSM's still very happy because Ursa is the most miserable hero on the map right now. And the game does not get easier, exactly. That's what I was going to say. It stays difficult.
But just with how much Kasane's going to be able to just, I imagine, take over this top half of the map. He's going around, popping down these wards, level 3 plague wards now. As a very, very farm Veno. Like, nobody on PSG LGD's lineup is going to have fun coming up into this area to try and push the Veno out.
Nothing to say. They know he's over here. They get the catch.
And they're not going to be able to keep him safe. They plan it in with the lift up. Make sure that the pulverize quickly stop and nothing to say can escape.
Again, though, I mean, they're reading the movements, and I'm still feeling nothing to say. Is feeling very forced to make these movements himself. He's 2-0-3. The game isn't bad for him by any means, but you can feel that he's getting pulled all over the place. Like, his team is probably telling him, help me here, help me there. Drawing a little bit of attention off so that Shiro can catch back up, but they're not getting ahead by any means, and Bryle constantly hunting. TSM feeling really good. I mean, Shiro's recovery outlet, it's going to be at third. I just think this is the lowest last hits I've ever seen on Shiro in 10 minutes. 36 last hits, 0-2. Impressive stuff from TSM in this early game.
It's going to be a long time for the Battle Fury. And falling into the same sort of situation as last game. As the Void trying to get the Midas. And then getting the time to really get online.
Good lane.
See if he gets the chance to get that time in this game too. Already. That's going to be a quick catch onto White. He's a bit low on the mana. We'll have the Stampede to keep him 7 out. The rest of them are hate into the ready, but Planet, nice deny. We'll manage to make sure the Brawl's not able to get it. His hand. Planet may still be in trouble though. White monoply the gap on this poor Rubik. Planet not going to happen. Brawl tramples all over it.
I'm sure Shiro's telling his team, guys, good job, you know, you're making the space for me. He's just sitting in the top lane as this Ursa, just like, who cares if my teammates die? Making space. Looks like they will.
Towards the bottom there from TSM, joint the carry. Tamada gets the clean up on Old 11, keeping that spot. Zelina at top net worth 10 minutes in. Tamada's going to be feeling pretty good. Back over in the mid lane, Kasane. He will only get punished for his aggression. He's trying to just control of Nothing to Say, they will finally take this Venno down.
Oh, they don't fill the bottle though. Planet, he tries to cheat in to refill Nothing to Say's bottle to keep him healthy, but does end up actually missing it. They do get the kill though, but I swear this Storm Spirit is working overtime. And Nothing to Say, 4-0-3. He's part of every single kill, trying to make the space, and it's starting to recover. Starting to get better a little bit here for Shiro. He's got the second component at least.
Also a little bit of a pause here. A 6
and
to
a big-
7, 1K lead at the moment for TSM.
A big steal also for Planet since he did respawn.
What
He
do
has
we got?
Pulverize, so for the next fight, might be able to catch Bryle off guard with that long range. But you can see
exciting
TSM still looking to play fast, right? They still want to be able to try to hit this mid tower. And it feels like for PSG LGD, they have to just have, it's all Nothing to Say. It's everything for him this early game. If he's low on mana, if he's not able to turn
谢谢
into a
你
fight,
送的人
I
头
feel like PSG
破
LGD
费
has
了
no，hope
太
of being
破
able to
费
fight
了
back into TSM right now.
Let's have a look, so just a momentary pause to fix the microphones.
Yeah, anything crazy being queued, anything out of the ordinary? No, it looks very normal. Witchblade Storm, Battlefield.
I mean, do you like the old 11s going for the blink this game first rather than any sort of auras?
I think he has to.
need
In
to
this,
blink, yeah.
in this state of game, I think if you go auras, you might just lose control of the whole map. You have to be able to make plays that isn't just completely reliant on the Storm Spirit. Like, Nothing to Say can't do everything this game. Even though he's doing a good job of making the space to bring back his Ursa. A little extra thing to point out also is, I'm going to keep tabs on this, but I think we talked about this so much during Div 1 that I don't want to talk about too much, but Tomato is actually leveling up Lightstrike Array. So we talked about this so much where we've seen a lot of these Linas where you go 1-1-4, especially when you're playing versus Rubik, mostly when you're playing versus Rubik, because you don't want to give up that max level Lightstrike Array.
谢谢你
So
送
we'll
的
see.
人
Let's
头
if Tomato actually
破费
maxes
了
Lightstrike,
太破费了
that could be a little bit of a
怎么
little bit of an
小
oopsie
飞困难
versus
哟
this Rubik planet.
Yeah, no, we'll see if that does sort of have any repercussions with Planet getting any of that steal off
Yeah.
onto him.
Because I think most games we saw, like in Div 1, it was literally like, yeah, 1-1-4 Lina versus the Rubik, and then you just go stats. If you're not versus Rubik, you can max the stun. Game state right now looks like, I mean, we're seeing
A
heavy
lot of scribbling
talking.
on the map.
Both teams talking like crazy about what they want to do. TSM,
Yeah.
you kind of see what they want to do. They want to take out that mid tower, as we were kind of talking about. That's their next big hit that they want. Well, for top, it looks like, or for PSG LGD, they want to invade triangle. That's what it seems like, at least. At least early on, maybe get some type of tabs of information of what's going on over there. Bit hard for them to invade triangle, though, without Centaur Blink. I would say 11 needs to finish that before they look to go too hard.
What's
going on?
Just
Just
pause.
Mike?
Oh my
Mike,
god.
apparently.
Unlucky, I
谢
guess.
谢你送的人头破费了
I don't know who
太
Mike
破费
is.
了
Not me. He was casting last series.
Hey. Hopefully they get it sorted. They should have backup microphones. I believe that's standard. You know, most players they bring 2 sets of gear, so there's always a
Ooh.
backup around.
Do you have a
If one of them
backup
goes-
microphone?
Bro, I have so many microphones. I collect microphones.
I
I
do
got
not.
them all.
Burn.
You've only got the one. No, well, you better look after that one. Don't go breaking that one then. Let's have a look. Let's see.
Both.
I mean, Shiro's still a fair bit away from the Battle Fury. He's got one of the swords coming out, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He's halfway there, halfway to the Battle Fury.
And he's got treads, right? You know, it's a little bit of
True,
something
true.
else
Yeah,
in
he's not
treads.
going straight for the brown boots Battle Fury.
He's not
yeah.
naked.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's see how this all kicks off. TSM, as we were saying, they want to get like a wrap behind tower on mid. They want to take out this tower. There's no Phoenix Egg at the moment, so for LGD, it could be a bit hard for them to fight. Stampede also cooldown 10 more seconds. So here we go. They go for that wraparound. They really want to put the emphasis on this tower and just shut down the map a bit here. All right. Power rune, 15 seconds. Ari deep in the front line.
Rolls
Ryle.
in. Quick grab. And they'll be able to burst through the Phoenix, no problem.
In the triangle, though.
And they'll get the catch on Tomato. Indeed,
Clean
making the
read.
bigger move themselves.
I mean, they literally did exactly what they drew on the map, right? They're like, we know he's going to go back to farm triangle. They catch him, and then that's the Witchblade done. I mean, nothing to say. 5-0 and 3.
Oh, he's crushing it.
He really is. He is kind of all the hopes and dreams for PSG LGD in this early game. Mid tower does die, though.
TSM's going in for more. I'll see nothing to say. He's going to look towards Ari. Brow turns around, see if he can help out. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. He's already got the kill. Pulverized from Brow and the trample as well. Nothing to say. He's got this little bit more mana to get up to the high ground, but he's now completely out. So with the charge forward, ends up getting cleaned up by Brow. So finally, nothing to say's streak put to an end by Brow.
Big money. Primal gets a huge injection. And Tomato, he's back up, back to speed farming, and he does actually, if I'm not mistaken, now he's going stats. So only 2 points in the stun. He knows what he's doing. As Old 11 has Blink Dagger finished off of all this, so a bit of a trade there, where TSM, they're able to get the tower, get a bigger kill, but PSG LGD should be able to fight a little bit easier now with 11 being able to get involved. And Shiro, that's the third component. One more piece for Battle Fury. All about making space for this Ursa. Run. Right. Egg is down.
Supernova's going to come out here. I mean, Whitemon's looking very, very dead with nothing to say getting on top of him. They couldn't even look for Brawl as well. A bit of a body block is going on there, but now with the kisses coming out, PSG LGD backing off. Old 11 thinking about getting in for the blink, but these annoying Plague Wars there, putting a stop to any chance for a blink hoof stomp from him.
Tries to go for Sunny, can't quite. And now he's going to get slowed from these annoying little wards there. Decent little strike back there from PSG LGD, but I mean, Tomato still just farming at the top.
Oh, big scribbles on the map there as well from Tomato. He's sort
Probably
of,
wanting his team to go for the Ursa or something like that.
Yeah, I looked as if he was maybe... He scribbled around the whole area that they're at right now.
11.
So I think he wants them to keep the pressure on, so he's got this safe space to farm in. Be able to lock down Old 11 with the overgrowth. That's the Centaur gone. So good kill to be found. Tomato, all the space in the world here to clean up the triangle.
Bryle has a really big rune now for the upcoming fight also. He has a haste rune. So could look to just pretty much get on top of anybody and clean them out. As Egg on cooldown. TSM looking to play a little more aggressively because of that, even though they don't have kisses.
Full Greaves on Kasani now. So we'll have that potential to come in with the big burst heal to save whoever gets jumped upon by nothing to say.
Shiro has recovered completely though. Battle Fury is finished.
All right.
He's going to start stacking up some Ancients, but TSM going to look to play fast. Probably going to look to contest this with Bryle with this haste rune. Yeah, they're walking into triangle. So Shiro, he knows he's under pressure. Back away.
Stupendous.
Oh, look at the smoke from PSG LGD. They're going straight towards Tomato.
They
Old
know.
11 should be able to get the setup here. They'll see him. In they go with a hoof stomp. That's Tomato gone. As TSM, they weren't quite prepared for that movement, and big scribbles coming out on the map there from Tomato. Yeah, he's not happy with that.
He's like, guys, like, I'm not getting the space that this Ursa's getting. I'm getting picked off constantly. Shiro, he's been quietly farming, catching right back up to this Lina. TSM, they're going to smoke, but might be a little bit too late. PSG LGD, they've got Egg at the ready too if they want to fight.
Big catch there from PSG LGD and good pressure as well. Seal Bryle ready to start the defense. I mean, TSM there beginning to approach from the side. Bryle, he's going to go straight towards the backlines, try and get Planet. Charge forward, the kiss is coming in as well. That's Planet going down. Good grab onto Why You Smile. Why You Smile, he'll get off the Supernova, but the little shredder's there to make quick work of it. Overgrowth as well comes out from Whitemon, locking down. Nothing to say for the moment being, but nothing to say. He'll survive through it, and he's still got mana to play with. Whitemon goes down. He'll look for the TP out, but they'll find him in the trees. Charge forward from Brawl. They'll put a stop to the escape of Nothing to Say. TSM, they'll take the team fight.
They come back in. They always have the answer, as we see. That Egg, very difficult to get off, as Nothing to Say runs out of steam at some points. Ursa's still free farming, but Tomato back up to his place where he wants to be and almost has BKB ready. Soon, TSM gonna look for perhaps a Roshan with this Lina, but not right now. Still have to worry a little bit. 12 to 12. Lots of these even kind of back and forth trades, but TSM a little bit happier for themselves. Bryle, he nearly has his BKB done. Then he can probably just dictate. He can go on anybody. There's no real way to stop him once that's finished up. But I think both sides are pretty. I think both sides are pretty happy. I think it's tough to say. I think like Shiro is probably really happy on the side of PSG LGD because he's been given all this space to catch back up. But I would say the TSM, I think, maybe slightly happier with the overall game state. Still able to pressure it constantly here. Kasane just itemizing for all these auras to make his team fight better. And Tomato soon ready to join the fray with his team. When he has BKB, then he can actually look to team fight with his buddies. While for Shiro, he still needs a bit more time to be able to join. Pesky Venom Words claiming control of all these areas too constantly. And Shiro.
He's going to get caught here. Steps up for the creeps. They'll take him down immediately. That was, for also the safe space that Shiro's found, stepping up into the mid lane like that, he's going to regret that one.
And they're already setting up now for more. They're still looking around mid and looking for top. Tomato.
TP's coming in. They're going to look towards to back in Tomato up, and with the help of Whitemon, they'll get nothing to say, taken down as well. Two big pickoffs there for TSM. Make that 3. As back in the mid, they find Odd 11. That's all 3 cores taken out one after another. A big hit there from TSM.
I wonder if it's, this is actually so cool. I wonder if it's Tomato telling Whitemon also, like, dude, nothing to say. It's just got it out for me this game. And he's just like, sit behind me. You're going to get an overgrowth chance. And that's exactly what happens. The tree is just waiting in the tree lines. The Storm jumps in, just gets overgrowth and gets killed from the Lina, who pops BKB. TSM. Slightly better planning right now. Really big hit there. All 3 cores dead. Aegis now on the Lina. LGD starting to crumble a bit here. And Shiro, he's opted to go straight for the BKB build rather than going back for like an earlier Blink Dagger. So his involvement, it's going to take even longer for him to try to join any of these fights because there's a ton of answers from the Xerxes we said. The Veno, the Overgrowth, etc. Some concerns for LGD in these next few moments.
Tomato's going to feel very safe now. There's been a few times where PSG LGD has made the move straight towards him between the BKB and the Aegis. He knows that there'll be plenty of time. What we got?
Bryle testing his BKB. Not a big deal. It works.
Did they see that?
I don't think they did.
Okay.
I mean, TSM is the full dictators of the pace right now. Bryle, 8-2-5. Had an explosive game so far on this Primal Beast. And for PSG LGD, it literally is nothing to say. Killing people? No. Then the game is going poorly. It's all this Storm Spirit. Old 11, he's struggling pretty hard as the Centaur this game, and he is very reliant on the Storm for damage. Their 2 supports, the Rubik and the Phoenix, don't really do much unless they have one of those extra cores to deal that extra damage. So, map shrinking pretty quick.
That's another easy kill for him. Very nicely done there, finding Why You Smile on his own. Yeah, making this Primal Beast look great. And this is great news for TSM as well, the fact that they can smash as hard as he is doing with it in this mid lane role. Because as we said from the draft, this is a hero that TSM can throw into their drafts, and you're not going to know who's going to play it. They've got a lot of versatility with this hero, and a lot of players that play it very, very well.
I'm glad to see how versatile these teams are being, and even picking different style heroes, picking something like Venom. I know I mentioned it was picked earlier and stuff like that to deal with the Ursa. It didn't work, but the fact that a team still comes out and does it anyway, it says a lot. The fact that they're able to like flex and stuff like that, it's very important for the further groups and further of this team because this is just group stages. So love to see it. Pipe's done, Greaves done, 6K lead, starting to make it so PSG LGD does not have much map to play on.
Right, for sure. TSM really starting to take over PSG LGD's half of the map. They're ready to charge in for Old 11. He'll be able to get the blink off in time. Still pressure onto the tier 2 now in mid. Still 2 minutes left with the Aegis from Tomato.
I feel like PSG LGD is just going to have no damage. Even when the Ursa gets involved, I think they're just not going to be able to fight versus this draft. This Primal Beast is incredibly tanky, hard to kill. Lina's very tanky, hard to kill. Venomancer even a bit difficult to kill, so all 3 cores feel pretty safe on TSM. And they have great coverage of the 2 supports. Yeah, some big concerns for PSG LGD unless they start getting some crazy team fights coming together with their 2 BKB timings.
They're setting up around mid a little bit, but nothing to say isn't with them. Tomato.
So the charge.
Can look to see if we can get the quick catch onto Planet. Telekinesis will be there in time to put a stop to Tomato, setting up a light strike.
Why you smile? Trying to slow down this push in mid lane. Doing a good job of it so far.
Middle tower is under attack.
Quick little pause. Bryle quickly makes his way toward top, cleans out the top wave, and then they continue going for this mid tower. So PSG LGD, they're making them work a bit for it, but so far,
That wasn't too
TSM
bad.
still has 90 seconds left on this Aegis, where I just can't see a team fight for PSG LGD that's going to come together versus this. So they need more
谢谢
time.
你送的人头，破费啦，太破费啦！
And uh-oh, looking at top, 11. Gonna be able to get away. They're on the prowl for him, Whitemon.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They won't be able to find him. But they lose mid tower. So TSM find another big objective. Now they can even take away that outpost. Keep looking to play very aggressively. And soon Tomato, you know, after his BKB is done and stuff like that, he's getting very, very close to Gleipnir, which gives him even more team fight.
No, it's a great game for Gleipnir.
Yeah.
Put a stop to the dive from Phoenix, stop people from being able to stampede away, and of course having that extra bit of an answer to the storm.
Dire's top
Nice
tower
try from
is
Ari.
under
Ooh,
attack.
Oh, he nearly got that.
That was
He nearly
very
got the
close.
connection.
The smoke, though.
And, Bryle. And he's going to be able to charge away in time there. Walks into a very angry bear. Shiro pots the BKB and tries to attack him. See at the same time, they'll get the gap close onto Tomato. Tomato's going to be able to help take down the egg. And with the BKB, he'll come in on for more. Turns towards Old 11. Has to stampede away. He's going to end up falling pretty low here, Old 11. Shiro, get the
Good
kill
kisses.
onto Bryle, but he's not going to be able to TP out Ari. Jumps forward with the cookie, puts a stop to his escape. They'll be able to run down Planet. Triple kill for Tomato.
They try. I mean, PSG LGD tried to take this big team fight running in, but all of TSM turns up in moments. They lose Bryle, but big hits coming out there. They get the Ursa, and they get, I mean, the egg and everything, too. Great fight again from TSM.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just not an easy game to ever get egg off. Even if the Snapfire is not there. Snap was all the way in the back lines throwing kisses out. Lina just
Dire's
BKBs and
top
hits it.
tower is under attack.
TSM looking good.
Yeah, Tomato's played this really nicely. There was a lot of focus on him. There's 4 deaths that PSG LGD were able to take from him early. But he's kept his cool, and he's incredibly farmed. Absolutely massive on the Lina.
Now it's so much harder for you to kill him. Gleipnir is finished up, also level 18, so even more burst. Yeah. The fiery lady. Seems like she's here to stay. For PSG LGD, just the item timings for them doesn't get easier by any means in this game. You know, they've got that BKB on Ursa, they've got the BKB on Storm Spirit. Centaur's starting to farm a little bit better, but your answers for this Lina are not getting better because everybody else on the side of TSM just has so much more coverage for Ari getting more and more farm, 4 steps, etc.
Bryle. Won't be able to have any follow-up to that one. So Shiro, he has the blink.
Okay, but not an easy game to play with this blink versus this
no,
Venomancer.
it's not. So much to put a stop to it.
Yeah.
Because
we see-
he's literally only died the once.
Yeah.
Very, very annoying on the Venomancer.
And gonna get more and more annoying, of course. I mean, he's very tanky, but he's also about to believe have an
Bryle.
disc too. Bryle.
The blink opening. Not quite able to get any follow-up to that one. Didn't quite have
Okay.
the rest of the team as close as needed.
Can LGD punish the fact that there's no BKB on the Primal now, is the question.
There's also no Stampede for LGD.
They know they're still in the tree lines, though. They have this lane ward, so they know they didn't leave.
Gleipnir's going to catch out 11. Tomato, he's in with the setup, and that's the follow-up damage easily done. Good catch in the tree line there from Tomato.
Beautiful lane ward. They know that they're still lingering on the side there because of
Dire's
it.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Towers, Tomato continuing to lead the charge. And Kasani just being so annoying. Shiro.
They're going in deeper because he's going to be able to get the ults off. Full force for Supernova out in response. doesn't get caught under. It's pretty tanky though, and good damage coming in for the kisses off to the side. Straight away after the supernova, Whitey gets caught by the root. He goes down. Nothing says to BKB TP out of there. So Ultimate's committed there by PSG LGD, but they still lose the fight.
Can't win any fight, feels like. Shiro, he's sitting at a 3rd HP. Is he really looking for this jump onto Tomato? This is a 3,000 HP Lina.
He's going to try. He's gone with the BKB, but indeed Tomato, he barely even cares that Shiro's tried to make a jump on him.
I think PSG LGD is getting desperate at this point here. Some just playing too clean. Playing two together. They're constantly like with 2 or 3 heroes, not giving PSG LGD any opportunity to win a fight. And the other thing is too, like even if PSG LGD wins a fight, the position of the map, it's pretty atrocious for them. Like they can't actually turn it into anything anyway. So even these eggs, even if they were successful, feels like TSM in such a comfortable position with the way that they're dictating pace. And they bought Gem earlier. I was going to talk about that. Ari picks it up pretty early on just to limit any type of control, any vision that LGD has on the map.
Stupendous.
What do they want to go for next? Ari also having the Blink Dagger done, so more likely to be able to follow up Braille on these Blink pulverizers.
I like it. Very farmed on this snap. Almost as farmed as Old 11 is. Almost as farmed as Bryle is, really. Level 2 egg is online for PSG LGD. Maybe that's something that could potentially go off. Still very difficult for this Phoenix to ever get position. Yeah. He's almost has Shard also. That's one of the bigger peak timings, of course, for Phoenix too. But yeah, same things always just still come in. So many ways for him to gap close on it. So many ways for him to kill with the lean on the snap. And now Blink Dagger snap too, even more so.
I mean, they're seeing if they can maybe play for a Blink play against nothing to say around the mid, but he's pulling the creeps far away from that area.
He's got a good read of where they are at the moment. Gem purchased on the side of PSG LGD. Planet picks one up. They're feeling that pressure. Trying to get some type of vision back on their side. And for TSM, looking to just play for this next Roche. I mean, they've got such great map control at the moment. Yep. Very difficult for LGD to fight around this Roche pit too, because that Veno coverage, the tree coverage, etc. So what do you do on PSG LGD? You know, you know that this Roche is going to potentially happen in the next 15-20 seconds or so. And TSM, they've got full coverage here.
There's the smoke from PSG LGD. See what they're able to find. That's the reveal from Nothing to Say. There's the jump forward from Bryle. He's in straight away with the grab onto the Phoenix. Whitey Smug is taken out without a chance to even pop the Supernova.
And Shiro's stuck.
Down. Bryle charges towards Old 11. See what Shiro's move is going to be to get out of this one. He has to just run. This is not the fight that they were hoping to find PSG LGD. They'll end up losing Planet as well on the way out.
Oh, man. They still have the BKB on the Storm, but they're all so low. They all got Veno ulted.
They're getting picked off it.
Oh, boy.
One by one. Old 11 also to go down.
Is that a gem as well, too, that they stole? Did they actually end up getting the take? Right? Yeah, 2 gems on Ari. So not only do they kill 3 heroes, they take away the gem that was just picked up, and also top. Ooh. Holy just.
And nearly they brought up the close in with the onslaught.
I mean, if Whiteman got the root punch.
That's true.
Would have had him. Huge fight win from them. Ursa pops BKB, gets overgrowth right in the middle of the fight, can't do anything. TSM just have all the answers. And this Lina just getting to play a free game after, even though he's died 4 times, able to just stand her ground inside the fights.
For Tomato.
Shard also finished up on Sane. So now he does have that latent toxicity versus these dispels and all that kind of stuff too. I feel like nobody really utilizes this properly, but this looks like a game where it could just be and even another nail to the coffin of this poor Ursa or Storm. They just get stunned as soon as they pop any dispel. Yeah, I mean, TSM, they're playing it clean, playing it cool. 14k lead. taking these fights very cleanly.
It's just been almost impossible for Shiro to have impact this game.
Oh, and look at this.
Yeah,
Speaking of Shiro.
Wait, Whitemon's got eyes on him.
Oh, man, Shiro.
He's going to get quite a nasty surprise here.
Hello. What a play. I mean, Whitemon, he's a tree master. And they're looking to fight around the outpost. Ari?
Okay. He's going to get jumped on, but he's buying time for the rest of the team to get over. The supernova will be popped. They won't be able to put a stop to this supernova, so this egg will be successful. The PSG, they've found both supports. They've got the control of Bra. BKB now comes out. See if they're able to chase him down. It's going to be hard to close the gap. Old 11 getting his blink consistently stopped here by the Plague Wards. They'll turn their attention towards Kasani instead. Stampede's back up and ready. Kasani, he'll be falling as well, so this will be at least 3 dead. On TSM.
Here comes Tomato.
Brian and Tomato, they want to go back in 2 versus 4. And you know what? It's going to work. They've taken out both Why You Smile and Nothing to Say. They'll get Old 11 as well. Tomato and Bra very much at a point of the game where they don't need the rest of the team. They can just go in and take them out themselves.
They got whittled down. Veno, right? Kasani. I mean, Ari and Kasani did make them work for the kills, and then Bryo is able to reset, and Tomato just comes over and cleans up. I mean, look at the damage from the Veno in the last fight. He did like 4k damage just because he got multiple heroes with his touch, and plus, of course, his Poison Nova. Yeah, it looked like perhaps a little bit of an overzealous play there from TSM, but either way, they end up cleaning up again and again and again. And Tomato, level 24 in a second here.
Matt is having an insane game here. Super
Even a
focused.
Silver Edge.
He said at the start, he wrote on the map focus, and it's been that's exactly what he's been this game. 394 CS, 33 minutes in. He's playing Lina at the peak performance. This is a peak performance.
Yep. You know, I want to say you don't want to give TSM this Lina, even though they've lost it already today. But I think they've looked so good with this hero. Like in the DPC when they were playing it on Tomato, he was a beast on it. So probably something you do just want to take away in most situations is they look super comfortable with the way they play on it. And Whitemon Tree, honestly, like it's like everyone got like a really signature hero, but
yeah,
TSM.
No, it's a strong opening. Lina Tree. I think they'll take that most of the times they're giving it TSM in the drafts. If this game's anything to go by. It's very good in their hands.
Okay, so Ags now on Nothing to Say.
Structures are fortified.
A very uphill battle for them. Probably just trying to find an answer now that, okay guys, this is the play. We bait them with the egg, and now I get a multi-hero vortex on top of it. Trying to find any solution to deal with this TSM team fight, it feels like. Just very on the back foot.
Still 1 minute focus. Hey, Tomato.
He's hungry.
He could go for a solo play.
He's looking for it.
I mean, he's gone for it, and oh my goodness, he's gonna live. Oh, that was so close there. Nothing to say. Very lucky to get out of that one. They'll still move forward for more. Indeed, Bra heading in straight away, giving the safety for Tomato to just pummel into Planet. Takes down the Rubik. They'll lose Whitemon. Who's stomp onto Kasane? It's going to be saved here. Kisses. With a mini kiss there with a cookie to separate Kasane from PSG LGD. But that was so close to Nothing to Say going down. 1 hit away there. He's so lucky to live.
So lucky that he has Planet behind him there. That little lift, of course, from the shard. Get themselves some decent kills. Does cost them an egg. And I believe, what, 2 BKB charges. TSM could look to go themselves again soon. They don't have BKBs, and Aegis does get reclaimed, so maybe not. Yeah, not feeling like they can actually utilize the Centaur at all, though, right? I feel like Old 11's been very quiet this game.
Stolen Plague Wards, at least. Start to build the defenses.
But are they scaling, is the question. Are they actually getting this type of scaling? The Ursa's getting a bit of a better time, so is the Storm. The Centaur is not. As Shiro, I mean, look at the next item he's queued up. I mean, it doesn't feel easy for him. I don't know if he actually, I mean, is he actually going to commit for it? He is committing for it. Okay. So, I mean, really needing a secondary dispel versus the overgrowth, but he's grabbed.
Brawl's in. Gets the opening. He's in a lot of trouble.
Hexed.
There's the Hex as well. He's out of the game for 85 seconds. No buyback on him. Shiro's out. Old 11 as well goes down. He did indeed spend up on the refresher, so there's no money for buyback, Fog.
Well, that's likely a Rex. That's a painful one.
Maybe
As a
even
full
more,
Satanic.
honestly, yeah, TSM, I think, once they realise that this Ursa's not coming back into the game after they take a Rax, there's not really going to be much need for them to back off. Depends if they want to play it super safe, but this is a long time without the carry.
That Hex reveal too from Kasane gets just in range to get it onto the Ursa too. Oh boy. The Lina Major continues. Why you smile?
Well, they're going in. Nothing to say. He's got the Vortex onto the three of them. The root's there. Bringing Tomato low, but he's going to be fine. Tomato's ready to start punching back, healing up. They take down the egg very easily there with the insane amount of attack speed at this stage. Of course, the Tomato's building up as they'll take the bottom set of racks. Still 20 seconds without Shiro back in the game, so TSM, they can keep going for more.
So much time. Yeah, that feels like it's likely just it. In 2 sets, Bryle still jumping in for more. He might even just kill Nothing to Say here.
The Glide Mist going to catch Nothing to Say. He will live, but the same cannot be said for Old 11. Dead again.
He barely lives. And everybody full health on the side of TSM.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are attacked.
Shiro.
Trying up for Kasane. He's going to go with the Vortex, but Brawl, he's in with the grab. He's been able to catch Nothing to Say. An instant buyback's coming out from Old 11 and Nothing to Say. Shiro committing him with the BKB, the second round off the back of the refresher. They're bringing Brawl down low. Telekinesis will take him out. They've killed off Brawl and Kasane. Nothing to Say, trying to see if he can close the gap onto Tomato, but Tomato, Whitemon, and Ari will manage to back off in time. They get a couple of kills on the defense there, but they still end up losing a second melee Rax with that mid one going down. And they have to commit 2 buybacks for this play. So whilst they've been able to push back TSM, it's still not going to feel good for PSG LGD.
No, it still feels quite miserable for them, really. The important Raxes have dropped, and Roche, it's back up. 50 seconds on Bryle. How long on these BKBs and stuff like that on LGD? I mean, they still have BKB on Storm. Ursa doesn't have it. I think if you're PSG LGD, you just have to commit Roshan. If you don't get it, the game's probably just over. So let's see what their move is going to be. Not easy to just straight commit into the Roche pit either, so when I say that, it's not like they're just going to get it for free. TSM can still contest it, but it feels like if they don't get Roche, there's no hopes for them to come back. Let's see if Shiro's able to get it. 5 seconds on Venom.
And they're definitely going to want to get in here, TSM.
Shiro gets it.
Will Lindsay get cleaned up by Shiro? They're ready to get the pick up with the Hex. You're thrown down onto Nothing to Say. They'll turn towards Kasane. Kasane's the on disc protecting him for now. The coverage of the Supernova forcing TSM to keep a distance as it pops off. Now they look to try and get back in on this. Old 11 and Nothing to Say ticking down very low to this damage over time from the Venomancer.
Middle barracks.
Old 11's going to die.
He is. He's dead.
See you later.
Oh, the Sunray.
Just kidding.
Okay, the Sunray will save him. But indeed, he had that poison sting on, so there was lethal damage that was ready to tick him out.
But Shiro.
He's got the BKB here for the second round, and he'll get set up to the high ground. Planet quick with a grab to save him.
But forced to use his BKB there. Doesn't have the refresher for 50. Nothing to Say has refresher shard, so I mean, if he can get some type of crazy double 5-man black hole kind of play thing coming out from the Vortex, perhaps, but still massively uphill battle. Kasane, I think that was, what, a 4-man Veno ult there? How much damage did he do? 9,000 damage on the Veno. At least they protect themselves from having to play versus an Aegis Cheese and Refresher. They do have the cheese and they have that Refresher. Oh! We just ate the cheese.
No, who did?
They just ate it.
Who?
What?
Wait,
Ursa. Shiro just got it. They passed it to Ursa, and then he ate it instantly at full HP. What?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Why did he eat the cheese?
I don't know. I think they were just
Why
passing it to him, and he misclicked.
Oh no.
Oh, no. I swear I saw that right.
Yeah, he just ate it. It just disappeared.
All right, well,
no cheese.
he was hungry. All right, well, I mean, they need every little thing they can get on PSG LGD. That'll definitely hurt. He is going to have BKB and Refresher back up. And let's see if they can pull this Hail Mary off somehow. Gonna smoke and get some type of wrap around here.
Money to burn.
So many like steps that they have to do though in these fights. Like Bryle also has a full hex now too. So many different ways that they can just catch and kill. Nothing to say. There's one hex.
I'm gonna try and go for him. Shearer's in with the BKB. We're gonna get the pistol lockdown onto Bryle. Supernova from the high ground. Jump forward, nothing to say. But the vortex onto the turn that will allow him to get the kill on both Bryle and Whitemon.
Pretty nice. Nice little setup there. Is that the Refresher? No. So just one egg used there to get the both kills. A bit of an overextension outside TSM. Bryle forcing the issue a bit hard there into high ground. Always a little bit risky. Does get turned on. Step one for PSG LGD. Step one of many.
See what they want to go for next now.
Did they get a... No, that's their gem. Okay. Just clicking around on here to see if there's anything else picked up. A little bit of a window, though, for PSG LGD. Like 40 seconds where they can actually walk out and farm, push their lanes out. Small gains, but necessary. Halberd finished up on 11. Secondary Halberd soon on YU Smile. So starting to maybe get some answers to protect the Egg. With the Eggs, Vortex from the Storm, these Halberds and stuff like that.
He has still, found a couple of chances to get the egg off.
Yeah.
YU Smile this game, despite the difficulties that TSM can present him with.
He has to distance himself so far. I mean, it's been a rough game for them, really. Would be very impressive if they're able to bring this one back. Shiro, level 25 now has been acquired on this Ursa. He's also found himself a Witchbane in these last few moments, so they will have more of these dispels. And I mean, Witchbane is a very good item, especially versus that Lina. That max mana, of course. More about the dispels in this game. Huge pickup, Kisani. I mean, he's been kind of trickling toward that top net worth this whole time. Timeless Relic was found on the ground, of course, at 37, and now an Aghanims.
So much damage.
Everyone's going to, like, if he hits a multi-hero poison over, everyone just might just take
which he has been, right?
He has.
He's been finding the chances to get these big ults. So.
I think for the side of TSM, they're being a little hesitant of just how they want to overextend now at this point, just because they're also playing into Planet, who stole Overgrowth. That is one of those game changers. Your BKB is not going to be nearly as relevant. So maybe being a little bit more respectful, playing a little more careful after that bit of a flub. Level 20 now, Whitemon. So tree armor. Crazy how potent it is too. I mean, you always want to be putting on 2 targets in team fights, but now it's 20 armor. Harder for the Storm and Ursa to focus fire heroes, perhaps. It's a big item they're looking for here. I mean, Tomato is at critical mass already, so let's see.
He really is. He's pretty much done. He can get the Refresher out, and yeah, he's got the Rapier queued up as that final finish to the build. If it gets to that point in this game.
LGD still mostly trapped inside their base, but now you can start to see the realms of them being able to come back in these team fights. Even though they're a 25k deficit, they're starting to get a pretty good chunk of damage. Like Shiro, just with his 9 overpowers, could be enough for them to focus fire some targets. Not Kisani, but he has that Aeon disc, of course. But. Why You Smile, he's switched it up a little bit himself. So he's going to be going for Refresher, going for the bigger item. Level 18 is now hit on Phoenix too. Stronger egg. And TSM, I guess TSM just going to wait for Roche potentially, unless a fight just comes directly to them. They're getting close to some big levels, of course. You know, Bryle, he's almost 25, so another big one for them. That Pulverize pierces magic immunity, then he can actually focus fire anyone. They're playing it calm. They're playing it very patient here. Even going for an Aeon disc on Bryle. And to be quite fair, if I do look at the way that the game can go, like even in like these super late stages, I gotta say, I kind of like TSM super late. If they get Whitemon to be able to get level 25, right, the game's just over. How does Ursa or Stormsweeper play versus an undispellable overgrowth? Plus a refresher potentially of this tree zone. LGD trying to wait for the perfect opportunity to fight, but TSM is... I don't think they're too fussed with playing a longer game.
There we go, they've got Refresher out in Tomato.
Let's see what they find. They have the Hex.
Browse in.
Jump.
Yeah, they'll be able to get the Hex onto Planet. Stampede's there, but the grab with the Pulverize already comes out. Planet will be able to lift himself up, throw back up to the high ground. He'll live. Now with the zip forward, nothing to say. Tries to grab back, but gets caught out by the Hex immediately. Galed as well, and here's the right clicks from Tomato, taking nothing to say down in a matter of seconds. He has buyback available, jump up to the high ground. Refresher popped again, Planet with the telekinesis, getting Shiro out to the side. Shiro is able to turn back in, take down Whitemon, but another Hex comes into play. Onslaught forward from Bryle, Pulverize as well, he grabs onto the bear, takes down Shiro. Second buyback comes out from PSG LGD. BKB for nothing to say in with the Vortex, but only getting Kasani with the Vortex. Tomato still fine to stand strong, half HP, still good to go on the Lima. Old 11 forced back to the side. We'll get another Hex off onto Shiro. Charge across as well. They're trying to get Shiro back towards the safety of the fountain. Vortex, he gets the 3-man one off and nothing to say. The follow-up hood stop from Old 11. PSG LGD, they'll be able to take the fight here against TSM as TSM dive a bit too far.
How many buybacks was it though?
4 buybacks. It's
four
an expensive hold. It's an expensive hold, but it is a hold. They keep the game. They keep the game going.
I believe they used everything too, right? The refresher and everything as well too. But yeah, they won't find the Lina though. Tomato able to get himself away and out of this fight. But potentially now, how fast of a? It's not. If it was an instant rush, then maybe that would have been an opportunity there for PSG LGD. But it's an expensive hold. 4 buybacks.
See what they can do with this PSG LGD. Maybe try and just charge down a lane, see if they can force any sort of buyback out from TSM. It's looking unlikely though, because the mid lane there's still a tier 1 to push through.
Radiant's
They left a
middle
gem in the
tower
pit.
is under attack.
We have 3 gems now. Maybe they want to
who
leave it
put the
just to
gem
get
in
some
the
vision. Hey, it's maybe just for vision in the pit so they know when Roche spawns.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe something like that. They've recovered 2 of the gems.
Yeah. They have the
last one just
Old
sitting there.
11's ready to grab it with the courier.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. So, not an instant spawn. That would have been really fortunate for them to fight PSG LGD, but finding themselves some ways of fighting back, even though they're at this immense
Radiant's
deficit.
middle tower is under attack.
Why You Smile now has a refresher of his own on the Phoenix. So these longer duration team fights could be beneficial for PSG LGD, but the game could just end after this
really
next
good.
team fight.
Now
since they had to
with the
use all these
buyback shoes,
Yeah.
any sort of death.
Oh!
Ooh!
Okay,
They're
oh,
marking
Shiro! All right, let's go,
go.
baby.
All right, let's see. Can Shiro carry this? This would be quite something. Then Roshan's up. He's going to go into the pit. Well, this is risky. This is risky. Bryle's in. He's going to see him. He'll see the smoke for the rest of the team trying to catch up. Bryle has the on this proc. Kasani steps in with the ult. Shiro's going to pop the BKB. He really wants to try and finish this Roshan with the rapier. Can he get the pick up? He's going to be able to take it down. The Egg's going to be there on the high ground. Shiro's able to pick up the Aegis. Supernova, it's going to go off successfully. As now they'll charge forward, the stun catching on both Whitemon and Kasani. Ari with the cookie gets Kasani onto the side, but Shiro goes down the once, nothing to say. In with the Vortex, onto the 2 of them. Second life here from Shiro, what can he do with it? He'll jump back to safety, gets up towards
Bryle's
the high
in.
Bryle. He's charging forward with the BKB and the onslaught. Pops the trample, trying to close in. There's the Hex, locks down Shiro. In with the Pulverize, but Old Lemon pops the Who Stomp. Keeps Shiro safe as he puts himself to the Pulverize. And now Shiro, he turns straight back towards Bryle, slams him down with the Abyssal Blaze, taking him off. Nothing to say. He's got the Vortex grab on the 2 of them. Shiro's stepping forward here. He's got the damage ready to go. The first hit bash is there. That's going to be pretty much a team wipe here from PSG LGD as only Ari's left alive. Can he truly get out of this one? Maybe he can. He's out with the blinking of the trees. He'll live.
The base.
Oh, the base. Get to the base. Get to the base. Get to the base. Tier 4s are going down. But they find the fight. They're keeping the game going here, PSG LGD.
The rapier. I mean, more than the rapier or anything, nothing to say with his vortex is really saving the day multiple times here. Holy moly.
Shiro
able to keep this fight going.
Can they really turn this one around?
It's a big talent now. Also, Storm has hit 25, so his damage has skyrocketed forward. Doesn't have the shard just yet for his, of course, potential, but starting to see potential for sure for them to take these fights back. If they force this type of fight there, they found a way to make Tomato bleed again.
They really have. Yeah, nothing to say. The multiple vortexes in these fights just proving to be a bit too much for TSM. As now, PSG LGD down the mid they go. They've got another bit of a window. They've taken out the tier 1. They're onto the tier 2. Still 30 seconds with 3 dead on TSM. Nothing to say bringing around the bottom lane.
No way they're going to be able to. I mean, this is crazy if they're able to recover this type of game in this state. Still the same thing kind of stands. If they do lose these heroes, if they do lose in particular the Storm, the game still can't just end.
Absolutely.
So
well, how long until the buybacks are back up? So 3.5 minutes.
3.5
for those 4 buybacks of PSG LGD. So still 3.5 minutes where they're really living on the edge this game.
But it feels like this is the first time that they've been able to cross the river in almost the entirety of this game. So now they're going to be able to find themselves Power Rune as well, and nothing to say. I mean, he can just commit for his refresher, and then that could be the thing that allows him to actually take this next fight as well, too. Still pretty uphill battle for them, but they're starting to find these type of things coming into their favor. All the little things matter. Stolen overgrowth, stolen anything. All these little grabs. TSM definitely shaken up quite a lot there after that hit.
I mean, how do you sort of proceed now for TSM after those last few series of events? You know, you're still up 20k. You've taken 2 sets of racks. You should be in a comfortable spot. But it's been a couple of fights where things have just not gone your way.
I think you have to deal with nothing to say. I think just kill the Storm Spirit. He's way too much of an issue. It's not easy by any means now because he has this Lincolns and everything to block the hexes, but he is causing a total ruckus inside these fights. It's letting everyone else play much easier. So I think if they just focus fire on the Storm.
Oh, let's time to come with the smoke. Are TSM prepared for this?
Who's going to get caught? Tomato in the front lines.
There's the quick jump. They get him with a who's stop. They close the gap. Tomato's in trouble. He needs help, but he needs it now. He's not going to get it. It's Tomato taken out for 100 seconds. Kasani also in trouble. The Aeon Disc comes to an end. Brian will jump in to try and help out.
There's another egg.
Supernova going on the high ground. There's no one available to hit it. Braille's BKB comes to an end. He's got to run. He's getting bashed up by Shiro. Shiro, he's in trouble now with the buybacks coming in from TSM. Jump forward. They've been able to control the bear. Shiro, he's getting very low. A further hex comes in with the lockdown. Shiro tries to stand his ground, but he's gone. PSG LGD, they're out now. Forward and without buybacks. GG is called. TSM, they'll finally be able to close up this win.
Ooh, looked scary at the start of the fight, but Tomato, I mean, the beauty about them not having to use their buybacks earlier, they have them available, and they're able to actually find the Storm, isolate Shiro. A decent attempt there from PSG LGD, but overall, I mean, this was TSM dominance for 90% of the game again. An excellent performance, excellent showing from them today.
Well, really, well, they'll be very happy with this result. As I said, they've just come off a 0-2 against Team Spirit. They come into this second series that they play and take down PSG LGD 2-0. And yeah, being able to keep their cool in the more tense moments of this game as well. So strong stuff here from TSM. And yeah, PSG LGD tried their best to turn it around with some cool late game plays, but indeed the lack of the buybacks in those last few minutes meant that they did have to take the risks. You know, they were very much losing the game. They tried it. At TSM, they were able to keep their cool and shut this game down. So well played to them. They'll take this 2-0 in this group stage match against PSG LGD. Yeah,
pretty good.
Final thoughts on this one, Fog?
I mean, pretty damn good showing from TSM. Their early game looks really clean. Tomato sure died a couple of these, you know, a couple times here, but I think overall, like, their game plans, right? They understand how to pressure the map with their drafts, but also, I want to mostly talk about drafts. I think it's actually really cool the way that they're able to just, like, switch things up. You never know who's going to play what. They could have played a 3 Snapfire this game. They could have played a 3 Primal Beast. They really switched things up, and I think they had multiple different answers for what PSG LGD were trying to set themselves up for, so good on TSM.
Absolutely, yeah. I think teams got to watch out for the TSM drafts. They've got some good ideas about the game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They're just looking back at some of the earlier moments as well of this game. Yeah, TSM, they did it. I mean, as you said, but for the most part, this game was under their control.
Yeah, they literally played this early game so damn well. They never let the Phoenix really do much of anything. Tomato super farmed. Yeah, great stuff. And looking forward to watching them more. This time, NA comes out ahead of China in this game.
Yeah, this was indeed the matchup between the top spot of Division 1 NA and top spot of Division 1 China. And indeed, 2-0 for TSM, the NA side. And as we saw as well, Tomato very pumped up and focused for this game. We saw his scribbles on the map. And as you say, very much, this major, incredibly important for him. Above sort of any major, he wants to get out there, he wants to play in front of the fans. And you can see it in his play today. Very nice stuff here from the carry, both games.
And it's a fun, the reason I was saying this time NA comes out ahead, because for those who don't know, the game that we have next, it is going to be Aster versus Shopify. So now we're going to get to see a little bit of the difference, the second place teams playing up against each other.
Yeah, indeed we are. Yeah, we've seen how the first place is matched up. Let's see how the second places from each of the divisions do. I mean, initial thoughts ahead of that series on these two teams that we're going to get to see next?
Aster is... I honestly thought Aster was going to win the division. When I saw LGD win, I was a bit surprised just because Aster looked so good. I'm worried for Shopify. I think unless Shopify kind of crushes the early game, I think they'll 100% lose late game. So I think, for me, Shopify, if they're going to end up winning, it's got to be like 35-minute or less games. Otherwise, I think they probably just lose. I think Aster's... They're really scary. They're really clean the way they play, really methodical.
We'll get to see that soon, but here we see these final moments of the highlights, getting close to the bit of the game where it was a good call from Shiro, going for that rapier. Very much a game where something drastic needed to be done to give them any sort of chance. And this was sort of the beginning of a bit of signs of life from PSG LGD whilst they were behind, but of course at the cost of these 4 buybacks. That they then weren't quite able to prolong the game long enough to wait it out until they had those buybacks available subsequently after sort of that 7-minute or so downtime after they'd used them. And even with this sort of solid fight around the Roche pit, it was always going to come down to a fight where TSM was able to use buybacks and PSG LGD wasn't.
Yeah, and they're all in. So it's like the moment the Ursa dies, it's GG. He's got that rapier that he drops down. So yeah, decent attempt. I think it was a very admirable kind of fight back, but definitely feeling them missing out on their offlaner, at least for me right now. Old 11, not to say a bad player by any means, but I just feel like they're missing some of that synergy where, I mean, at least they're in the DPC, they just looked a little bit cleaner. They had their offlaner constantly being able to get involved. Felt like Old 11 was really on the back for the majority of this game.
There we go. There's these final moments where the buybacks were there. A fight around the outpost. Easily a spot on the map that TSM can use these second lives. And PSG LGD, they just don't have that same thing under their resource. Still, as you can see, about a minute and a half was left on their buybacks. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So that is the third series on this stream, at least done for the day. But we do indeed, as we allured towards, we'll have one more series on this stream, and it should be a good one. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we'll have a short break. But I can see already the lobby's being made, so we're going to be jumping in very shortly. We should have the game coming up very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. Next up, we're going to be ending the day with Shopify Rebellion against Team Aster. We'll see you very shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lima Group stage. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we've got a fantastic series coming up next. Shopify Rebellion against Team Asta. I know you're all very excited to see it, and I'm glad to tell you that the draft has already begun, so we'll be able to get that on your screens very, very shortly. Fogged, we've just seen the top teams in terms of the rankings in the DPC, the previous tour of China and North America go head-to-head. Now we're going to get to see the second-place teams from each of the regions. And I just sort of wondered, what are your expectations and how these two teams are going to match up against each other, considering what you've sort of seen from them during the tours?
I mean, Aster is a very scary team to play against. They punish mistakes super heavy. Yep. They hit on all cylinders. You know, the one thing I guess you could say you could punish is that you know that Baboka's an incredibly greedy player, so sometimes you can look to punish that a little bit there, but Aster shows very little flaws, I feel like. You know, their laning phase is really strong. XXS is always a very potent offlaner. He always has a good game. XWY's impressed a ton from his mid lane, and then Monet has been a very stable monstrosity for his entirety of that he's been playing Dota. So yeah, it's a really stable roster. I think for Shopify, they've shown a good amount more weakness. But I think if they're going to be able to have like a good early game, then they're going to be able to take it to Aster quite early on. But I was saying before we went to break that I think Aster is an amazing team at taking late game team fights. So I think it's probably going to be an uphill battle for Shopify.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, in terms of the bans, no surprises. No surprises. Nope. Aster, they'll open up their draft here with the Phoenix. Of course, imagine that Will and DB were just 5 Phoenix here for Siamese Cat.
Mostly, yeah. I think Baboka likes to play much greedier stuff. They play very traditional offlaners. XXS even still plays his Mars and stuff like that. Best Mars currently in the world, in my opinion. Not really many other players are playing it, but he's just a total beast the way he controls the pace of the game. So if they do want to opt for something along those lines, they might. For Shopify now.
He still plays the Magnus as well, doesn't he?
He does.
In fact, he played it earlier today. So hyped to see that one. See Shopify Rebellion. They'll open with the Prophet Undying.
Okay.
I think they exclusively just play this Prophet for Arteezy right as the carry. Oh no, they don't. No, they also play a Saberlight. Actually, they have the versatility, don't they? They can do it between the 1 and the 3. Do you have a preference, or do you think honestly when you're drafting like this and you put it out first, you are as a team you're putting it there as a 50-50 pick to see how it fits best down the draft?
Exactly that. I think you flex it. If it gets like hard countered, like if there's like Night Stalkers and all these heroes that just get a Night NP or just a horrible NP game, you can just throw it to off lane and he can just itemize for that. Really strong lane opener. So what I was talking about for Shopify is coming out ahead in lanes and then kind of dictating pace and like dominating. This is an ideal kind of setup for it.
Okay. Let's have a look. Marcy's going to come through as the second pick. And in terms of the versatility for Aster with Marcy, it looks like it's not really there. At least they haven't shown it. It's only been Baboka as of late playing it as the Marcy 4. So likely to be locked in as that, unless they want to throw a bit of a curveball here as a team in these LAN games. We haven't.
I mean, they just haven't
recently.
They haven't played it a crazy amount though. I think he played
they've a couple of games. Baboka had a couple of games.
Okay.
Literally, I'm looking at it. Within the last 3 months, they played it twice with Baboka on position 4.
He never plays position 4 though. Just remember that. Baboka's a 3.5.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Well, he's a 4, but he ain't a 4. You know.
Sure.
This is the greediest 4 position on the planet, I want to say. So. Okay. But yeah, definitely a possibility for him. I mean, yeah, I really like the opener for Shopify. It's very flexible. It gives lane sustain. It gives ways to pressure towers, way to get vision in team fights, lane control, and stuff like that. For Aster, it's strong lane, at least from the Marcy. Phoenix, of course, does give you a little bit of a hole sometimes like that, but this hero can sometimes just take over. Marcy, the later and later the game goes, I feel like this hero just becomes absolutely ridiculous. You're a tombstone answer, you're a core killer if you're a support, etc. And you're always going to amplify one of your cores up significantly with Sidekick.
Let's see what sort of bans Shopify want to prioritize. I mean, anything that you know, if you Shopify, it's going to be the Centaur, so they'll look towards taking out some of XXS's hero pool.
I guess it's just those. If you do want to make it an RTZ Nature's Prophet, you set up for that. So right now, getting rid of Centaur, gap closer.
I guess.
Not just the individual, it's an everyone gap closer.
True. It's definitely not the sort of one of the offlane heroes that would be the top of the list that come to mind when you think of XXS, though.
No, definitely not. Mars, Magnus, those are the
they're-
usual ones he plays.
Yeah, but and then the Pango and Doom close behind in terms of the frequency that we're seeing them. Okay, so Viper. I mean, it's just the Viper. When you sort of see a Viper band like that, does it sort of tell you what the team's going to want to pick? You know, is this sort of protecting a hero that Astra's going to want to get in their draft?
That's a good question. If it's anything specific, I'm not sure.
Because again,
maybe it's
Viper,
either. Go ahead, sorry.
Shopify, they've only played it once in the last 3 months. Sable out in the offlane, so it's not something that Shopify have been showing a lot. So it feels like you're doing it just to protect one of these cores that you want to get out.
Probably to protect core, like the break function, probably. Just trying to like make sure that one is like they could be looking something like Spectre, maybe if you want something versus like directly to deal with Nature's Prophet. Not too much of their style. I think most games, I feel like I just remember Monet playing just like some sniper / drow ranger or something along these lines, but has to be something like specific that they're looking to take out. Even okay, that's interesting. Take a Spirit Breaker.
I mean, Spirit Breaker, they've not been playing that at all. Shopify.
No,
so
I mean they played it earlier.
Oh, did they play it once today?
They played it earlier. That's usually like you want to play like they might want to play something like that drow. I mean, maybe not the drow. Maybe something more like the sniper, something like that. That's a bit vulnerable. But okay, interesting.
Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry, they do play. Crit plays it quite a bit actually.
Crit plays
In
it.
fact,
right?
Crit hasn't lost a game in it. He played 4 games recently, 100% win rate. So that
I thought I
one
saw
does
play it.
Yeah, no, Crit plays it a
earlier
lot.
on.
Yeah, Crit plays it a lot.
It is very the way that
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet works, right? With a hero like Spirit Breaker, it can put a ton of pressure on the map. So maybe that's what they're thinking. If Shopify. I'm going to call them 3 different names here already.
Come on.
I'm going to say EG,
Shopify
Spotify,
Rebellion.
and Shopify. Shopify Rebellion. It's I mean it's good global pressure, so can understand.
Yes. Ooh, Shadow Demon.
Okay.
It's going to be coming out.
Means your supports have no stuns, and
I was
your
going to
draft
say,
probably has no stuns.
yeah, this support duo.
Okay.
I mean, if it is, but no one on EG plays any core Shadow Demon, do they?
I hope not.
Dude, I saw a game recently where a mid Shadow Demon, and it was a professional. I think it was in Div 2. I can't remember what team it was. Someone played a mid Shadow Demon recently, and it was actually really good. But yeah,
It's volatile.
Yeah,
it's very volatile.
But yeah, so these two is your support duo. What does it sort of say in terms of what Shopify Rebellion want to do this game?
Early game dominance.
Yeah.
And then just, I mean, the Shadow Demon may be something preemptive that they're thinking that they're just going to be able to actually purge. And, if they're seeing the Viper ban, maybe they're like, all right, well, if you're going to be picking some passive hero, maybe Ag Shadow Demon, something like that. I'm not too sure. Having this extra save is always nice, too. Definitely interesting. We've seen this hero picked versus Tree, but I don't know if Tree's even going to be on the menu for Aster.
And maybe, if the Viper ban was to protect like the chance to pick a hero like the Spectre, now you don't really want to pick the Spectre, right? Shadow Demon can do quite a number against the Spectre.
Yeah, that's what that's what I was thinking. Just like the break mechanic that you can get from Aghanims and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. Definitely makes it so there's some holes in the draft because just lack of lockdown, lack of it gives you a lot of it's not even just like this lack of lockdown thing. It's also now how do you set up ganks? You need something like a Leshrac or something on one of these heroes on Shopify so that you have some type of kill combos without having to bring so many heroes in. So maybe they want something like that.
What have we got? Is this going to be an XXS Snapfire? Or do you think we are going to see them do the Marcy in a different spot to what we've seen? Because I said that they haven't done it in a different spot recently outside of the support position. But you think that's more likely here? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's likely the 3 Marcy. And then, could still, I guess, if people are,
it could be the carry
metas start
Marcy.
to change. It could be the carry, exactly.
We haven't seen Monet do it recently, but I'm sure he can.
Yep. If tons of people are playing it, if teams who they're practicing against, it might be something that comes back. Because it is a gap closer. If it is going to be a Nature's Prophet as a carry, Marcy carry can definitely counteract it.
I like this sort of flexibility they have to have, which is something that Shopify Rebellion, they still have the flexibility between the Prophet being the 1 or the 3, and now you've seen sort of the majority of Astra's draft. Do you think they have a preference now? This Prophet, do you still want it to be the 1, or do you want it to be the 3?
I'm starting to lean a little bit toward the 3, but
yeah,
just because there's so much gap close, there's so much burst damage. Like Aster has insane burst. I mean, Tiny and Snapfire together always just makes your lineup look very strong about team fighting and skirmishing early on. So it looks strong right now from Aster. They'll go for Magnus. Okay.
Ooh.
That is...
I mean, I love a bit of Magnus, so this is going to be nice to see. It's just, that kind of leans the profit to be in Arteezy's profit, right? And Saberlight playing the
Has
mag.
to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way you can really do this unless it's something really weird.
Well, we haven't, but you could support Magnus has been done, my friend.
Not in a long time.
Not in a while. Not in a while.
I guess at that same side though. Fine then. You know what? Mid Magnus. It hasn't been done.
Mid Magnus. Didn't Arbed in the past used to play Mid Magnus many years ago? He did, right? Didn't he back in the day? I remember Arbed coming up with some bangers on the Mid Mag. I'd love to see that. I mean,
now
honestly,
they at least have like...
if he feels like he's going to have a melee matchup in the mid, you can get those easy skewers under tower. I'd like to see it, but as you say, from what we know from Shopify, it's probably going to be Saberlight Mag, Arteezy profit.
Yeah. And then they have the Shadow Demon Magnus combo.
Yeah.
They have some fun skewer disrupt plays. I'm looking at the bans, though. I like Aster's ban. I think Lesh was actually a really good pick for Shopify because, like I was mentioning before, you want something that can actually utilize this disruption in a lot of situations. Right now, it's just really skewer, which is kind of awkward. It's a save, which can be decent, but I don't know. I'm really liking what Aster has, unless Shopify gets out to some crazy type of lead at the start. They have so much team fight coming in from their supports. This Phoenix and Snapfire. Shopify's is a lot more... It's a lot more difficult to just execute at the moment.
Let's have a look. See if Aster's final pick gives a bit more clarity on where all these heroes are going to go. Who's going to be playing the court?
Looks quite standard right now, but things could definitely get a wrench.
Sure, this is what you're imagining. What, offlane Marcy, mid Tiny?
Yep, offlane Marcy, mid Tiny, 4 Snap, 5 Phoenix,
and get the Mono hero in here last.
Yeah, what does he want to play? I mean, he could still just do something like the Drow, unless he plays carry Marcy. Let's see what it's gonna be.
Yeah,
get the bear. Okay. I mean, it looks really strong. I could see Ursa maybe having some difficulties, of course, if he's kind of purged by the Shadow Demon and stuff like that in some fights, but he's got tools to enable him a little bit there with the Snap Cookies and with the Marcy buffs. Okay.
Let's have a look. So we're expecting Arbed's hero, right?
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't play. He hasn't played in many years, but it's a really good Meepo game. I just want to say that. Bring back the Arbed.
Is any
Meepo.
game a good Meepo game though? I don't know.
He won't do it.
No. He'll just do Primal or something
Kunkka.
standard. Okay.
All right.
Kunkka.
All right.
That brings things together. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was looking for something that pairs with SD. It's a Kunkka instead of a Lesh. That actually makes the draft, kind of rounds things together a lot nicer. Now they have great type of catch and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the game is going to be revolved on how Abed's game is. Could get difficult when he's playing versus like Phoenix and stuff like that. They don't have the best egg hitter. So I feel like that's why...
That's for sure, yeah. I mean, the only one... I mean, sure, Crit's ranged as SD, but you're not really going to have the attack speed to do anything. And then obviously Arteezy, he's not going to want to spend his time in the fight hitting the supernova. So, yeah, Baboka on his Phoenix as well is quite the sight to behold.
I think that's why they made it Baboka's hero as well, too. Yeah. Like, I think they were probably looking and being like, okay, depending on what type of game it's going to be for the Phoenix, we can actually tick its elevation of what type of hero it's going to be. Because now, limited egg hitters, Baboka can actually itemize, become this, like, super kind of, another core, as we see him do so often. Yeah, he can kind of
carry the game. There is definitely the groundwork for this Phoenix to have a really, really good time. But, yeah, I mean, overall, would you say overall then you do kind of like what Team Aster's doing a bit more here? Like, who do you feel's got the upper hand? Yeah,
I like Aster's a little bit more. I think that they can hold. They are lacking a little bit on like holding on maybe some of these pushes. Maybe if Arteezy plays really fast, they don't have the base ways to like spam waves besides like the snap. But that being said, they scale really hard. They have great skirmish, and I feel for Shopify, a lot of the game is going to come reliant to Abed, at least for me.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the first game of this series between Shopify Rebellion and Team Aster. It definitely looks like there's going to be a lot of fun to be had in this one. A lot of brawling expected between these two teams.
I don't consider myself.
Let's see how these lanes end up going. The Tiny mid versus the Kunkka. And let's see how they do these setups here. XXS and Baboka. The two players that have the most games paired together, I believe, by a long shot now. Playing together for feels like an eternity.
That's very true. Yeah, honestly, a good lane duo, right? This Marcy Phoenix can be quite annoying.
Yeah, they are playing into a hard lane matchup, of course. They're playing into Undying Nature's Prophet. I mean, one of the harder lanes.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
But let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Yeah. They just have to make sure they don't get double decayed, since they both are these strength heroes. It can be even more painful.
加油加油，还有一把。
We'll see if Shopify want to step up for the bounty rune. Probably unlikely.
Maybe Saberlight goes for some type of crazy cliffing or something like. Nah, definitely not. He's playing versus Ursa and Snap. Both heroes can get down. Don't want to end up skilling Skewer. Fly. We'll get the rune, so 3.
Only 3 for Shopify. A nice start for them there. And yeah, we'll have to sort of see at that top lane if Crit and Saberlight are able to find those opportunities for some disruptions into potential tower skewers, if they're able to get the lane in a good spot.
It's a strong lane anyway, even without those type of little shenanigan plays. Like Shadow Demon, he takes some time, but his laning, as soon as he hits 3, he's actually a hero. It takes him a little bit though, you know. Level 1 and 2 is pretty mediocre, but once you do it that 3, you're very strong versus most lanes. You do a ton of damage. Most people don't expect how much the poison actually does once you've got the stacks up. And yeah, let's see how bottom goes. I think this is a pretty miserable lane for Aster to deal with. Just Treants plus Decay. Probably going to be able to double zone heroes here as, yeah, Arteezy should be able to just free farm.
This mid lane matchup, Arbed versus XWY. It should be pretty even, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's hard, even if XWY is able to get like some sort of toss back under the tower. As a Kunkka, Arbed should normally be able to walk it off. Unlikely he dies to a catch from Tiny.
This ends up being one of those matchups where it's like one player is reliant on bottle control and the other one's not. Because Kunkka in this matchup, you just go the double bracers, and then you're just able to outlast him and out-sustain the Tiny. So you just need someone to maybe check some runes and stuff like that, which they do have good heroes to check it. They have the Shadow Demon that can leave top all the time. So yeah, lane setups look pretty good for EG. Or for
Shopify Rebellion.
For Shopify Rebellion, damn it! I'm gonna do it all day.
Bottom okay. It's gonna be okay here.
0 last hit so far on Marcy.
Might get crit. Swipes are stacking up, but also Siamese Cat falling low. And in fact, Siamese Cat, he'll be the first to drop. First blood here for Saberlight. It's a fun lane from Shopify Rebellion, getting the early bit of action.
Yep, and important that I think Saberlight got the last hit, right? So he'll have boots up. This is definitely a lane where arcane boots thrive when you have this Shadow Demon who uses tons of mana. So should be able to get that at a pretty good timing. They have the lane pushing into their favor too, so more potential for those skewer plays since it's going to be very close to their tower. And we saw bottom XXS, 2 last hits. So really struggling versus the decays plus these treants.
I mean, does it get any easier for the duo down here?
No. Undying the king of lanes.
Very rough.
Yeah.
Grip also making sure he's getting some stacks going as well.
Done.
Away from the lane. And now, I mean, honestly, with the position the lane's in, they've got to be careful. A disruption into the shockwave skewer. Get one of the 2 under the tower. Got to be careful stepping forward.
They do always have Cookie, though, right? They have little things that they can bail themselves out if they get put too far under, but do have to be a little cautious either way. And it looks like now bottom, it's going to start becoming just lane creep, you know, just messing with the equilibrium. Baboka going to start pulling some waves so that then he can start actually getting something on XXS. He's really just getting absolutely nothing.
They're going to go for Saberlight top. Disruption. Place to stop Mono from getting the hits in.
Nice jump. Crit's level 3 now, so this is scary moments really for the Ursa and the Snapfire. They have tons of stick charges that are going to add up, but if you get 5 stacked, you might just pop. Crit's got 4. He sticks early, he knows he has to. It's still almost a kill threat there. It's 576 damage in 5 stacks.
That was kind of tough.
I see that big damage. Onto Siamese cat. Down in the jungle, Fly, and Baboka. With one another, Baboka was able to get him and deny that bounty rune. So Fly was able to grab that one up.
Nicely done. And yeah, it's just about pulling lanes, and eventually the Marcy will be able to catch back up. But it means a really good head start there for the side of Arteezy. And Fly's giving him solo XP too while he's standing and fighting on the sidelines here.
5 stacks on the bear, that'll do it.
Boom.
Ooh, yeah, he was able to get it stacked up there, Crit. 5
and look
stacks
at all
and
these
Monet
creeps.
Gets popped at Siamese cat. He's going to be in trouble as well. Got the shockwave into the skewer. And this is going to be them cleaning up on that top lane. Shopify Rebellion, 2 more kills for them up top.
Arcane Boots finished already. They're going to have tons of mana to continue this spam. Really good moves. Thing about Shadow Demon, you got to be careful how much damage it really does do. That 5th stack, it's no joke.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're playing it really nicely up top.
Yeah, they
Crit
even now...
being, yeah.
They even take out the water rune bottom. Fly makes the move over. Abed takes the rune top, and there's no refill for the Tiny, so now Abed gets to pressure the tower a little bit here. Really good moves in this early game here from Shopify.
I mean, out of sort of Asta's lineup, where does sort of the plays start to come that will kind of allow them to battle back after a rough laning stage across the map?
It's going to have come from the Tiny rotations. It's going to mostly be around XWY. Snapfire, not really looking to make any type of moves. He wants to play in the lane. Phoenix can't, and Marcy's going to be in recovery. So, yeah, feels like it's all going to be up to XWY. Not to say that he needs to, like, bail them out of, like, a horrible lane situation, but they're definitely struggling. The Ursa and the Marcy in particular. And now you're seeing Shopify. They're able to just leave their 2 independent side laners and just make the emphasis onto mid to help out Abed.
Absolutely. Saberlight very unlikely to die top on his own. And bottom, Arteezy, a complete free farm so far. No issues for him here.
And they're giving him all this solo XP, so level 6 is going to come out very quick on Arteezy. So he's going to have that Wrath of Nature to perhaps threaten even mid lane. A Boat X combo with a Wrath of Nature +1, they might even be able to make the first move onto the Tiny themselves on Shopify.
I mean, even bottom XXS is getting kept very, very low.
Yeah. Trying to sustain off of these treants, but he doesn't really do too much damage at this point.
Top lane, Saberlight does come a bit too close to the tower.
But Monet
go down. See if Crit can get Monet. He's not going to be able to get the connection with that 3rd stack of the poison, so has to opt for the TP out. We'll get out of that. He's getting a little too aggressive that time round. Saberlight tanking a fair few tower hits off the back of that attempt.
Yeah, Monet, even though he did die the once, is still doing just fine. He's only 250 gold to get behind his counterpart, Arteezy. So all things considered, pretty damn good. Arteezy's queued up the Midas. Feeling he has the space to be able to go for it here. And yeah, Su did 6, so even more threat on the map once he does have that Wrath of Nature.
XXS has got to be careful.
Did we have a stat line on this safe lane Midas of the Nature's Prophet? I forget what the actual record of it was. I think it was a losing record, if I'm not mistaken.
Crit. No, he's not going to be able to have any backup. Abed was starting to head up towards him.
He's stuck? Okay. Keep these out. A little awkward.
A Fly. Starts to TP out there, but Baboka nearly able to burn through him with his spirits. Checking around this ward area.
They're looking for mid. You see Crits lingering in the area. He knows he has Arteezy's Wrath of Nature. If they're able to get a kill on the Tiny, Nature's Prophet can TP in and just also pressure the tower, which would be huge. Big rotations coming in.
XWY is going to step forward. That'll give them the chance to get the disruption into the boat. TP over from Arteezy. Yes, it's going to be XWY in a whole world of pain. The drag back's there from the X mark. They take him out, and at the same time, they're able to finish off Siamese Cat.
And immediately they just have 5 mid. They actually even rotate the Undying.
It's going to be a tier 1 tower going down, but Boca, he'll be fine. Just still have a dive to play with. But quick moves indeed with that collapse around mid, taking the tower. RTZ is able to get straight back, of course, to that bottom lane and continue this farm.
They're playing the early game perfectly. Just the way that they're giving the XP, the way that they're pressuring the map.
They're going to be able to grab another, but Boca was still hanging around on incredibly low HP. Crit sets up with a disruption. That's going to be a 6th kill in the game for Shopify.
Yep, amazing early game. Everything going great for them. The lane's perfect. The way that they pressure too with the early NP. They gave all the levels to Arteezy. You see Fly. He's level 4 is this Undying, but Arteezy's level 7. Map has been opened up completely for them. 3K lead off of this lane. Up top though, Saberlight.
Not able to get the skewer off there. SWI with the combo puts a stop to his chance of charging away. Getting a kill, but still, yeah, overall, you can see the 3 cores of Shopify Rebellion in that top spot. Very much having a good time off the laning stage. Midas just a few hundred gold away for Arteezy.
Nice disruption. Bailing him out. And then in the meanwhile, too, so besides them pressuring the map, you know how you were mentioning, Crit getting those stacks up. So now during this little bit of downtime, Abed actually has somewhere to go. Instead of like being forced to pressure a side lane or something like that, he just backs up. He's going to be able to clear out that triangle, the 2 stack plus the 3 stack, and that's going to be his blade mail finished up already. A very early one for Abed. So really clean moves and clean preparation of what they want to be doing after they get that mid tower also.
Like very close to the blink dagger. While on the side of Asta, Monet is about halfway in on the Battle Fury. XWY, 1,000 gold towards his blink. Still a bit of time for that one. XXS, of course, going for the armlet build. Still very much time needed for Asta. The start that Shopify had, they're going to hit these early item timings just that little bit quicker.
Yeah, it is a Midas though, so not going to really increase his way to fight too much on the side of RTZ. He's going to be pretty fragile, but his Magnus and the Kunkka very ready to fight. Abed going straight fighting items. The blade mail into the shard, even rush, and then as you mentioned, Saberlight very soon to have blink dagger, so going to be able to kick up that pace a little bit faster. But Aster still able to just sit back and farm. Monet still having a pretty okay time. And XXX actually gets to play the lane now at this point.
Is under attack.
Wrath of Nature back up. Kunkka boat back available. Shopify can look to start pressuring these towers again here. Don't want to give too much time to the side of Aster when they're a little bit weaker right now. But Aster, looks like they might coordinate a move to strike back here. Still not quite level 6 on the Snapfire.
Yeah, they need... This group wave will do it.
Okay, there we go.
So quick clear of that from XWY, gives the 6 to Siamese Cat.
Oh, you see Arteezy in the mid lane, not the target they want to go for though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, swinging down to bottom, but no members of Shopify Rebellion around this spot. I mean, RTZ probably is the one they do want to catch, but...
I think now they're going to go for him. Yeah, now they're starting to make the move. Oh, he gets Centaur Stomp too.
Dyer's top
So they do
tower
see
is
that.
under attack.
Might be able to get the jump forward there. XWY, he's under vision
It's
now.
hard to get in. They're still trying to make this play. Yeah, a few hundred gold off the blink dagger, XWY.
Yeah.
So
They were originally
won't-
smoked, but yeah, once the smoke runs out, they just can't get the grab. Okay. Top tower for free
Dyer's top
for the side of
tower is
Shopify.
under attack.
Blink dagger, I believe, is done on the Magnus. He's hiding in the trees right now, so he's hitting the tower, finishing it off, but the blink is finished on the courier in the sideline. Aster, they'll make their own move bottom, should be able to finish off this
Dyer's
tower.
top tower is under attack. Dyer's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Alright, blink online. Saberlight, time to make some moves on the side of Shopify.
See where they're going to go. I know that Asta still likely to be hanging around the jungle after pushing the tier 1 down here.
It's going to take Abed some time to get down there, though. It's gonna have he does have the tier 2 TP, but...
They want to get XXS. They want to grab the core. See if Saberlight can get the catch.
He's careful. He knows something's up.
A little too tricky for them to find now, perhaps. They'll get starting him again. There's the setup. Shockwave into the skewer back. Not a chance for XXS.
No
the
messing
grab that they
around.
hoped for there.
Even dropping a tombstone to make sure that they can get that kill. Now on the flip side, we see up top, they're looking for Arteezy, but he's quickly going to be able to TP out before the move comes. Shopify. Small little moves that letting them gain this lead right now.
That's looking very clean so far. Not getting caught out by these attempts from Aster.
Battle Fury is done though for the Ursa, so Monet, even though he was slowed down a little bit, still has it at a very, very respectful timing. The usual 12 to 14 minutes.
SWY did he try for a play with hiding it, or is he just decided to show it straight away?
He just showed it. After they didn't get the gang top, he just, said screw it. Doesn't want to spend too much time just not farming. He has to make sure he continues to scale, especially since the Marcy's having a tough time. Arteezy doing some nice scouting as we see those treants there, kind of giving tons of information. Sees the Snapfire, the Tiny, and the Marcy. So right now, they can look to make any move they want, and it looks like it's going to be Boca perhaps, but not wanting to commit the RP.
They might be able to go again. Blink again up in a second.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Screw as well in a few. Baboka back into the lane and out of vision. Won't be available for Saberlight to jump.
Alright, what's the next move though for the shot of Shopify? Because you know this Ursa is farming with Battle Fury. They are getting this great scaling, and their lineup, it scales really hard on the side of Aster. Shopify might start to feel some pressure to start to want to make some moves.
They tried to get the grab on XXS in the mid. It's a good rebound, got him out of the way of the skewer after being disrupted.
I feel like they got to still look for some type of moves. Even though they have this Midas on Arteezy, I'm definitely a bit concerned. Just because this Ursa's able to farm so much, and he's got that huge amplify of the Marcy constantly. Kurt's already got the one component for that Aghanims. Wanted to get that break, of course, versus Ursa. Nice success.
Whoa.
They're just going to throw it.
They're going to go in with the RP. They're going to drop it straight away, go for the skewer back. The post coming in, but indeed the egg off to the side. Shopify have no way to deal with that. They've got to run from the Supernova, and they're not going to be able to get away. Saberlight and Crit to fall. Fly also left behind.
Uh-oh.
There's 3 heroes dead.
And that's
Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they were hanging around looking for a fight, and Aster, they knew that they could pounce back there, and they're also going to be able to find Arbed. XWY also getting the cleanup on him as he chases him into the jungle. That's a big bonus to get off the back of that fight. 4 dead on Shopify Rebellion. Aster, they're straight into the pit.
Oh, man. I was feeling like they needed to force something on the shot of Shopify, but in that type of way, definitely not the case. Aster, they're totally ready for it. All 5 heroes in position. And now
That's massive.
they've kind of blown this game open. Ursa, after having a full free catch-up time, now has a component towards this BKB.
Yeah. I mean,
he's going to need a lot more time to join.
You know, very much seeing signs of how annoying this Supernova is going to be for Shopify Rebellion. For Boca, already the fire spirits, the positioning that he commits with the egg, it's going to be very, very disruptive in these team fights. You know, Shopify Rebellion aren't clean with sort of the jump in and kill. Astra has got a lot of tools to turn these team fights around.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried. I have to be real. Like I know Arteezy's farming. I know they got that really good laning phase, but Aster, this is where they thrive. It's like when the other team is when the other team is the ones that feel pressure to actually have to apply pressure. This is where Aster's always able to just like sit back, read the map cleanly. So for Shopify, they need to start finding these successful movements.
Nice Harmy's cat with some smooth moves there, jumping over the 2 of them.
Stop
They
the blink.
still die. I mean, he's got XWY at the side ready to help out. They'll drop the tombstone, and Saberlight will be able to get him with the skewer, finishes him off.
Okay. Looks like they're pinging mid. Crit wants to try for XXS.
They can do it. I mean, XWY can kind of head in to help out. I'll have the X-Mark dragged back into the boat combo.
He's tanky.
He's very tanky. And now with the jump from XWY, he nearly cleans up Flying Saberlight. Burst the both 2 of them very low. The mech will heal them up, keep them alive.
Dire's top tower
So
is
trying
under
to
attack.
force something, trying to maybe force some type of reactions, but Aster, they actually don't really overreact. Yeah, and Arteezy
Close
just
game on the
needs-
numbers.
Yeah,
8-6.
close on numbers, but just definitely concerns for when Arteezy's going to feel like safe enough to be able to join all these fights too, because I see he's got the BKB queued up, he's pretty close to it and everything like that, but a lot of things that go through that BKB. Also, if he just gets initially caught from like the Avatos combo, BKB won't help him. Master getting close to their BKB timings as well. XXS, he's 2 points, 2 components. I mean, they're going to hit triple BKB timing very early, and they have kind of the more advantageous team fight when it comes to the Snap and Phoenix comparison.
Let's see what we can grab. Saberlight. The only one out in the bottom.
Monet. Ace is going to walk at him alone. That's the BKB done. This Ursa,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
pretty massive.
Radiant's middle
He's
tower
also
has
having
fallen.
his BKB complete.
Okay. But at the moment it's coming out, you know, XXS is about to be level 12 with BKB as well, so he could actually look to just fight back with Arteezy. Maboka,
He's got the quick setup. That's going to be flying trouble. The mech hit 1-7. Saberlight jumps in. It's an RP on 2.
There's a Sunray though.
And there's not really the follow-up. In fact, he opts to just skewer away. Doesn't want to bring any of them with him. He knows that they just don't have the follow-up in that sort of situations. Capitalize on a 2-man RP.
They're feeling the pressure for sure. Maboka takes the tome, almost level 12. This egg, I mean, we said it was probably going to be an issue.
It's a good game. It's a good Phoenix
really good game for it. Yeah, and he is farming, and it's Maboka.
I mean, and it was a first pick Phoenix.
It was.
You know what I mean? I feel like we don't normally see first pick Phoenixes end up in a situation where it's like, well, this is a really good Phoenix game at the end of the job.
I mean, a lot of the times, maybe teams are not really so, you know, ambitious to just be like, you know what, it's a good Phoenix game, let's make it a 4.
Sure.
Most times it's just a 5 Phoenix, but when it's a good Phoenix
true.
game,
then you give it to Maboka and you say,
yeah.
you know, have a great time. And so far he's only died the once. As you say, good levels and a huge amount of potential in this game.
yeah. I mean, Owen, that's pretty much, that's 2 of the BKBs done. Tiny's is about to be finished as well. Blink Dagger now finished on Monet, so he can gap close on top of Arteezy. Aster getting quite a lot out of these last like 7-8 minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now close to the BKB on the Kunkka. Still not quite there for Abed, so he's not very safe even if he looks to jump into the fights. You know, the Blade Mail, we've seen it picked up a lot on this Kunkka because of how the interaction is with the Rum and all that, but into the heroes he's up against, not really the best Blade Mail game. It's good versus the Snapfire, but versus the Cores and versus Phoenix, not so much.
Sure.
Crit?
See?
Being sneaky. Crit? Is he really gonna sneak away here? I guess he is. Bring around the Rosie around Monet.
White. Looking at mid, won't go in for the jump. Too deep to drive for Abed.
The scary Tiny. Very farmed on XWI. DD in the bottle. Dagger of Rishtool. Kill most heroes. Most heroes in just the Avatos combo will just die. Crit is still farming well. That's the one thing, like on the shot-to-shot fight. It's not like they're not farming well, it's just I'm having the difficulty seeing of when their team fight comes in together to deal with Aster's overwhelming team fight and their BKBs and everything too, you know. Crit, he's got the 3 components, I believe, toward his Aghanims. His break and everything will be amazing, at least versus the Ursa and Marcy and stuff like that, but will it be enough to turn the tides of just lack of team fight? I'm not sure.
Despite the gold showing it to be as close as it is, it really does feel like it's Aster in control. Quite a bit more than the numbers indicate.
I mean, their levels are just crazy. Ursa's 17 now at this point. He's leveling faster than Arteezy is, who's got a Midas. And I'm looking at Arteezy's itemization. I really hope it is not a butterfly. I hate this item.
Oh, the butterfly.
I mean, it's
No,
got, like, no, it's
no.
no.
Butterfly. No.
I mean, then they just go double MKB on Ursa plus Marcy, and then it's just kind of free. I thought he was just going to do the standard, just go for the.
He won't. I don't think he'll get butterfly. Unless is this a thing he does on his Prophet?
You can get sometimes why. I really don't like this item versus natural MKB numbers. I've seen it so much lately.
I want to look now. It's to see if this is a thing that he does as standard on his build.
I don't believe so. Not as a second item or a third item. Like, that's way too early. I want to say you never really deviate from the build. I think you almost always, if not always, just go the Gleipnir route. But let's see if he does go for it. SD crit. He's got Ags. So this is one timing maybe that Shopify is looking for.
No, his most recent games, no, it's kind of Aghanims, Gleipnir sort of stuff. I don't think...
He bought the quarterstaff. He's committing. He bought the quarterstaff. Okay.
Okay, butterfly, let's go. I mean, it's evasion, but it's Agi, which, you know, you're not an Agi hero.
Yeah. And it's into natural MKB buying Ursa. All right, well, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm up for sort of, you know, deviations from the standard item builds on heroes. Let's see if it works out for him today.
Saberlight.
Whoops. Is under attack.
Can't quite get the grab. Was X'd by his own teammate. XWY just pops the BKB. Did they see that was the Ags SD? I don't know. I think they should have. They should have seen the break effect. But they might not know either way on the side of Aster.
Are we sure he's still buying it? He's bought it. All right. I don't think we have the stats and such, but the butterfly profit very early on in the build. Well, in most profits you don't see it at all in the build.
He's got to make it. He's got to make it work really well. Like, they need to dominate the fight with it. Otherwise, it's like Ursa just farms an MKB in a few seconds. So, all right.
All right, I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to see if I've got an excuse now to start buying butterfly on my profit in games. Let's see if Arteezy can make it work. Ooh. See what it does for him here.
Mid lane. Crit's in trouble. Big RP.
If we get the RP off to the side, it's not a bad one, but there is still a supernova ready to go when Baboka sees fit. Now turn towards Crit, they burn him down.
On the egg.
Obviously, the extra attack speed is helping out. Helps him to take down the egg. They'll take out the supernova. Buybacks are going to come out from Astra on both of their heroes, Baboka and Siamese Cat. Going to try and chase for more. Kisses from Siamese Cat coming out to the side. Get the push back here with the tidal wave onto XXS. The heal from the Summary and the armlet toggle back on. Keeps XS alive. There's the jump from XWY. Gets straight in onto Arteezy. He's out for 50. And Roshan, it's available. So Astra, they'll have to use a couple of buybacks to win this fight, but it will set them up to go into the pit. Still 3 heroes left alive from Shopify Rebellion. See if they can mess with this attempt from Astra to take the Roche. Oh, XWY, he's in with the jump. He's going to be able to find Fly. Up to the high ground, that's Fly gone as well. Buyback will come out from Fly, but Roshan, it's already gone. Monet's able to clean it up. Saberlight is in with the jump. And he's going to skew out. I don't think he got either at the pickup there. He didn't. Saberlight wasn't able to get anything from that. As Monet grabs the Aegis, the Shard, gets the last hit on the Roshan. Asta, they take it all. And they're looking for more. I mean, Fly brought back for this. XWY's able to get him with the toss. Fly, he's going to drop the tombstone, but only before he ends up dying himself. Monet's in to clean up the tombstone. Go, go, go here from Asta. They're not stopping at Roche. They're looking for blood. They're looking for kills. They're going to find Crit in the trees as well. He's going to go down. We'll see a buyback coming from Saberlight. Arteezy is able to get the Sprout connection onto XWY to knock him down. Monet also dragged back close towards him. Monet's going to try and bring down Saberlight with him. The Sunray heal, allowing Monet to get a few more hits in, not enough to take Saberlight down. The Sunray, that will finish it. Second round here onto Monet. See if they can deal with the Ursa, but the backup tip from XXS closes the gap onto Arteezy. Arteezy standing his ground though. XXS and Monet, they want to get back in. The first hit bash, it's there. They'll use that opportunity to blink away from Arteezy though. They respect the fact that Arbed's brought back. XXS and Monet, they don't want to try and force the fight against these two cores. Arteezy TPing over looking for XXS, but XXS is already TP'd back to the base.
Long fight for Aster, comes out for a big win. I mean, geez, how far back do I have to go to it? But I think the fight could have actually gotten super worse super far worse if Saberlight didn't get that initial RP when he caught the Phoenix plus I believe the Ursa that was going on to the Shadow Demon. Allowed Crit to get a couple of his ults off and stuff like that, but either way, Aster with these buybacks able to chase and get a huge advantage, a huge opening. Force a buyback from Abed. That kind of kills his entire momentum of net worth. And now they should have seen that butterfly, right?
So they certainly would have. I mean,
they recognized that.
The attack speed was definitely helping out. Helped Arteezy take the egg out. And, even in some of these moments, it definitely meant they felt sort of, you could see that they were sort of thinking twice about kind of full committing onto the Prophet because of that little bit of evasion. So it was definitely doing a little bit of something in that fight for Arteezy.
Yeah, it did a little bit of something. If he didn't actually have it at that last fight when it was the Marcy plus the Ursa on top of him, he probably just feeds and dies at the end of the day. But either way, he does get caught and he does get killed. And now Aster in a huge kind of momentum swing. Oh, where they see the butterfly and look at Monet.
He had the Lincolns queued up and he's like, all right, okay, butterfly Prophet, I guess. Well, MKB, I'll get that. I'm just a 1,000 or so gold away. It's very likely going to be there for the next fight, the MKB on this. And then that's at the point where the butterfly kind of feels a bit rough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's see if somehow Shopify now can bring things back into their way in these next couple fights, but it's looking very, very difficult. Who ended up buying back? Let me see.
Yeah, 2 from each side, right?
2 from each side, right? Yeah, it was. Okay. Snap and Phoenix, though.
Siamese Cat and Fly.
Supports.
And on the side of Shopify, Saberlight and Arbed, so it was the 2 cores on Shopify.
Oh, there's actually 3 buybacks on Shopify. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Fly? Of course. Fly was a dieback at the start of it all.
Yep.
Yeah, it was just he died, and then we had the subsequent 2 buybacks from Arbed and Saberlight. So definitely still an expensive loss, that fight.
Yep.
For Shopify Rebellion, and the MKB's going to be there. 400 gold, and Monet's going to have the MKB.
And then he's just gonna literally eat Arteezy alive. So they had one little fight with that butterfly pre that evasion piercing, but now it's there. And yeah, game just feels so hard for them to take these team fights. Now that Kunkka's game has been slowed down so much, we see that Aster, it's not a tri-core. It's gonna be a quad-core at some point. But Boca, level 16, gonna start going for this Hex. He's gonna soon be level 18. They were able to get the egg this time because Baboka was caught in the middle of everything because of that RP from Saberlight. But for the next couple fights, you can imagine it's going to be a lot harder for them to take it out. And this is the Aster special.
And there we go. MKB online top. Crit. Very, very dead hit. XXS and XWY with the catch.
Oh boy. Feels like it's got a lot smaller now for the side of Shopify. As Monet looking for solo kill potential. He's got the overpower prepped up, looking for something here. Top. Aster's going to quickly just take out this tower in a couple swings. AC soon to be finished on XWY, so Evian tankier versus that physical damage, which is kind of all of the damage from Shopify. Not really big magic damage besides that Kunkka. Yeah, it feels like this game has just gotten so much more difficult. Don't know how they actually find it unless Saberlight gets some multi-hero, like 3-4 man RPs, and then even if that happens, Baboka might bail them out with Sunrays. Oh boy. Yeah, Aster just on farm mode. Baboka hitting some Ancients, hitting Triangle, Monet clearing the enemy jungle, the rest of the team playing together. They're in very comfortable position though.
Next time done, Satanic.
Okay. XXS, level 18 Marcy with Basher done also. So, remember this Marcy that had no lane? 4-1 and 4 on XXS, and he's hit his peak timing.
Set up for a smoke if they want Aster. Just checking the bit situation.
Yeah, they've got level 18 now in Baboka. So level 3 egg on top of everything else that they've just picked up. What can the side of
Radiant are scared.
Still a point of the game as well. 3 minutes left on the buybacks for Arbed and Saberlight. So still a very good time for Aster to take a fight.
Armor, eh?
knock one of these cores out, they'll have an easy window to push down one of these lanes.
Aster very ready to fight at this point. Neutral items that we have all picked up as well too. Monet, the Paladin Sword was picked up. Same thing for the side of Arteezy. Any defensive kind of items. No Yules yet on the side of Shopify to deal with this Ursa, so no ways to really protect each other either. They have drums on Fly, but no Force Staff or Yules. No Force Staff or Yules on the supports. Looks like it's going to be Saberlight who goes for the Yules for his team, but it's taking time.
Shopify, they'll group up to the top half of the map. See if they want to go for some sort of smoke themselves. Still very difficult for them to start a fight into Aster right now.
Yep. And Aster getting, it feels like, further and further ahead. Baboka now has the same net worth as Saberlight. Baboka almost has a Hex. So, it's got another big thing that poor Shopify is going to have to deal with in these team fights on top of the egg that's already super detrimental for them. Shiva's on Abed, so a little bit of counteraction versus like some of that healing that's going to be coming out from either the sidekick plus that Phoenix, of course, but once his spells are done on Abed, he's kind of just like a walking creep around in these fights, so it has to have massive impact with his connection. And now full Lincolns. I mean, Monet's pumped out 2 items since the last team fight. So Lincoln's versus... I mean, mostly it's going to be probably first the initial Demonic Purge. If he's able to... Monet's job is pretty much just insta-kill the Shadow Demon in most fights. So let's see what Shopify finds. Oh. Snapfire.
Saberlight.
Okay.
Get a solid 2-man RP. They drag them back straight into the boat combo. That's going to be it. Siamese Cat going down. BKB's off in time from XWY, but he's caught in the Sprout. And the right clicks from RTZ coming in is going to mean that XWY also will fall. Shopify, Rebellion there, finding the exact sort of jump that they need to be able to open up a chance for them to put some pressure back on the map themselves.
I like how they do it too. They do it with no risk, just in case, right? They X Saberlight. This is the second or third time I've seen them do it. So that he can, in case he doesn't catch anybody, they can just bring him back out of danger. This time he finds a pretty damn good snag though, getting that tiny. No instant spawn rush, though, so 40 seconds. Everybody on Aster is going to be back up.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Shopify Rebellion pull back to check this out. Not quite there in time. RTZ very close to having his full silver edge done. So really starting to get sort of this late game item build all together.
Which my matriarch would prize.
Here for the right click profit.
Aster now though, RP is on cooldown. This is their time to shine. 10 seconds for Tiny to respawn. Saberlight.
Still a 2-man skewer.
Gets hexed.
3-man. He gets them all, but the BKBs are now out, and Saberlight, he's going to end up falling. The Supernova will definitely be successful. There's no stopping that one. Arbed having the swipes from Monet stack up upon him. RTZ isn't with the break hit on towards the bear, but Monet still takes down Arbed. See RTZ attempt to hold his ground. Monet backs up to the high ground. RTZ turns over towards Baboka and XWY. XWY on the retreat for the BKB. Baboka will fall Monet. He's ready to get back in on top of RTZ. That's RTZ out of the game. XWY jumps back in for a toss combo onto Fly, as Aster will still clean this fight up very easily. 4 heroes dead on Shopify Rebellion. Roshan's back up as Aster now heads straight to the pit, and they'll have no struggle taking this one. This Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanims, it will be theirs.
Monet perfectly kites in and out of the fight there. Sure, he gets broken on the initial from the Silver Edge, plus I believe one of the Demonic Purges, but waits until it resets, jumps out of the fight, and Baboka, he comes in really clutch, gets the Hex, I believe, on the initial go from the Magnus, gets the coverage of the Egg, and Aster back to business. Level 25 on Monet. The second they get on top of Arteezy, he's just food.
It's absolutely massive. Well, this bear has played it almost perfectly. Only died the once this game, Monet.
Aster knows how to hit and hit hard when they do. Even I mean, all 3 cores having pretty damn good games, even though the lane phase did go in the favor of Shopify. And now 20 seconds without 2 of their big cores. Their 2 main cores, since Magnus is more of just an enabler. Raxon is dead.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Keep the Rax alive.
And they won't commit to finish it with the respawns coming in for Shopify Rebellion. I think overall Aster will feel that there's not too much pressure on them to take these risks, to push for the barracks. They know that they've got quite the advantage. They don't feel that that's necessarily going to slip away as the moments pass of how well their heroes scale.
Yep, they're scaling beautifully. Phoenix continues to get insane itemization, insane levels, as we said, but Boca does this all the time. Level 20 compared to his 2 cores who are also level 21. Aster. They have all the answers, it feels like. 38 minutes in. Take out that ward yet. Did they see it? They have a gem on the Snapfire. Walking right next to the ward. Not killing it, but... Oh well. Do they see it now? There, wait. Nope. Still didn't get it. Okay, whatever. So that ward is actually spotting all of Aster right now. They do have a gem, but they didn't kill for some reason. I think he, like, ticked in and out of range of it and didn't see it for a quick second.
Radiant are scanning.
Shopify, what's the next moves for them now? Is it just a case of waiting out the Sages?
I don't know. Honestly, I think it's like Saberlight lane, some 4-man, 5-man RP. The game is so damn difficult for them at this point, even without Aegis. When that does tick away, it's not easy for the way that Shopify has to take any of these team fights. Arteezy, his damage is decent, but they don't have control. Their mid laner is now... I mean, Abed's totally stagnated after having to die back and just being chased down and everything, so... Feels like they have... It almost feels like they have 4 supports and 1 carry playing versus 4 cores. The way that Aster has gotten everything set up in these last few moments.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very tough game for Arteezy to carry.
I'm pretty sure Marcy at this point, if he gets on top of Arteezy, he'll kill him. Sure, he doesn't have the true strike, but just the sheer power of Marcy at level 20. Do they have any type of... I mean, yeah, they do have like at least 1 4-step now. Fly. Craig still not having his own tough ways to protect and keep this MP in a position to be able to actually just stand and right-click. And they're just tanky. The 3 cores really have Aster, as we've seen. I've seen them get purged and stuff like that. They may not move too much, but if they get like 1 or 2 swings, they end up just cleaning up most of the heroes. And now they're just hunting. Fly.
Very, very dead.
Take this warning to heart.
Did you cut out there? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. It sounded like you cut out. I was like, did I lose you? Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like there's another timing that Shopify gets. It's just going to be up to Saberlight. It's like, all right, Saberlight, like it really does feel like it's all on him to land that huge RP, but it's quite a huge ask. And even if they land the RP, Maboka's always there. So it's like there's so many levels that you have to worry about. Uh-oh.
Just easy kills for Aster across the map. Up top, XWY. And he's also found Crit, and he'll get him. They'll just take the kills as they please. What does Shopify Rebellion to do to get out of this sort of spot? It feels very difficult. They've got to hit some big combo. Some big combo.
Even then. Even then. If
they're that far ahead, Aster. 25k lead, 42 minutes in.
Yeah.
Incredibly stacked on the cores and the supports as well.
I mean, you had asked me before we came to this series, what's the recipe for this? I was very hard on just Shopify has to destroy these games early because Aster, they train. They're training versus these teams in China that like to go late. So this is really when they just thrive their best. And
no, they do seem like they seem in complete control right now. So here's the push. See what Shopify Rebellion are gonna do. Still 2 heroes down. They're gonna crit now, but they don't want to use the buyback from how short of a respawn time they've got now. But that will of course mean that this top Rax is an easy taking here for Asta.
Quickly take it back up, pick up some more big items. A full Daedalus for XWI, who also has a DD inside the bottle. These 3 cores are going to shred, as they have been. Shopify is just trapped in the base. I guess now at this point it's really, yeah, multi-hero RPs, skewers under tier 4s, shockwave, tidal waves into tier 4s and stuff like that. Disaster just playing it cool.
They can win after that rush. Yeah. They'll take a kill if it presents them into them down the mid. Arbed staying up on the safety of the high ground. Just trying to get this money for his Hex.
Maybe this is now where you send Monet on his own scouting missions. He has ninja gear. Maybe just send this Ursa to swing the map by himself, try to solo kill this Nature's Prophet or something like that. They've got 2 lanes of momentum pushing in. They just need to be able to enter the base. Very
Not easy. Very close to being pretty much done with his build. Yeah,
okay.
there we go. So he's full 6 slotted now.
Okay. I mean, if he's left alone to just be a turret, yes, he will do lots of damage, but so many different forms of gap close, so many different forms to get on top of him and control him. And then at the end of the day also is, will they, the egg is just going to go off every time too, so eventually he will get stunned, and he can't actually waste time hitting that egg. Yeah, there's so many layers that they have to really just go through to try to be able to win a team fight at this point. Aster. Monet, he is ninja geared around this vision. They're all coming over.
Saberlight gonna try for the skewer back, but I don't think Monet minds too much about that one. Already a few hits bringing Saberlight down to half HP. They'll be able to swing across, get the Hex off. Sets up for Monet to get the double.
See, I like this type of carry player. He's defending his team's wards.
See the buyback come out, at least from Saberlight. Has got the RP. So he wants to try for some sort of RP skewer into the tier 4s.
Who do you go for, though? If you don't get all 3 cores, the other 2 will probably just disintegrate you. And even if you get Monet, he's probably going to live anyway.
Asta just not letting themselves get caught by that sort of play either. They're happy to wait out. They know Roche has got to be up soon. Going to be a backup in 25 seconds.
They know they're just scaling still more and more. Like Baboka, he's got Refresher. Even the Snapfire has now surpassed the Magnus. And Arteezy, he's found Hexed.
He's tried to play a little bit on that bottom lane on his own. And indeed, this time round, they'll catch him for his efforts. He's out for 100 seconds, and he did go all in on the purchase of his AC, so no buyback available.
Baboka even TPing up toward top with his Boots of Travel Phoenix, level 24.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, they're really making Shopify really suffer.
Yeah, they're making them look completely helpless in this position. 39k lead. Asta, it feels like they're just starting to play with their food a little bit.
And it's push. Easy. They're like Refresher and stuff. All right,
Who wants
sure.
this stuff? Who's gonna take
XWI,
what? Baboka?
give him the eggs. No, if Tidy's got data, let's give him that eggs. Baboka,
Sure.
you can take
he got
refresher.
the Refresher. Yeah, give him the Refresher shard. For now, he's got the last bit of gold for his actual own Refresher orb. Down the mid, they're ready to go. 35 seconds, no Arteezy.
Time to close it out. All right.
The skewer back. Hex as well, but he's already able to get the jump off here with the Shard Earth Shock, so he's fine, Monet. They've got nothing else to take him out. Fly's going to be the first to fall. He'll commit with the buyback. But this mid-rack's getting cleaned up in a couple of seconds by Asta.
Radiant's middle barracks.
invulnerable. 50,000 gold lead.
That's just,
continuing to make them suffer.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're enjoying this one, Asta.
Yeah. The 5 core lineup hitting its stride. Who do you pass the refresher to? Okay, give it access.
Yeah, he's still got a slot to play with it.
Level 20. I mean, this is just Baboka. You know, it's. I said it. You know, he's gonna be a core. He's 25. He's the 25 at the same time as his other cores.
You got to be prepared for this, I feel, if you're playing against Asta. If you see them open up with a Phoenix, there's the chance that if it ends up being a good Phoenix game, which it was, Baboka's just going to take it to the next level.
Fly. God.
Saberlight. He's thinking about going for a drag back on Mono, but it's such an unappealing target. He has an Aegis.
Uh-oh.
He's going to miss the skewer. Try and come in with another fire in the Hex, but XXS goes up with the BKB on top of Arteezy. RP's there to lock down XXS through his BKB. Mono, though, jumps in over towards Arteezy. Arteezy just getting torn apart as he's out of the game. Same to be said for Abed. No buybacks on the two of them. They'll call it. GG, it's there. Asta will take this game one of the series. And, I mean, you said it at the start. You just don't want to be going late against a team like Asta. They will know how to very securely close these sort of games up, folks, without any sort of mistakes.
Yeah, even though the lanes, right, like especially for this Marcy, was a pretty big struggle. It's just these small little mistakes, they compound heavily. And Aster, they went for a bit of a greedier kind of lineup with this like Phoenix and the Ursa and stuff like that, but they got the time to sit back and farm. Shopify, right, that one mistake mid, it felt like the game ended right there, right? When Saberlit tries to go for that type of play there with the skewer, and then they just get turned on completely. From then forward, it was total Aster dominances. Might be back to the drawing board. You know, Shopify, I like their opener. I like these NP plus Undying to try to dictate the pace and stuff like that, but in this type of game, if you make, one mistake, two mistakes versus a team like Aster, you're going to just inevitably lose this game, and this was a pretty big beatdown after that. Like, first 20 minutes just accelerated very quickly.
Yeah, it really was. And sort of on the side of Shopify Rebellion, in terms of their draft, well, their last pick, the Kunkka for Abed, it felt like at the end of the day, it wasn't really a hero that Abed could actually have much impact with this game.
Yeah, and also, right, like you were mentioning in the beginning also, you know, this was a first pick Phoenix. Didn't feel like they really addressed it. You know, they picked a double melee core with two supports that don't have disables or anything like that, so Baboka has a free game to just be able to pick and choose where he can choose where this egg lies, how he can use his Sunray and stuff like that. For me, yeah, Aster looked much cleaner coming into this one. Maybe Shopify had some opportunities in this game to be able to win early on, but they couldn't make any of these mistakes.
No, absolutely not. It was, you know, sort of this 26 minute or so. It was a very sort of low kill start. It was, you know, the fact that Aster, you know, with the way that they were playing, started to be able to stop Shopify Rebellion getting those pickoffs once the laning stage came to an end. You know, you already knew that, you know, Asta very likely were going to have it in them to be able to stall this game out and just sort of hold it in a position where Shopify Rebellion, they just couldn't find anything to do as the minutes passed. You know, for the second half of this game, there were very few successful moves that Shopify Rebellion were able to sort of coordinate against Asta.
Yeah, just clean plays. Aster, they know how to play when they're not like super far behind. They know how to play where they can just sit back. If you're not forcing the issue, then they're just going to be able to sit back and farm with this type of lineup and then preemptively expect your plays, right? Like when that mid play happened earlier, all 5 heroes were there and ready. So, yeah, let's see if we get a different type of game next time, because this one, I mean, Aster felt super comfortable in.
Well, they really did. I mean, and in regards to that, how do you see the draft changing? Anything that you feel you didn't like about Shopify Rebellion's approach that they might switch up in the game too, and anything that you feel like once you've seen Asta play like this, you just don't want to let them have?
I don't know about not let Aster have anything in particular, but I just felt like the Shadow Demon, Undying, and Magnus felt a little weird. The three of them together. Maybe if it was like one or two of them independent plus another one, it just felt like very quickly this game became like a 4 protect 1 if the Kunkka didn't have an amazing type of start. And then Aster just has like a quad scaling lineup, so maybe some recoveries in like in the secondary pick phase, but who knows?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion is able to pick themselves up after this this tough game one. I mean, definitely with how much the ending got drawn out, they would have, you imagine, have had a lot of time to sort of discuss sort of where they went wrong this game, and whether they felt that that was in the draft or in the play, and how they want to try and address and approach Asta in game two. So they're definitely going to have to step it up. Asta looking to be on a bit of another level with the way that they handled the rest of this game. As you see these last few moments, just not a chance for Shopify Rebellion, considering the fun that Asta had. I mean, yeah, this was the point where Asta 50k ahead, quite the lead, quite the few items under their belts. But there we go. This game one going the way of Asta. So yeah, game two, we'll have it up very shortly. Already the lobby's up. We're already jumping in, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not too sure what the state of the games on the other streams are. I feel like ours did go a little later, so this might even be the last game of the day. I don't know if they had any other long ones. So if you're all here, make sure you do stay up for this one if you're staying up. I'm sure it's going to be a fun one. I'm sure we're going to get a bit of a closer one. Game two, ladies and gentlemen, Shopify Rebellion and Team Asta right round the corner. We'll see you in a few minutes after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lima Major group stages. I'm Odie Pixel here with Fog. We've just had Game 1 of Shopify Rebellion versus Team Asta. Team Asta, of course, end up being the team taking it, and we're just getting ready for Game 2. We're all in the lobby. I think we're just about ready to click Start Game, so don't worry, draft will be up very shortly. Fogged, this Game 2, I mean, from what we've seen, you know, what you know of the two teams, do you believe Shopify Rebellion can give a bit of a better shot against Team Asta?
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw signs of life, at least, especially in that early game in the laning phase and stuff like that, what their potential is.
Yeah.
I just think their draft, it had quite a few holes in it, especially if they start making some mistakes. And if they're behind, you could quickly see like they just really lack damage in particular. I don't know. I don't mind like Abed playing Kunkka, but if you're gonna have Abed play Kunkka, I don't want to see a Kunkka and a Magnus together. I don't know. There's something just. I just felt like the game got really weird when it became just a full 4 protect one, and it's a Nature's Prophet as this one position versus like 3 melee cores. Like things got really weird. So I think just switching things up, and honestly, yeah, I like this. Banning the Phoenix. You know, I don't think they really answered the Phoenix the first pick whatsoever.
There for Baboka.
Yeah,
I like
so I'm cool with that.
Yeah, he had a very, very nice game. I had no answers for it, and instead of having to worry about trying to find an answer for it, they won't let him play it. So big respect there for Baboka.
It's not like it's the only hero that he does this on, though. Like I said, Baboka is the literal greediest 4 position in the world, so he does it on his coddles and stuff like that too. So could swing one of those, and if he sees an opportunity for it. But this last game was just different because it was a first pick Phoenix, and it was just such a damn good Phoenix game. So. This time around, Aster, they'll ban out the Nature's Prophet. Means that Brood's left in the pool. Let's see what's going to get grabbed up here.
There it is. I leave it in, so they'll grab it. Straight away here.
So how does Aster want to respond?
Brood. You'd imagine they'll have a plan. You know, they'll know that leaving the Brood in the pool, it's going to get picked up.
Usually they do the Mars +1, something like a Mars CM in the past.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise,
or
what's the other one? Okay, they can just do tiny CM. All right. I think they probably just don't want to do the Mars because it's gone out of favor a lot more recently. It is something it's their go-to a lot of times when they're playing versus Broodmother, but this maybe is just a little bit more flexible at the moment. If you pick Mars, it's guaranteed it's XXS. This at least you can flex the tiny depending where it's going to go.
I see Shopify. What do they want to get through early in this draft?
See what they want. They'll just do the Rubik. Nothing too crazy.
All right, well, crit. This is This is his most played recently. He's been getting a lot of games in on this for the last few months of Shopify Rebellion's play. 8 matches, 100% win rate. This has been a very, very solid pick here for Crit.
Yep. Good versus CM. Every spell you get, great. Good in the lane with Broodmother. Good versus Tiny. Almost all the spells you get are really good. Yep. Top tier hero. Potential for save as well too later on with the Shard versus these.
Yeah. As always, just a nice hero to get early in the draft, because I feel like if you're drafting against it, it makes you sort of double guess everything you want to pick as a team, right? Because you're like, oh, do we want to play this? Because Rubik could use some of the tools against us that this hero provides.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, I'm already happier.
Yeah, you think this is a much better opening?
I mean, when I see like Shadow Demon and then Dying together, just like when the supports have no catch, no disables and stuff like that, it just gets awkward. So I'm already happier. I feel like it's not gonna end up being like a 4 protect 1 already, but we'll see as it all goes down. Aster, they're still gonna ban out that Undying. They're still gonna take out that pesky lane, right? That Nature's Prophet Undying, it was very annoying. It did shut down their offlane almost completely, so not wanting to play against that.
Well, it did indeed. The laning was good from Shopify.
Yeah, even if they dominated it on the side of Aster anyway, just making Shopify play something else.
So if Shopify want to continue taking away some of the heroes that Aster did play well with last game, obviously the Phoenix and the Marcy removed.
And let's see if they do maybe... the thing is, too, is like Mars is still potential for the side of Aster. I think that's why we're even seeing these bans, too. Like, NP and Undying can be very difficult for a Mars to play into in the laning phase, so could still be something XXS wants, since it's so good, and it's what they really like to play versus the Brood. So for Shopify, probably a bit difficult to ban.
I think Mars is going to be nice.
Yeah.
Unless...
They could still wait on it.
Beastmaster's also there as well. You know, I feel at the moment he's probably going to consider either sort of the Beastmaster or the Mars XXS.
I mean, he does play it for sure, obviously. So, I prefer him on
XXS.
I don't know.
Heroes.
It's just XXS heroes, yeah, really. Like even Legion. Like, it's not a good hero right now. But not right now.
Yeah, he did play.
It's his hero.
Once in a game a month ago. Yeah, he did bring it out a month ago. He won that game.
I mean, those are the big three. When you hear XXS, you think Mars, Magnus, Legion. Those are the big three.
Yeah.
Sure, he's got tons of other heroes, but that's always what I think of, at least. So let's see. What else do they want to take out? Because we do see, of course, that Pango being banned away. That's a bit of an interesting one. I mean, it can go mid and off lane constantly, so. And it is a Brood answer. Okay, the Tusk ban.
Yeah, I mean, that's Arbed's most played as of recent. One of his top picks. I mean, beyond that, of course, the Bat Rider still in the pool. Something else that Arbed's been playing a lot. Is this looking like a game where a Bat Rider pick could be coming out for Shopify Rebellion?
They could definitely still ban it on the side of Aster. It's one of the other ones,
yeah,
probably.
Probably could. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably would just be the next ban.
Yeah. Death Prophet.
Death Prophet gone.
Interesting.
So we'll see. See which player on Shopify Rebellion they'll continue to target with these bans.
I'd like the Bat ban, especially if they're not going to look to play it. But let's see.
It should be. I don't know why they wouldn't ban it. They ban it out. It's one of the most banned. In fact, second most banned. So it's a bit surprising that it's been left until this point. Imagine we'll see it now. Unless they feel that they have a very solid idea against it.
Nah,
no,
they'll get rid of it.
There's the Bat ban.
Oh!
Ooh, here we go. All right, Aster getting in the techies. All right, let's go.
Okay. I mean, I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, they haven't played this recently. I'm not seeing this on many of their lineups for a while. In this, I mean, it's not going to be some core offlane techies, right? It will just be Baboka. No.
It was just be Baboka, but
Baboka on the techies. I mean, what would the lane combo be? What do you want to see in the lane with this techies?
Like Mars, something with a
just
stun.
Mars techies.
Honestly, Mars techies.
Or
really
just go mag techies. You know.
I mean, it's not what it once was, but
it's not what it once was, sure. But I'd rather see XSS Magnus than Mars.
Okay, and now this game they'll go for the Lesh
But
a little
either of the two
earlier.
would be good.
Interesting. I kind of wanted them to do the Lesh last game, but okay. So it's going to be strong when they build it around like the Broodmother who's going for your Greaves and your Pipe. It's going to be some really strong timing early game where the Lesh is able to just kind of run in and tank. I mean, Pipe looks amazing versus tiny CM and Techies, and now they're going to throw a Tree Armor onto it, so looking strong.
Oh,
oh! What the? Wings! They're back!
Hell yeah, look at this. This is nice. I'm having a look as well. So
okay.
Asta, they played a Pudge game 4 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
But that was, of course, when they were quite a different lineup. That was when, Ori was playing the Pudge. So, yeah, we haven't seen it from this roster. And Techies, I'm not seeing anything come up at all. So,
nope.
So Asta coming up with some fun stuff here.
So the Pudge, I think we've seen Gaming Gladiators do it a lot. When they see Brood, they do CM Pudge to counter the Brood lane. Sometimes it can go a bit both ways, where the Pudge, the insatiable hunger trade and blah blah blah. But overall, Pudge, he gets a ton of farm, and then he's able to negate all the healing also versus the Lesh. So having that Ag's probably something they're looking for a timing. Definitely a bit of a volatile one coming out. 2 skill shots. I mean, multiple different skill shots coming in. Cool.
All right.
Very fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, Team Asta's going to very much look forward to playing this game.
Looking forward to watching this one. It's gonna be hype. Doom gives them they have no team fight if that's the case. They just have some single target kind of stuff. Okay, yeah. Shopify's gonna take on Lycan.
All right, I mean banning out the Ursa. Mars.
Okay.
Mars feels nice.
Oh, I mean that's what I'm thinking at least, but
all
okay.
Right, we'll get the SF in for Shopify.
Now I mean more screaming like Mars, right? maybe I'm just too hot on the Mars right now.
No, I think you're right. Mars is just good for XXSF.
Strong lane. The Tree and SF is strong in their own volition. If they get
Great
gap closed
fight.
on, they can be weak.
Great catch.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm down to be surprised by something even more crazy from XXS. Could it be time to bring back his Legion? Is this a good Legion game? He's not.
I mean, no, not really.
No. Okay.
I think I'm just getting blinded by the Mars. I don't know. Just because it's him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah. It's a good Mars game. It's XXS. Why would you not play Mars?
Yeah.
And I think they have been considering that over the Beastmaster and the Lycan. So
I think so
the
too.
bans from Shopify Rebellion, maybe a bit of a miss there. XXS gets his Mars. And here we go. Drafts are done. I'd say I think Astus is looking pretty scary. This is looking like a whole lot of fun and a whole lot of killing that these heroes are going to be able to do. Shopify, maybe again if they can play as well as they did from the sort of the laning stage, with this sort of lineup, they're going to be able to do a little bit more out of a solid lane start. Maybe Arbed's able to move around a bit more and pump out a bit more damage. I think without doubt Arbed should be able to do more in his Lesh this game than he was able to do on the Kunkka last game.
Yeah, this one should be a lot closer. I think Shopify's got a much more well-rounded draft. They've got good physical, they've got good magical, good Roche taking, good team fight that comes into play from the Treant and from the Shadow Fiend. Aster, they've got mostly comfort. It's just, the Baboka Techies has a little bit of a question mark for me, but hey, it's Baboka, so why not? If you can make the greed work, if you can get this hero to just get online, does have immense burst potential versus squishy hero like Shadow Fiend. So, all right, let's see how it goes.
This is should be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. Looking forward to this game too. Let's see, see if we get a bit of a closer match. Or Baboka was quite the nuisance on the Phoenix. Like you thought, if you thought he was a nuisance on the Phoenix, wait until you see his techies. It's not going to be fun potentially for Shopify Rebellion if Baboka has a good beginning to this game.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm still mixed always on the techies. Some games where it's like the silence is super effective, it looks amazing. Like if he's playing versus someone like a Morphling. Not going to be the case this game. The silence, of course, can be annoying versus the Lesh most of the game. But, yeah, I'm going to have to be impressed from Baboka. I think Shopify's maybe is a little bit easier to play overall, but Aster, it's a very comfort trap for them.
It's going to be the hook onto Fly. Tribute to push back. No follow-up control, though, so Shopify Rebellion won't lose anyone off the back of walking up into this high ground.
That was a bold walk-up from them. All 5 heroes taking the step over.
Who laid down the ward first here? Who saw the warding?
30 seconds to battle.
Aster's got it.
It was Aster, yeah, Aster. No. Okay. Easy D ward for Monet.
Who got more stick charges also, let's say. Baboka got 4 stick, Pudge got 4 stick. Alright, lots of stick charges for the side of Aster. All these things matter. It's also interesting, so another quick thing I do want to talk about is the way that level 1 thing kind of engagement happens. I think I talk about this too much, maybe, but most times when you see the Treant lane, most of these teams, they'll walk to the trees lane with like 4 or 5 heroes and start cutting the trees just in preparation of the laning phase. So maybe that's what Shopify thought was going to happen, and they'd just be able to walk up freely onto the opposing side. But not the case, but that does mean that Fly does have all the trees to work with up here. Alright, yeah, I'm really interested to see how this draft is going to end up working out here for Aster. Does look a little harder to play, but if anyone can make it happen, it's Aster. And let's see how bottom goes. Because I've seen this lane, sometimes it just becomes too problematic for the Brood to actually do much of anything. You just keep frostbiting him and keep hooking him every time off cooldown.
That's big damage. Saberlight.
I mean,
forced back.
Next frostbite, he's dead. If he doesn't play in a very careful position.
Let's see.
I mean, I'm mostly watching bottom. It's up to Crit to... Crit has to be the deterrent here, where he's just beating on them constantly, sitting a bit low, and just making sure that even if the Pudge goes aggressive, they do get a trade kill. Mid lane, I think this is... I mean, this one's kind of just like a farm lane. Most of these are in a lot of situations. Side lanes are the fun ones where these kills can happen for now. As I feel like it is for most cases. And Saberlight, yeah, he gets time to build the heal back up. So he's in a safe margin now for sure. Now Crit has to be the one who's careful. He gets caught by a hook.
Got the level 2 now.
Nice last hit, Crit. And top, it's going to be a much slower start here for the side of XXS. They are playing versus the Tree Shadow Fiend, a super threatening lane. Once levels start building up on this Mars and Techies, then they can potentially start to pressure a little more, but first 2 levels or so, not the case. Why? Bottom?
Yeah, they're playing smart here, Shopify, making sure that it's very hard to get the angle for a hook in the lane.
Yeah. Saberlight even brings himself a salve, which you don't see too often on cores anymore, but it's all about just staying at full HP so you don't get hundreds, or you don't get, like, you know, harassed and then brought down low and then killed on the second go. There's going to be a pull that happens from the CM, so he's going to be able to deny 2 creeps away. And XXS is starting to recover, and Saberlight as well. Bottom, they find the CM.
Able to get back underneath the tower and might be able to set up for the turnaround. Frostbite into the hook. And Monet won't be able to commit to chase down Saberlight. Starts getting a bit too low himself.
Cool. And this is
his own rot.
And this is where Saberlight's salve comes in massively. Now he's back up to full HP, so now they can actually sit in this lane. And Monet, he's actually the one that has to be very careful on this Pudge, sitting very low HP. Could just get grabbed and pulled. Okay, cool.
What sort of prize is this?
Top.
Mid lane.
Oops, sorry.
Mid lane's pretty much dead even. As you say, yeah, 15 for 5, 15 for 4.
Yeah, both very comfortable. Top, they're trying to get advantage to pressure Artesia a little bit. Because the tree, because Fly did back away for get a rune, but unable to pressure him. But XXS, he's completely stabilized his last hits.
Courier has been killed.
Courier just suicides under the tower there. Whoopsie.
Hook. Get the setup for the hook.
Big one. Level 2 rot, but there's Insatiable.
Oh, Saberlight. That nearly ends up being able to turn that around completely. Monet taking more damage than he signed up for there.
Does he have a salve on the courier himself? Monet does. So Monet's going to be able to heal himself up. A lot of traded regen going on in this bottom lane. Which I feel like you're pretty happy if you're the side of SR. You're keeping this Pudge low HP, keeping him low farm because he's having to spend extra on regen. And yeah, there's actually a 400 difference now between Monet and Arteezy, since Arteezy's just playing with the Treant lane, doesn't even have to buy regen. All right. Yeah, all in all, I feel like, yeah, very happy in this bottom lane. I've seen sometimes this lane be like super kill dominant, like sometimes like the Pudge has like 3 kills early on. Not the case.
I might get crit here.
Oh, he stepped up
this time. They'll get the setup from the slow into the Frostbite. Living Armor's giving him a bit of heals. He's also got the Ferret Fire, and in fact, that's going to allow Crit to live. Crit's now ready to turn. Goes in with the Telekinesis on to Monet, and that'll get them first blooded. Saberlight able to take the first kill of this game. Crit does still end up going down, but very much a good trade there for Shopify Rebellion.
Great trade. Dies before even getting the kill, so no heap. Really nicely done. Stands his ground. These Rubik's a lot tankier than you expect. That Fairy Fire comes into play. Now, even going to be able to fill up Abed's bottle so the death doesn't hurt at all. Good move there from Crit.
Yeah.
He waited till the last second with the lift, too.
Good time to get that bottle refill on Abed as well, because Baboka had headed over and was maybe looking to try and join up with XWY to go for a play first. The Leshrac now. In fact, XWY is going to get gone upon here. They'll get the Telekinesis into the split up. TP backup comes in from Aster. Siamese Cat ready to help out. Crit's found himself underneath the tower there thanks to the toss of XWY. He'll end up being the one paying the price as Aster bringing the numbers to the mid.
Oh, and does Aster get lucky with the bottom rune spawn here too? And they do not. Baboka can't quite get the deny either. Now Baboka in some trouble, has to jump away. Okay.
What have we here?
Shopify probably pretty happy with all these recent movements. Sure, Crit dies twice, but perfectly fine for him. Now though, Saberlight.
Bit of a tough kill. 3 seconds in line to have insatiable hunger.
Oh! He's able to get away. XWY even makes a rotation down here. Alright. Nice space there from Saberlight. XXS. He's just fine up top. And yeah, they can't find this Brood.
XWY will head straight back to mid.
Catapult advantage for Abed now. Doesn't have any points in Edict to be able to really pressure tower too much, but the catapult itself is going to be able to. Also has illusion runes, so I can have those to tank. So Crit, he's going to look to play around mid lane because of this. And a little bit of tower damage. Nothing too significant.
Bottom.
Radiant's
Saberlight.
top tower is under attack.
Having that bit of an XP advantage against Monet. Monet tries for the hook. Not going to clip him this time.
He's got level 3 rot now, so if he does get in range, should be a kill.
And with the backup of Baboka, this overwhelming amount of magical damage will be more than enough to burst through the spider, take out Saberlight. They can look towards Crit as well. There's the Frostbite connection. That'll catch him, Aster. Nice move there with the 3 of them. Baboka coming in to make sure they have that extra bit of firepower to take the 2 kills.
Oof, and Monet, who was kind of being slowed down in laning phase, now completely caught back up all the way up to pretty much level 6 and almost same. I mean, still 400 net worth behind the Shadow Fiend, but completely recovered from these rotations from the supports. Rune will spawn top, though. So Shopify will get lucky there for Abed. Deny that DD away from XWY. Taking a look at the abandoned lane. Top lane, XXS, he's held his own. Even though we've seen Baboka rotating around so much, this Mars, pretty damn good farm versus this SF. Monet soon level 6. Saberlight also very close to level 6 too. A race to that one. He can bully quite a lot once he gets this level 6 on the Spider. These 2 supports don't really do too much to it. Crit. Has to be careful where he stands. Constantly getting scouted.
See if can do anything around the arena.
Oh, there's a hook.
Oh, well, they'll get the catch. And with the dismember onto Saberlight, well, they'll certainly get the kill. Nothing to be done here by the Spider. Crit, he's also not getting out alive. XWY is there waiting for him on the high ground. 2 more kills for Aster. And playing very nicely around this bottom lane. This bottom lane just becoming more and more of a place that it feels like Shopify Rebellion just don't really have the heroes to show up to this area of the map with.
No, they're just leaving the Pudge down here, rotating the 2 supports, even rotating the Tiny in for these extra kills. Yeah, this is some really good moves from Aster. Not even looking to go toward the SF's lane. They're like, whatever, it's just a Shadow Fiend. XXS is holding his own. He almost has Blink Dagger, and the one thing about SF is you're unbelievably fragile in the early game. And looking at the front line overall of the side of Shopify, their front line is pretty fragile. I mean, it's going to have to be like Abed who goes in as rotation.
Aster's ready to do something with the arena. If they get the arena connection on any of these cores, it's going to be an easy kill.
Yeah. Arteezy knows. It seems like Arteezy knows something's up. Yeah, he'll back off, but be careful. They might be able to get XWI here. They're sandwiching him. TP.
He knew. He's away. Good call there from XWI to get out.
They're maneuvering so cleanly around the map right now. Just getting so much space. I mean, they're going to be able to get... Honestly, XXS is going to be able to get a free farm Blink Dagger from this offlane. Which, a Blink versus an SF versus a Lesh with no real better frontline early game, that's going to cause some big problems. Because they have so many different spells they can follow up with it inside of that arena.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, these lanes just... They haven't gone quite as well as I think Shopify Rebellion would have hoped. We saw what happened last game in a situation where they had a good start. Now that the sort of the playing field's being held pretty even 11 minutes in, and if anything, maybe it seems with a potential for a sort of jump ahead with this Blink Dagger timing that XXS is going to be getting. This could be a tough one.
Yeah, you can see Aster's like not even popping a CM ult to kill some Spiderlings down bottom. Just making sure they can clear those out. They're really looking to play around like the 15-minute mark on Aster. The lanes have gone great for them. Bottom, there's a stolen hook. Pretty big deal. Crit not able to get the connection, but they get the kill anyway. When they've got the Blink on the Tiny, Blink on Mars, and the Shard on the Techies, which is going to come out pretty early, they have constant kill threat. And the Blink, I believe it's coming out on the Courier right now up top. Arteezy, he's so fragile. They might not even need this Blink to get him.
Yeah, they could just set up for the arena here easily. XXS. Same with the arena. TPs are coming in. They've got the heals coming through, and in fact, the stolen hook, that'll do it. Gets Arteezy back to safety. Able to make it in time for the save there, Crit.
That's done. That's not the Blink reveal, though. That was just XXS.
They could look to go
up.
again, XXS. Arteezy, he's already out of this lane. He knows that this is not the place to be now.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's a big deal. They're buying a lot of time for Arteezy to back up and now be able to finish up his next few items. He really needs BKB in this game early to be able to look to get these fights and working on some stacks. Now they're going to bring Abed to perhaps try to pressure something here, but not the easiest for him either. He is quite a bit tankier now that he has his Vitality and Point Booster, so he's going to be that frontliner for his team. But there's the other Blink. XWY now has his finished as well. More and more pressure it feels like Aster can put on the map. I believe they lost Monet's Point Booster, so he's going to be a little bit more fragile. But
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this mid lane tier 1 tower, see if Shopify Rebellion want to put together any sort of a defense. Armor.
Abed has no mana. He actually has to go to base. He's got his Bloodstone finished, but has to back away completely. Won't be able to hold it though.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Heals will be there. I mean, Shopify Rebellion grouping up around the mid lane. There's a smoke at the ready on fly if they want to make some sort of a move. Maybe when Abed's back by their side.
Yeah, I think Abed's the big playmaker, the big one to open up the map for his team to allow Arteezy to get the farm. Arteezy has to be so careful how far he steps up. He's a bit tankier now. since he has this treads plus the lance. But still, it's like if he gets caught in the front line at all, he's pretty much dead. And Baboka's actually doing something a bit different. He's not going the shard. He's actually going for the mech himself on the techies. So
Dire's top
pretty
tower
cool.
is under attack.
Saberlight.
On the hunt with the smoke. XWY and
They see
Simon's
crit.
cat. They're going to go for crit.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, strength. Why not? Monet says thank you. And that is the Aghanim's done now for Monet.
It's good
Very
timing.
early timing.
Yeah, very, very good timing.
Going to be able to counteract a lot of the heal that comes out from that Bloodstone. He's be able to evaporate whoever he gets on top of too. And as we mentioned, Arteezy, his BKB is not going to come for quite a long time. Probably for another like 5 minutes or so. He is taking up though. He's got his Ogre Club now with some raindrops even on top, and now he's looking like he wants to get involved even pre-BKB.
Looking towards Monet, but
Monet's in trouble.
Abed's going to get in with the wrap.
Oh no!
It's the stun.
Abed!
So Monet's going to be able to get the chance to just get in with the dismember. Hook as well over towards Fly. Arteezy's in with the wraparound. Requiem onto the three of them. Sets up for the double raises. Looks towards XWY. It's a triple kill. Arteezy keeps the fight safely in the hands of Shopify Rebellion.
What a rotation from him. I was a little worried. Abed missed the initial stun onto the Pudge. Gets himself perhaps killed as he gets gone on top of, but Arteezy, clutch play comes in. And now maybe get more.
Crit. Kinesis into the Soul and Avalanche. Spear will push back Arteezy momentarily.
What a coverage from XXS. Throws the spear back, but toggles the bulwark to make sure Crit can't actually get it.
Radiant's middle
Really well
tower
played.
is under attack.
Okay, Arteezy's BKB now going to be accelerated pretty quick because of that triple kill. So Rep's going to get it quite a lot faster, but Abed does die immediately once shows Bloodstone. The tower is dying.
Monet. Looking for a hook, he'll find it. Rip. He's going to get caught in the river. Still the flesh sheep, so it gives him a bit of extra survivability, but still will go get taken down. Same to be said here for Fly, also left behind in the river, so a couple of supports cleaned up. More stacks on the flesh sheep from Monet.
And all grouped up. They have the arena ready too.
Dire's middle tower is under
No
attack.
Requiem available. Yeah, Arteezy now probably needing to finish the BKB. He was able to get such a good wraparound down bottom before. That's what made him look so much stronger. But now he definitely needs it if he's going to approach the fights regularly. Is Aster still hunting?
Radiant's middle tower is under
Try and get the
attack.
spider, but already Saberlight
Radiant's middle tower has
will reset
fallen.
himself out of the lane.
Radiant are scanning.
At the least they can start to try push this lane around, look towards pressuring another tier 1 tower. I've already taken the 2. So sit though for a Shopify. Got the mid and the bottom taken away. Shopify grouped up, ready to go for the move here with the smoke plate.
Okay, Requiem's back online. No BKB just yet for Arteezy, but they're feeling stronger now. Arcane Rune on Abed.
Dire are scanning.
All the ultimate's good to go.
Let's see what they find here.
Monet might end up walking into this. Baboka, he's going to be the first one to get caught. Root telekinesis, they'll put the overgrowth. There's the Requiem from Arteezy as well to split the fight up, pushes Baboka and Monet back, but it's only Baboka that's gone down. Now with the jump from XXS, the arena setups there, they'll be able to hook him out to the side. Monet with the dismember takes down Arteezy, will lose his life in return though. Zabet comes in with the split up. And a buyback from Baboka. We'll see if Aster's able to make a jump again. They'll have a few seconds until the blinks back up on XWY. Looks like they won't go for it. Shopify Rebellion. They may have lost Arteezy, but they get Monet. And a buyback does come out from Aster. Still not a bad hit there from Shopify.
Yeah, this is why it feels so much better to have Abed on like this type of hero for me. Right? Like he's got this secondary type of scaling where it's not all just on Arteezy, where if he dies it just feels really bad. This Lash scaling very well. Nice little aggressive play coming out from Shopify.
What have we here?
Can't quite turn anything into it, though. They just get, just some type of trade kills. Just the buyback from Baboka that hurts the most on Aster. Speaking of Baboka, newly placed ward catches vision of this techie's farming up here.
We'll see again there at the replay of that last fight. It looked to be a good jump from XXS. And indeed, given the chance to set up onto to the SF. But of course, at this stage, when you have the Ags as the Pudge, but you don't quite have like that BKB search, that Aghanim's Rock can still do big damage to yourself, and Monet ends up going down for his efforts.
Oh, they would actually. I didn't actually quite catch that in the middle of the fight too. Crit got tossed, but it was into the Mars arena, so he actually plonked right back down on the floor. Otherwise, they get 2 kills there. That would have definitely been a dead Rubik as well.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier taken out. Shopify looking to control the area around Roshan for now. I think Arteezy now has BKB finished, so a lot easier for him to just walk inside of these fights now. Only really has to worry about the Pudge grab. Unless he gets initially stunned, Arteezy should have a much freer time in the next team fight. Close game here. Infinitely closer than
they want to go
last
again
game.
is Shopify Rebellion. Yeah. I mean, if they could take a fight, they'll be able to open up the opportunity to go for Roche.
Abed's got another power rune too. It's a haste. It's a really good one. They've got to get the wraparound too, but Boca is an ideal kill. He does not have the buyout.
Wants to be able to pop the mech. Still back up heading in. Blast off to the side. Ooh. Still alive. But Boca's going to live. If Shopify Rebellion could come in for any other kills, they'll look towards Monet. Collapsing in underneath the tier 1 tower. Arteezy's ready to go with the BKB splitter from Abed. Catches onto both Baboka and Siamese Cat. Monet's got just the dismember off with the final hit there from Crypt with the Fade Bolt. Takes him out of the game. Shopify Rebellion take the fight. Take the tower. I'll see what they want to go for now as well. 3 heroes dead on Asta. Shopify Rebellion making some really good moves here around their BKB timings.
Knowing that the Pudge doesn't have his just yet, they just like commit onto Monet. Like Monet's just panicking, trying to run away from them and get out of the range of the Shadow Fiend, but can't quite. If he has BKB there, perhaps there's a different fight, but without it, the Pudge has no hopes versus the Slash and Shadow Fiend. XXS, you could see how the fight was going to kick up before anything even happens. The Mars literally blinked to the tier 2s. He's just like, nope, we have no chance in this fight, and then he feels kind of like he has to try to help out his buddies, but they get caught in the front lines. Shopify hit, and they hit hard. Now an Aegis advantage on the Shadow Fiend. Can look to probably go for some of these tier 2s now.
Absolutely, they want to keep the pressure up because I feel still, you still don't want to run the risk of taking this late right against a team like Amster or this game with the drafts. You don't mind if the game goes long?
I don't mind as much as the game goes long. No, I think this time Shopify is a much more well-rounded draft. Scales, like I said in the beginning, right? It's like they hit, everything does something throughout all stages. They hit buildings, they have good magic damage, they have good BKB control, etc., stuff like that. So still have to play clean though versus a team like Aster. You can't really take your foot off the pedal by any means. Like they have to play very, very clean.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, tier 2 dropped. A blink pretty much finished up on Fly now, so his overgrowths are going to be. I mean, he's going to be able to pick and choose where he goes for any of these overgrowths on the trades. Like now, the BKBs, even for Aster, might not make a difference if he's able to just get the blink and the overgrowth on top of him too. Really good momentum shift coming out from Shopify. As it even changes the build. I think XWY had the BKB queued, and now he's actually just queued up an Aghanim instead on the Tiny. So feeling like he's going to actually have to take more of the carry position onto this Tiny this game compared to his Pudge.
Oh, they're going to try for the smoke now themselves, Asta.
Okay.
The Shopify Rebellion, they've still got this Aegis for 3 minutes on Arteezy.
Got to be careful of their positioning.
It's going to be a tough move to execute here for Asta. They're going to try it. BKB immediately there. Telekinesis onto XXS. He'll put the BKB himself, but gets held in position by the overgrowth. So Arteezy can just turn straight back towards him. XXS manages to lay down the arena and get out in time. The arena walls holding back those final few right clicks that would have ended him. So XXS able to live. Still, we very much see the difficulty for Asta to try and make that sort of smoke play successfully. A hook up to the high ground won't save Siamese Cat. Final hit from Arteezy takes him down. Shopify Rebellion, they'll get straight back onto the tier 2 in the mid. Not able to find that move there, Asta, that they were trying for.
A risky move, but they're trying to at least like get rid of Aegis and get some type of like hook under tower or something like that afterwards, but Arteezy quick on his fingers. XXS can't quite get that spear instantly. Yeah, scaling really well. The Shadow Fiend. These smooth little rotations that Arteezy's had have looked beautiful this game. 4-1 and 5. They're still stalking Arteezy with this
They
ward.
really want him. Whoop. But Arteezy's he's not going to have any fear at all right now. Still with this Aegis.
No, he's got a ward of his own too, so should not get hooked like that.
Yeah, he's not scared at all to just sort of be able to stand his ground and farm this area of the map.
Even cutting the wave now up top, so that momentum will be able to swing. Should have 2 lanes pushing in their favor on the side of Shopify. What's the itemization here for the Brood? So I like that Saberblade went straight for Pipe first before going for the Mac and Greaves this game, since he's playing versus like all magic damage. The physical is pretty much non-existent on Aster. Now he's got Greaves Pipe. Yeah, it feels like this time Shopify has all the answers with what they're playing against. The only thing that might catch them off guard is this Ag's Tiny. So eyes on XWI to maybe be the thing that Aster needs to come back here. It's a tall ask though at this point. Even though it's only a 3k lead, Shopify, much more well-rounded draft.
Oops. Very close to Silver Edge Arteezy. Level 18.
This
net worth.
This might be the first game I see a techies not go for shard also. Right? Like we talked about, I think everyone always talks about techies for the shard timing, etc. and stuff like that, but Boca, he picked it pretty early on in this draft and he's just opting away from it, so maybe showing a different way to play the hero. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if he gets it after the Force.
Yeah. I was like, okay, he's going back, Greaves, cool, and then he queued a Force too. I'm like, okay. Maybe because the momentum shift like went backwards, he wants to like go for something a bit more defensive, but okay.
See Aster to get the wave pushed up around that top lane, but they're still kind of scared to show themselves on the lane.
Yep.
Against what Shopify Rebellion can do in the fights against them. And with how strong this SF is. Aegis will expire, but that's the Silver Edge complete for Arteezy. Level 18's hit as well.
I guess, yeah, it's really going to be up to XWI, because I don't really see Monet being able to stand toe-to-toe versus these heroes at this point. There's too much overwhelming every type of damage, physical, pure, etc., that's going to be coming up from Shopify. So I think XWI, he's got his work cut out for him when he's able to get like his crit and stuff like that. We're going to see how much this Aghanims is going to be able to do, but it doesn't feel easy by any means for Aster as this game progresses. Success.
Well, they'll find it. Quick blink and a BKB TP. That'll do it.
Okay. Who else?
Siamese Cat won't quite have as lucky of a way out this one. So they get one of them. They're immediately TPing down towards the outpost. They want to try and make this quick move towards Monet. So Monet already anticipates that something's up around this area.
Even with the 3 of them, not the easiest kill. I think they actually need SF there to be able to go for that punch. He is still quite tanky. You can see Aster still on, they're just on full farm mode, trying to get their type of next item before they look for a big fight here. Almost, I think what, XXS is getting closer and closer to his refresher and stuff like that, which is going to give them more lockdown and control, but damage is definitely going to be the issue, which yeah, XWI, as we said, he's probably going to have to be the one to solve it all. Fly. Standing right next to the tree, and Aster actually looking to make the smoke move.
I've got the Blink Dagger on Monet, so they're going to look for that Blink Bite to maybe catch Shopify Rebellion by surprise.
If they can catch Arteezy pre-BKB, they have kill potential.
They'll settle for flight.
He steals a hook.
Him out here. Oh, he does indeed. He's able to get the grab on it.
Okay. I mean, that's actually huge. It's one of the few abilities you can actually save your buddies through the Mars arena.
Arteezy still considering leading in on this. Still have the Sentry up here to play around Shopify Rebellion.
By the way, did you also look at the hook cast range? Since he's got lens and
massive,
IO
right?
this year. It's bigger than the entire screen. When you zoom out fully, it's the same size of the screen. Up top, they've got the ward.
See if Crick can land the hook. He won't even need to. Stun from Arbed and Arteezy. At this stage, these two heroes kick out so much damage.
They're playing it real clean. They're just waiting,
It's
right?
looking good.
Shopify just hunting whoever's any of these little mice that are running around on the sides there, getting these kills, waiting for that next Roche, keeping the map controlled, not letting Aster get too much out of the map when they do push out. Monet still getting an okay amount of farm, but XWY is getting slowed down, XXS as well. Shopify constantly hunting. And Roche, okay, it's a bit of a long spawn. I feel like for Aster, that's probably more beneficial for them. But will they even be able to contest with the way that the game state is? They're not really getting much farm at all. Picked up pretty early on. Also, 2 on Shopify after they have their blink on tree. Fly's like, I don't really need any other items. The game now is up to us just controlling the map, not letting Aster get out, and us keeping full control and full reins on everything. Which so far so good for the side of Shopify. Aster now looking to try to break the mold a little bit, making us move out again.
Yeah, they've got the refresher on XXS.
Yeah, let's see what they find.
Oh. And they're not going to check the triangle.
They'll find Abed.
XXS is ready to double back. He's going to go for the jump, and immediately the BKB's out from Arteezy. Arteezy holding his ground with the BKB. Fly jumps into the open for growth, but Monet will be able to catch him. There's the crit with the hook. Will manage to get Fly out of the side, give Fly another chance to live on this. Abed closes on to XWY and Bavoka. We'll see XXS with the BKB trying to focus down and trap Arteezy, but the arena cannot contain him. It comes to an end. Arteezy's able to step out, and it's now Aster that's on the retreat. They weren't able to get any of the kills out of this one. And Siamese Cat tries to stand their ground with the ultimate, but ends up getting taken down by a couple of hits from Arteezy. An attempt there from Aster to find some sort of action. They don't get anything. They don't lose anything too major themselves. They only lose the support Siamese Cat.
I mean,
just not able to get any kills.
No, and that's a refresher used from the Mars, unable to get anything, and there, like I was saying, the hook is the only thing that can save people out of the arena, and it actually happens. Able to get him out, get Fly out perfectly so he can get the root out afterwards. BKB from Arteezy beautifully. Abed joins the team at the same time. Surprising that only one hero dies, but it's a big win either way for the side of Shopify because it is that refresher reveal of the Mars that was used. And Roche now up in 20 seconds. They should just be able to commit into it.
That next Roche, they're indeed able to take it. That should allow them the tools to try and approach the high ground of Aster.
And for Aster, it feels like their whole game plan is literally, it's like, we need to catch Arteezy pre-BKB or stall the BKB out and then get on top of him right afterwards, but it's not able to happen with the way that Shopify is responding to most of the fights, the way that they're saving and bailing him out. And now, Crit even has a shard. So if they do even find the S up in some of these situations, he might just get lifted and thrown out of position, as now he's also going to have just a free Aegis. And Arteezy is also hit level 20, so he gets that free relic that we like to call level 20 talent, plus 60 damage. And now, yeah, he's got the shard for free, and he's got an Aegis. So crazy amount more damage. And just even that little fear is very annoying, but a big win here for Shopify.
Arteezy in prime position to carry this game. Even towards bottom.
Okay.
Catch XXS trying to clear out this creep wave. They've got eyes on him there.
Oh boy.
Comes up for the spear, and at this point, it's just easy damage done here from the SF. Arteezy, literally a couple of hits to take down the Mars.
Melted. I mean, that 20 talent is pretty ridiculous in combination with Silver Edge. Quickly takes him out. 35 seconds. Shopify dominating the map now. Their next big task is really breaking high ground. Have to just watch out for the tossbacks and hook plays, but they should be pretty safe to be able to start pushing here toward the high ground. Ward placed themselves. Crit, he's in.
Crit. I mean, Arteezy wants to go in for this. Get caught by the jump in.
Uh-oh.
The Aegis gone.
Uh-oh.
Died very, very quickly there. See them jump forward with the blast off. They're still good to go for round 2.
Okay.
So, Shopify Rebellion will be able to take down Siamese Cat. The fortifications there from Aster.
Toss back.
XWY with the toss back. Abed's still got his BKB ready to pop. He'll pop it, turn straight towards XWY, try to charge him down. XXS commits him with the BKB. Arteezy's BKB is just about to come to an end. He'll pop the Requiem, refreshes, pop, takes XXS
in.
Gets the spear back into the arena. They've managed to catch Arteezy. Arteezy caught by the avalanche. Arteezy goes down. Dismember there from Monet. They're going to be able to control Saberlight. It's 3 dead on Shopify Rebellion. Arbed, has he got any way out of this one? The Bloodstone.
Another hook.
Bring him up a little bit, but there's the hook from Monet. Arbed dragged up to the high ground. Will be able to turn to try and bring down Monet, but it's going to be Arbed to fall. Monet lives. Triple kill for Monet. As that is not the fight that Shopify Rebellion were looking for there. As Aster, they've just gotten themselves a big chance at getting back in this game, Fogged.
I mean, XXS, what a beast. Did you see his play with his refresher? Like, he actually just...
So jumps over the Requiem, right?
He jumped over Requiem and gets the spear so that Arteezy's actually getting hit by tower even. It's like all the little things. And Monet, what? Monet lived with 1 hit. Not even 1 attack. This is all... This was actually Crit who started the engagement too, right? Crit was the one who blinked into high ground and started all this.
They went in for that.
Uh-oh. Aster.
They got baited in. They baited each other. It happens to the best of us.
Oh my God, that was still such a beautiful fight. I mean, sometimes like this is what when we were watching Div 1 and watching some of these Aster team fights on high ground, it is pretty ridiculous. XXX sometimes just finds these beautiful places. Now, maybe caught themselves up completely in this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely. That lead definitely starting to slip away a little bit.
Yeah, and you have to
3K gold within it.
And you have to give more respect to the tiny, the tiny Pudge shenanigan high grounds, how much damage there really can be around those trees. XWI just finished Daedalus, so did have that absurd damage. Oh boy.
Dire are scanning.
Can't afford to do that again. One more move like that, and it will be Aster that's in the lead. Shopify Rebellion, they've got to be so much more cautious about trying for those aggressive moves that close to the base.
Yeah, if they're gonna dive, right? Like if they're gonna go for this blink type of lift play on Crit, it's got to be a more impactful kill. Like he went for a blink and a lift, and it's on a CM. He may be just thinking that they're just gonna get like a quick kill and get out or something like that, but you're playing into Tiny and Pudge and a Mars arena, like a Mars refresher. So it's a risk that did not pay off, and now it could have perhaps costed the game.
Yeah, I mean, because just off the back of that, Aster's cause, they're getting the next items done. Monet, he's a few hundred gold away from having a full Shiva's Guard.
Oh boy. Level 20 also picked up for him, so now dismember duration through those BKBs, even stronger. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal. Now XXS might even survive too, where he gets hit by Arteezy. He's got a plate mail. A lot of big items picked up here. Definitely feeling a little scared now if you are Shopify. You're still in a comfortable position, but you can see the potential of, these low duration BKBs. Since they have been popped constantly, they are 6 seconds. If they're able to just like dance around them and kite them out, you can definitely see the signs of success there for Aster. Full hex on Abed. And Arteezy, I think he's committed. I believe he has the Satanic about done once he does the disassemble play. So still strong, but a huge window found there for the side of Aster.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're going to be feeling over the moon with that defense. And as you say, XXS, very much the man making the plays. And Refresher's back off cooldown, ready to go. And they're immediately ready to look for more. Smoke up from Aster.
Oh, boy. I mean, this Monet is really powerful now. Anyone who gets on top of the heal negation and everything is pretty nutty. Next few moments could be everything here. Saberlight still doing a great job at scouting with these spiders, checking out the triangle, giving constant vision, but Aster... How many smokes do they have left? I think Aster's actually out of smokes. Yeah. Aster has 0 smokes remaining. Inside of Shopify, they have... What, do they have one on Rubik? No. They do. They have 1 left. Okay. 1 left on the tree protector for the Roche fight.
I imagine that is what both teams are waiting for now.
Yep.
Some big neither side wanting to make too much of a risky move.
Tier 4
as it is to Roshan coming back.
Yeah, Tier 4 neutrals now. Shopify, I think, got almost all theirs, right? Spell Prism on Rubik. Saberlight has Stormcrafter, Abed has Trickster Cloak, Penta Edge on Arteezy. These could make a difference. I don't believe anyone on Aster. I don't think they've been able to farm any of them yet.
Shopify. Ready to go for that smoke move. I mean, the thing that Shopify kind of need Crit to go for the most, you know, he is their instant catch. In terms of just being able to instantly grab someone and go for a play. Kind of relies on Crit to get the telekinesis. Whoop, might be able to get it there. XXS quickly, he does still get it. Actually, goes up to the high ground. And force him up to the cliff. Glimmer as well. That'll give XXS the chance to put the BKB and get the arena off. The spear's there as well. The second one latching Arbed to the wall of the arena. Arbed's out of the fight.
Uh-oh.
As now they've got to run. The hook's there from Monet. Get out to the side here. It's Crit. The shard, the stolen dismember, was able to pick up Saberlight, take him away.
I mean, again and again, XXS, even though he gets gone on himself.
From the high ground, yeah, really was sort of just, you know, the saves, of course, from his teammates between like the forces and the glimmers, giving him the chance to put that BKB, and then, yeah, just popping the refresher to get that second spear onto Arbed and keeping him just continuously locked down. XXS, he's ready. I was going to say, Arteezy wants to put a stop to that TP. He doesn't want to be heading over here. As XXS was ready and waiting, Crit goes down.
Oh, God.
They're losing the lead. The lead almost completely slipping away now from Shopify Rebellion.
15 seconds on this Roche. They still have Requiem and stuff. Lash 30 seconds, Rubik 30. They might just be able to sneak it on the side of Aster in time.
They're going to be feeling very, very good. The AC, just 1,000 gold away from XXS picking that up.
Oh boy. I mean,
they're getting
really
just this continuous big items coming out. I mean, Arteezy's still, you know, the most farmed here in the game. In terms of his progression, what's he getting out of this? He's buying himself the tome, just trying to get that level 25 as soon as he can. And he's got the blink. So more chance of him being able to commit in with the BKB and find some sort of favorable Requiem position.
But he's committed his gold. So if he does just get grabbed himself instead of Abed,
it could be game
He's
over.
got nothing. It could just be game. I mean, this is pretty crazy.
Let's have a look. They're going to try for it. Smoke up from Shopify Rebellion.
20 seconds on Arena, 20 seconds on the BKB for XXS as well. Two big neutral items picked up for Aster.
Yeah.
Spell Prism plus Timeless Relic.
The best one for these sort of spell casters. He's magical damage, dealer's pudge. He's, yeah, straight away Mono grabs that relic for himself.
Yep.
Huge amounts of damage once he gets on top of you. Smoke up from both teams.
Their ult's back up. 40 seconds for refresher on XXS, but he's got the single round ready.
They've hit them with the scan. They know that Shopify Rebellion's in the pit. Okay. Try for a blind hook. I mean, this seems incredibly risky there. Arteezy trying to hit the Roshan.
They're smoked up, and yeah, 30 seconds for XXX to have refresher. This next fight could be the decider. And
full hex on Baboka.
I mean,
that could be the final piece. That just spells the end for Shopify Rebellion if Baboka catches one of them by surprise with this hex reveal.
About to be level 20 as well too. He's bought the tome for himself. This Pudge is going to do so much damage in this next fight too. He was already doing crazy amounts with all this item, but now with Timeless Relic it is that much stronger. Because he actually had like no item before that. I think he had like some useless item. Is back to the pit. Arteezy's in. Refresher's back up for XXS. Oh boy.
Sending the spiders up. They know that Aster's up here. I mean,
it's dying.
It's a risky move from Arteezy. He's got big damage. So it is going down. He's going to get jumped, but the BKB's out. Rev up the Requiem, but the BKB from XXS allows XXS to hold his ground. Mone's in trouble at the side, though. They've caught him with the Hex. He's getting low, but the BKB's out in time. He's held in position by the Overgrowth back in the pit. Roshan will fall. The Aegis claimed by Arteezy. Second arena comes out from XXS, but he hasn't got another instance of the BKB to pop, so he'll fall. Shopify Rebellion ready going for more crits in with the stolen freezing field. Gets put to a stop, but it's enough to enable this fight for the rest of his team to step up and take more kills from it. As Arteezy cleans up Baboka with a couple of raises. 3 dead on Aster. Shopify Rebellion, they find the fight around the Roshan pit. They'll also get XWY. And in fact, it's Aster now that's in a state where they have no buybacks on their 4 heroes.
Oh, I missed what was going on the right side of the fight. I was mostly just focused on Roche Pit. Arteezy's able to stand his ground versus XXS and actually end up getting the Aegis. The refresher does get taken away from the Mars, but anyway, no matter what happens there, Shopify come out big here.
They don't have the money.
Arteezy standing his ground, and no buybacks on the Tiny.
They haven't got the gold here on the whole team. We'll see how much Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to take from Asta. At least 2 sets of racks, maybe even more, when they see that these buybacks aren't coming out from Asta.
Definitely at least 2 sets. It looks like it's all 3. It's just a Pudge on his own.
There we go. A very nicely played situation of events there around the Roshan pit. Good call from Arteezy to just force the Roshan. It pays off. As they, are they going to have the time to just end the game? I think they might.
They might.
Arteezy's hit pretty hard. They've got fortification.
It's level 25 on
XXS
Lesh.
is back up, so they might get one more fight out of this Asta. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion just want to go for the close-up. They're going to try Mone's in with the BKB, but instantly the BKB was there instead from Arbed. The first arena causing some issue for Arteezy. He's getting low, but the BKB's now out himself. Turns over towards Monet. Monet puts the BKB. He's trying to walk back towards the base. Glimmer will be there. Heal up as well from the Greaves, but Monet's going to be able to live a little longer. Overgrowth catches in the Red Queen pushback as well. Monet goes down. Arteezy, he's just focusing the Ancient. He's looking to close this game up. They need to get someone on top of this SS to stop doing the damage, but Arteezy blinks to the side, continues to pummel into the Ancient. They'll push it back with the Spear, and in fact with the Bulwark, they're blocking the hits from Arteezy. He'll just turn with the Razors instead, pick some further kills up on the way out of this game. Back onto the Ancient he goes. Is there any further stopping? And they'll toss him up in the air. They managed to kill him. They need to stop Fly. He's trying to end this game. They're actually going to be able to kill him in time. Fly's not going to be able to end it. Finally it falls though. I think a stray siege creep or something finished it off. They'll get the win here, Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, wow. It was a hard-fought one there. It looked like Aster maybe coming back, but Shopify around one big Roche fight. Wow. Good Lord.
Yeah,
actually
they get
making
the
it
win.
work.
They really do.
I really
it looked like...
perhaps...
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah. You go ahead.
I thought perhaps with XXS, getting these baller ults and stuff like that, them getting on top of Arteezy would work, but that last fight was everything. The fight being really split up. I think XXS was the only one in the pit, while his team gets caught on the side. Arteezy able to finally stand his ground and do it on the Shadow Fiend. What a series.
What a series. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams get to walk away happy from this one. Team has to get a win. And with that, Shopify Rebellion get a win. We'll be able to check out some of the highlights of that last game, but indeed, in terms of the graph situation, was there very much up and down that one of Shopify Rebellion, essentially over the early mid-game, building up that lead, and then those last few moments looking like Asta will be able to get back in, but a really good call, as I say, around that last Roshan play that Shopify Rebellion forced. And Asta, caught in a position they just weren't prepared in financially. They didn't have any of the buybacks on 4 of their heroes. They just didn't have the money saved up for.
Yeah, Arteezy committed the buyback goal too, but his ended up being more beneficial because they were able to actually control the 4 heroes. This is a big series really for me because I've been seeing, at least for me, I got to do a lot of coverage for China, and Asta looked so dominant in the way that they would play clean. This time they got broken a little bit. They had to be completely on the back foot and try to recover things that got pretty disastrous for them. They ended up finding some opportunities, but overall, Arteezy, he's able to do it this time.
Yeah, he played really nice here in this game. Solid performance on the carry SF, 10, 2, and 12. Really pulling it through here for the team, and on point with the build. And fun draft from Asta. We knew we were going to be in for some fun from them. But just couldn't quite do it. Now, Mone's still having a good game in terms of his KDA, 13, 6, and 12. But at the end of it all, just really well handled by Shopify Rebellion. That Hex as well from Arbed at the late game really coming into play, allowing them to really deal with these heroes. So, nicely done.
And honestly, in a couple of these fights, if Arteezy wasn't quick on his fingers with the BKB, this game could have turned perhaps way earlier, where they were able to actually just get on him and kill him a few times. So good on Shopify to get a lead and hold it this time. Since that game 1, they got a lead. They weren't able to keep capitalizing on it. And how many ties did we have today? I feel like we had an insane amount of ties.
There's been a lot. There has been a lot.
Very likely.
Yeah, absolutely. This group stage is going to be pretty crazy in terms of how close it will be between the teams. We're seeing already a taste of that from these day 1 results. Of course, I'm sure you'll be able to catch more of a concise summary of the results of today over on the main, at least the hub stream, where they're kind of covering the action across all of the streams that we've been having today. But yeah, there we go. And again, that last fight here around the pit where the Shopify Rebellion were able to make that call to really force for it. And Asta, we're very close to being able to make this game last a little longer in this final base defense. But couldn't quite do so in time. Good focus from mainly Arteezy really throughout this fight, just constantly hitting the Ancient. You know, he wasn't here to mess around. He's not trying to add any extra kills to his KDA. He wants out of this game and make sure that the Ancient doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, really well played from SR, keeping their cool together under some scary moments, of course, when that base push happens, but all in all, Arteezy played incredibly well. Same thing with Abed. And I personally just love seeing when Shopify has multiple cores that scale, right? Abed, this time, he's not some Kunkka that can just fall off very hard. I like the Lesh being able to continue scaling and stuff like that. It's not all on Arteezy, as we saw especially that last fight, right? Arteezy was just in a 1v1 versus XXS, and his team kind of carried the fight on the sidelines there. As Arteezy, 10-2-12 this game, ends up carrying the game overall, but I think that the draft from Shopify, it's suited more at all stages of the game. Rather than just being like a lane-dominant draft, it's a good mid-game, a good late-game draft as well too.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fantastic Dota 2 that we got to experience already just on this day one of the group stages of this Lima Major. That is it for today. I believe this was the very final game that was going on. Be sure to check out the other channels just in case there are some more matches, but I would imagine this was probably the very last one finishing today. I hope you've all had a fantastic time watching the games. It's been our pleasure having you, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for some more action from the Lima Major Group stage. We'll see you then.